We have conducted a comprehensive search, and there are no people or supplies. At this time, several Sakura soldiers in charge of the search came to report. They can't escape. The ninja team will launch a carpet search for me. I will search for Song Bing and the witch from all corners of the world. Qingchuan Yuri decisively and coldly ordered. I don't intend to give up just yet. Yes. Among the thousands of Sakura elites, a dozen ninjas in black immediately took orders and dispersed. As a burst of white smoke rose, it quickly disappeared. Burn this place for me. I want to see where they can escape to. Qingchuan Yuri's eyes then fell on the mental hospital, and he immediately gave an order. Several Sakura soldiers immediately rushed into the hospital with torches and skillfully set the fire. The raging fire quickly engulfed the entire hospital. A group of Sakura people looked at this hospital that had once brought shame to their Sakura country and was regarded as a holy hospital by countless Anghua people, destroyed by them personally at this moment. All smiled. Song Bing thinks running away is enough? You can't escape from my grasp. Qingchuan Yuri's gloomy pupils reflected the engulfed fire in the hospital, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. If he had a witch, where do you think he would be now? At this time, an 8 series person took the initiative to remind him. Qingchuan Yuri's pupils shrank. Something suddenly occurred to him, and he quickly looked in the direction of the city. When he imagined the countless terrifying zombies in the city, he suddenly lost his aura and looked at the 5-8 series in disbelief. As long as they are zombies, no matter what level they are, no matter how many there are, as long as I see that woman, I can only tremble and surrender. Another 8 series also followed suit. Judging from Wu's performance, it seems that he is very aware of the existence of the witch. Qingchuan Yuri heard his breathing quicken. His eyes showed sharpness, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If that's true, even if the entire Anto area is destroyed, we still have to force them out." Ho 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 ho. However, before he could give the order, a frightening roar suddenly came from around him. Oh no, zombies are coming. All the Sakura soldiers immediately screamed in fear. Qingchuan Yuri and the 5-8 series looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly changed. Hundreds of meters away, they saw zombie kings leading countless zombies and running towards them with precision. But there are 4 directions, completely blocking their way of escape. What's even more shocking is that these zombies they are actually level 5 terrifying existences. How could this happen? Why do these zombies come to us as if they were premeditated? Qingchuan Yuri's face darkened. However, what no one can see is that in front of these zombies, Silly are leading the way invisibly. It was she who led these zombies here. Quick, come with me and fight out from one direction. Facing so many zombies, Qingchuan Yuri did not dare to be careless, and quickly led the Sakura soldiers to kill in a direction with fewer zombies. And the direction he chose happened to be the one led by Shili himself. Harukawa Yuri took the lead and rushed forward without realizing it, and at the same time, he drew out a purple-patterned samurai sword from his waist. Of course, he drew the knife only to target the zombies and did not find Shili. Nishilai's beautiful eyes were staring at the oncoming Qingchuan Yuri, and she put a hand behind her back. When the distance between the two reached 10 meters, Qingchuan Yuri drew his sword and slashed at the 5th-level zombie king. Chong! Shili also moved at this moment. A purple gold dagger broke out and slashed towards Qingchuan Yuri's throat from the side. At this moment, all of Qingchuan Yuri's attention was focused on the 6th-level zombie king. Didn't even notice what was going on left and right. He would never have imagined that an extremely sharp purple gold dagger would suddenly appear out of thin air on his right side. When he discovered the dagger coming from the void, it was already too late. Uft! Shili's charged blow struck Qingchuan Yuri's neck decisively and fiercely. Qingchuan Yuri's pupils shrank, his movements froze in place, and his face was filled with disbelief. This sudden scene instantly shocked the thousands of cherry blossom elites who rushed towards them. Can't see what's going on at all. No, there is a stranger. It's a level 6 existence. On the other hand, the 5-8 series, who had not planned to take action, instantly gained insight into everything about Shili from this moment of exposure. 5 people took action almost at the same time. A person quickly came to Qingchuan Yuri and grabbed his throat where blood was spurting out. At the same time, he injected a dose of milky white unknown liquid with his backhand. The moment the unknown liquid was injected, Harukawa Yuri's pupils that had begun to dilate quickly returned to life. When the 8 series let go, the wound in its throat was filled little by little with the injected white liquid. Like glue to repair a tire, it repaired the wound bit by bit. At the same time, the other 4-8 series arrived sharply at the position where Silly last appeared. Between heaven and earth, 4 sets of women's clothes with different styles appeared out of thin air. The next second, Shili and the 3 existing clones all appeared. As for the remaining 3, one is at the new base in Shimen. One is secretly monitoring the Qingchuan family. One is secretly protecting hospital members in the city. Looking at the 4 cold and beautiful figures that appeared out of thin air. Still exactly the same. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. What made it even more difficult for them to accept was when countless zombies came passing by 4 miles away. He completely ignored and avoided it, and continued to charge towards them. Ho 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 ho. Fool Geijai. After being delayed like this by Shili, zombies from all directions surrounded them. The faces of the Sakura elites changed slightly, and they could only quickly draw their weapons to fight. The 4 Shili pulled out their daggers and came towards the 4-8 series. The plan developed somewhat smoothly. Therefore, she wanted to try to see if she could take advantage of these zombies to entangle these people. Send them away completely. The 4-8 series saw what Shili was thinking, and the corners of their mouths also twitched into sneers. When several zombie kings rushed toward them, the 4 of them took out a black metal and hung it on their bodies almost simultaneously. The next second, the several zombie kings that rushed towards them also smelled the suppressive aura from them, and they instantly showed fear. Don't dare to step forward again. This scene also made Shili's face change slightly as he walked over. The 4 of them easily killed several frightened zombie kings and walked towards Shili at the same time. The dual powers of invisibility and clone are really rare. You have the aura of a witch about you. What's your relationship with Songbing? Or do you know where Songbing is? The sharp eyes of the 4 people fell on the 4 Shili, and all the secrets of Shili were revealed at a glance. Although Shili was touched in his heart, he still continued to fight. Although her intuition told her that these mysterious people might be very strong, but she still wanted to try. Bang! The moment the 8 figures clashed, all the surrounding zombies were flown out. The ultimate killing move was instantly displayed in the hands of 8 people. Shili is still as fierce as ever, and his moves are almost fatal. But the 4-8 series were terrifyingly strong and easily neutralized Shili's killer moves. He even suppressed Shili in an instant. However, there was no contempt in their eyes. Instead, there was shock. Because they discovered that Shili's clone was so real. They can't even tell which one is the clone and which one is the real person. From another angle, the woman in front of her was using her clone powers to fight against the 4 of them. Or should I say, the 4 identical women in front of me are all real people. 4 identical twins? Surprised thoughts hit them, making them more willing to accept the second guess. The battle between the 8 people instantly entered a fierce stage. In an instant, the confrontation between a group of zombies and 1,000 cherry blossoms was covered up. The 4-8 series representatives no longer hide and are completely let go. But he still couldn't capture any Shili for a while. This touched their hearts even more. Bang! At a certain moment, the 5th 8 series who had stabilized Qingchuan Yuri's life saw this, and decisively rushed out and joined the battlefield. The suppressed Shili saw this and decisively moved away. The power of these mysterious people exceeded her expectations. It is definitely not comparable to ordinary level 6. If the fighting continues, she may really be left here. You can't leave. 5-8 series were in hot pursuit. The newly added 5th person, number 58, swung in the air and shot out several transparent ice needles as thin as gold wires instantly. Daoxley's perception was sharp, and while dodging to the limit, he instantly entered a state of invisibility. As the 4 pieces of clothing floated up and disappeared, the 4 miles disappeared. But at the last moment, the several ice needles that were shot turned around under the flash of 58's eyes and continued shooting. It's a pity that with the disappearance of the clothes, for Silly has long disappeared without a trace. 4-8 series rushed to the location where Shili disappeared, and their expressions could not help but sink. Shili just ran away in their eyes. This is a disgrace to them. Only the 58 did not chase after him, A gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes. 5 guardians, help me. At the same time, under the frantic siege of countless zombies, the lineup of 1,000 Sakura soldiers was quickly defeated. Several soldiers were bitten by crazy zombies and fell to the ground one after another, wailing in despair. When the 5 people saw this, even though they were unwilling to do so, they had no choice but to take action to save people. This is bound to be a massacre. But it took a long time for the 5 of them to do so, and their bodies were covered in stinky zombie blood. When all is said and done, 1,000 Sakura soldiers also lost more than 300 people. More than 200 of them were bitten and then killed by 5 people. Qingchuan Yuri gradually recovered and looked at the 5 people in horror. He walked away from the Palace of Hell. It should be Songbing's person. It may be that she exposed our whereabouts and notified Songbing and others in advance to retreat. 98 inferred. The other 3-8 series said with unwillingness in their eyes. Maid, we are just a little bit close. If we can catch this woman, then you can follow the clues to find the escaped Songbing and the witch. As a result, the meat in the mouth just ran away. Hearing this, Qingchuan Julie also showed his unwillingness. Not necessarily. At this time, 58, who had been silent, finally spoke. Everyone looked at him. She got my shot. 58 didn't say anything more, but smiled and raised his hand. A strange cold air appeared in his palm, and in a moment, several ice needles condensed. Qingchuan Yuri was still confused when he saw this scene. But the other 4-8 series instantly showed their sharpness, because only they know the function of the ice needles condensed by 58. To be precise, it's a meth shot. Colorless and odorless, it melts into the body. The person who receives the injection will only feel a stinging pain initially, and there will be no subsequent reaction. Just because the onset of methamphetamine toxicity depends on 58's control. In addition, and more importantly, 58 can accurately track the location of the person who received the needle by ordering methamphetamine. In other words, methamphetamine needle is both a poison needle and a tracker. That's great. 58, you didn't say it earlier. The 4-8 series immediately became excited. If you don't do this, how can you force her to let down her guard and go find Songbing? 58's deep eyes flashed with sharpness, and he continued. Although we guess that Songbing has a witch, he will definitely flee to the city and seek shelter from the zombies. But the urban area is still too big, and there is no guarantee that he can escape to other places here. And now, with this line, we can guarantee to catch Songbing. Great, let's go now. Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while. At the same time, thousands of meters away, a breeze blew in the forest. The 4 invisible Shili merged with each other and appeared. But Shili himself looked at the last clone that emerged and did not choose to let it merge. Because in the process of escaping, she felt that this clone had been hit by a hidden weapon. Take off your clothes. Shili spoke calmly. The clone did as he was told and was soon naked. Shili walked around him and inspected him carefully. But the strange thing is that there is no trace of hidden weapons in the smooth and white skin. Siridi frowned slightly. Having grown up in a gang, she had a vigilance that ordinary people didn't have. She didn't think the enemy's hidden weapons would be that ordinary, but she couldn't see the clues. After careful consideration, she still did not choose to merge with the clone. Instead, he took out a locator and handed it to the clone and said, based on this locator, go find Songbing and tell him about Ngua's situation here. This was what Songbing left for him when he said goodbye. A locator that can transmit signals independently. According to the display on the locator, Songbing should be arriving in Angua soon. Yeah. The clone nodded, took the locator, put on his clothes, and disappeared into the forest. Shili looked in the direction of the mental hospital, his eyes particularly solemn. Based on the information sent along the way from another clone. This time the Qingchuan family is extremely scary. It has occupied almost all the bases of the apocalypse forces in Angua. In addition, there are those mysterious masked people. The 5 people just now made her feel great pressure. What kind of existence are the other 5 people? Such a situation is far beyond what the Campbell family could compare to in the past. Even if Songbing comes, can it be solved? To the southeast, the Manhua rainforest. As one of the most dangerous rainforests for peacetime species. In today's apocalyptic apocalypse, it has become a restricted area for all people in the southeast. There was a time when some people wanted to hide in the rainforest to avoid zombies. However, no one came out again. After that, just the roar of the terrifying beasts coming from the rainforest was enough to scare people to death. Even strangers don't dare to set foot further. Compared with the zombies everywhere today, it is obvious that the unknown dangers in the rainforest are more deterrent. But at this moment, under the cover of night, a huge black chariot drove without any scruples into this forbidden land that was regarded as a restricted area by the people in the southeast. The lights on the car also broke the dead silence of this forbidden rainforest. The vehicle drove into a relatively flat grassland and stopped. The mountain road ahead is rugged and obviously not suitable for driving anymore. Although this black gold chariot has the ability to open roads when encountering mountains and build bridges when encountering water. Little beast, you'll be here to guard the vehicle and wait for me. Song Bing got out of the car and threw dozens of chickens to AI Xiaoxiao to pass the time. Master, I feel that this forest is very strange. Please don't go too deep. If anything happens, just call and I'll be there right away. AI Xiaoxiao looked slightly solemnly into the depths of the rainforest and said, "This time, it was rare that I wasn't immediately fascinated by the chicken Song Bing gave me." Got it. Song Bing smiled and headed deep into the rainforest. He naturally felt the strangeness of this rainforest. You felt it from the moment you stepped in. As Song Bing progressed, the surrounding towering trees grew taller and taller, almost swallowing up all the light. It makes the entire rainforest seem to be shrouded in darkness, making it even more eerie and terrifying. In the darkness everywhere, scalp-numbing roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. Song Bing decisively opened the Eye of Taboo. Under the Forbidden Eyes, he discovered that many vegetation in the entire rainforest seemed to have been affected by the apocalypse and had mutated. The most intuitive thing is that it becomes taller and bigger. It's like entering a real magical forest. After walking a certain distance again, Song Bing's footsteps suddenly stopped. Because there is a miasma ahead. Under the Forbidden Eyes, these are not ordinary miasmas. Rather, it is a poisonous miasma containing extremely high concentrations of viruses. These viruses range from level 1 to level 5, and there are even level 6. In other words, even if a 6th level alien comes here, he will have a narrow escape from death. After a pause, Song Bing still raised his feet and continued to step into it. The moment he was wrapped in the miasma, Song Bing seemed to have entered an even weirder world. The whole person became inexplicably psychedelic. But in fact, under the pupil of taboo, it was the viruses in these miasmas that eroded Song Bing's body, trying to keep Song Bing here forever. Unfortunately, they found the wrong target. Song Bing was not affected at all, and even took the initiative to absorb some of the miasma and go back to do research. As it goes deeper, the surrounding miasma becomes more intense and weird. At the same time, a dreamlike light source appeared in Song Bing's field of vision. Under Song Bing's perspective, these were actually some luminous plants. There are flowers, grass, mushrooms, and wild fruits. It looks extremely attractive. It feels like you have really arrived in a magical world. But only Song Bing knew that these vegetations contained terrible poisons, as if infected by this miasma. With curiosity, Song Bing stepped forward, raised his hand, and landed on a vine that glowed with blue light. Sashisha. The next second, the poisonous powder on the blue vines adhered to Song Bing's skin like fluorescent light and quickly eroded away from Song Bing's body. Not only that, the blue vines, like piranha, took the initiative to wrap around Song Bing's wrist crazily. This scene made Song Bing look surprised on his face. However, what is even more surprising is what lies behind. The presence of complete vegetation disease has been detected. Diseased body, vegetation. Disease, grade 3 blue fluorescence. Symptoms, infection with blue fluorescent poison leads to photosynthetic gene mutation, and the blue fluorescent poison corrodes and infects all living things. Song Bing's body trembled, and the system in his brain seemed to have opened a new level of authority, detecting Vine's disease in an instant. Song Bing was stunned. Feeling the information in your mind also opens the door to a new world. You know, all the diseases he has absorbed all this time are from animals. Diseases of plants have never been detected. After all, plant diseases before the apocalypse were too single and common. Now, Facing the mutated third-level vines of the apocalypse, the system seems to have been upgraded, and it has been directly detected. The surprised Songbing tried to absorb it. Ding successfully absorbed level 3, blue fluorescence, merit plus 1000. With just a thought, Blue Vine's disease was absorbed by Songbing. Its blue light quickly faded and gradually turned into an ordinary plant. As for the merits added by Songbing, they remained the same. Invariably, this was the first case of plant disease he absorbed. It's still level 3. It's really possible. That would be really interesting. After Songbing was surprised, his eyes showed sharpness, and his eyes fell on other luminous vegetation. It seems the system wants him to be more than just a veterinarian. Do you still want him to be a plant expert? Then of course he won't be polite. Songbing's brain power immediately spread, covering 100 meters in radius. Facing the glowing and mutated vegetation everywhere is to save it. In contrast, Songbing immediately found a simpler way to collect merit. Songbing searched deeply while searching, not letting go of any place covered by his thoughts. A mutant luminous plant with a maximum level of only 3 or 4 levels was absorbed by Songbing's powerful brain power. All of them were powerless to resist. Songbing even transformed into Shun Nong Bai Chao, and it was nice to see some mutated vegetation. Not only did he absorb it, he also pulled out 2 of them and put them into his backpack. Now that we have the ability to absorb plant diseases, Songbing naturally also plans to enter the field of mutant plants. Let's see if we can make a hybrid change. Maybe by then the blue phoenix could be cultivated and entangled. By then, it won't just be a zoo. Also includes a botanical garden. Songbing absorbed it like this, like a little girl picking mushrooms. However, this relaxing scene did not last long. The natural sense of danger made Songbing's scalp numb. Songbing suddenly raised his head. Hiss hiss. The next second, a huge white python suddenly sprang out from the vines above, opened its sharp fangs, and came towards Songbing to swallow him alive. Songbing mobilized all his muscles and instantly escaped from the python's bite. Bang! The giant white python hit the ground hard, leaving a deep pit. At the same time, its long and thick body crawled out from the vines above. At first glance, the white giant python is white all over and even has a faint fluorescent light. The huge body was as thick as a bucket and more than 10 meters long. What's even more shocking is that there is a pair of raised white sharp horns on top of its head. It was as if he was transforming into a dragon. Between his eyebrows, there are 7 terrifying starlights. Level 7. Coupled with the impact just now, Songbing could see through the level of the white giant python at a glance. It was actually a terrifying existence of level 7. Is it so exciting? Songbing stared at the giant white python, but smiled excitedly. Hiss hiss. Seeing that the small prey in front of him had escaped his sneak attack, the white giant python let out a high-frequency cry and crawled towards Songbing again at an extremely fast speed. Facing a prey of a higher level than himself, Songbing did not dare to be careless and unleashed his taboo pupil to the extreme. The speed of the white giant python quickly slowed down in Songbing's eyes. Bang! The moment the giant python rushed towards him, Songbing once again jumped to the limit to avoid the second blow and fell onto a vine. Hiss hiss. Anger appeared in the giant python's vertical pupils. This time it straightened its body, opened its huge mouth, and the 2 halves of its sharp fangs instantly sprayed black venom at Songbing. The 2 beams of venom dispersed the moment they were shot at high speed, obviously giving Songbing no chance to evade. Of course, Songbing didn't hide, and the wings of tetanus turned into a shield to block in front of him. Corrosive venom suddenly spilled out. The white wings were suddenly corroded and turned black and began to stiffen. It's like being injected with a curing agent. But just for a moment, the wings returned to normal. The eroded vines around it instantly became hard and petrified, completely lost its vitality. Surprise flashed across Songbing's face. Attracted to this strange toxicity, he could clearly feel that the wings had solidified just now, but they only healed themselves in an instant. The venom is perfectly absorbed by tetanus wings. Hiss hiss. The white python's vertical pupils clearly showed human shock. Apparently, he didn't expect that any living thing could be immune to the effects of his own venom. But just for a moment, its body stood taller. Like a king cobra. The only difference is that its green vertical pupils were divided into two, turning into two strange double pupils, one large and one small. Song Bing's expression couldn't help but change. Hiss hiss. The next second, the giant python made that low-frequency harsh sound again. But the difference was that this time it was accompanied by a terrifying brain power, attacking Song Bing's brain. It was like countless invisible sharp needles, penetrating through the brain and shooting towards Song Bing's consciousness. Chong. Song Bing's weird brain power enabled Song Bing's thinking brain and reverse scale to activate at the same time. Song Bing's eyes had a strange color, and he looked into the white python's double pupils. Whoops! The next second, Song Bing took the initiative and stopped testing. This giant white python is weird. He had to take it seriously. Seeing that Song Bing was coming to kill him, the giant white python opened its bloody mouth again and bit him. At the same time, its double eye attack continues to be activated. Bang! Two figures, one large and one small, approached in an instant, and Song Bing's speed suddenly increased. Like a ghostly figure, it narrowly missed the giant python's bloody mouth. Immediately, he jumped through the air and landed behind the giant python. The next second, Song Bing directly used his ultimate move. Level 6 Kidney Ruins Palm. Level 6 Cerebral Thrombosis Fist. Level 6 Estrus Feet. Level 6 Sochong Fist. The fists and kicks landed on every part of the giant python like a shadow, and every time it was a trick that Song Bing could improve. Ho 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 ho. The giant python roared, and with Song Bing's last punch, its huge body flew out on the spot and hit a tree. But its soft body quickly took advantage of the situation and wrapped around the big tree, spitting out black snakes, and stared at Song Bing. Just when it was about to pounce again, its double pupils shrank significantly due to the changes in its body. The frequency of brain power also weakened by half in an instant. Song Bing felt that the disease he was sending had taken effect. Generally, low-level diseases have little effect on high-level diseases. So Song Bing specially sent these ones who specialize in vital points. This will definitely help. Hiss hiss. At this time, the strangeness of the body made the white giant python angry, and it immediately looked up to the sky and roared. The violent force even broke the big tree. Seeing that the effect was good, Song Bing immediately rushed out, intending to kill it quickly. Hiss 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 hiss. The moment Song Bing came out, the leaves of the surrounding vines moved. The next second, all kinds of snakes were seen crawling towards this side crazily among the vines and ground in all directions. Apparently, the python was sending out a summons signal just now. It is the snake king of this miasma. Did you come to the snake den? Song Bing suddenly felt his scalp numb, but his eyes instantly became sharp. Since the white python is the snake king, he must fight quickly. It hurts the balls. Taking advantage of his speed, Song Bing circled behind the white giant python again and punched it 7 inches away. What kind of disease can transcend levels and amplify infinitely? Song Bing thought about it for a long time. Got inspiration recently. Therefore, various painful diseases were integrated and finally upgraded and improved. Created a brand new disease. Egg ache. As soon as the disease appeared, the pain level reached an unprecedented high. There are no unnecessary bells and whistles, just one word: hurts. Below the same level, all males can instantly lose their combat effectiveness. It even hurts to death. At the next level, it's like a 7 or 8-year-old child striking an adult. You can definitely reach the point where you can kill the enemy beyond the level. Ding failed to deliver the disease. The sick body was detected to be a female snake. However, when Song Bing punched out with confidence, the confident smile on his face instantly froze. Why is it actually a female? It's so big, but it's female. This was something Song Bing didn't notice. Although he has clairvoyance, he can't just look at the male and female first when fighting, right? The white giant python was blown away, but it quickly got up without feeling anything strange and immediately rushed towards Song Bing angrily. Hiss hiss. At the same time, countless snakes around him were crawling towards Song Bing. They were of different sizes, shapes, and levels, which made people feel numb. But Song Bing didn't care about these snakes, and it didn't matter even if he was bitten. His attention always fell on the white giant python that was coming towards him. This time, Song Bing did not hide anymore, and instantly grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the rushing snake. Bang! The terrifying power of the giant snake instantly flew Song Bing into the air, leaving long marks on the ground. But Song Bing's terrifying power also prevented him from shutting up. The wings of tetanus unfolded, and while Song Bing maintained his balance, light flashed between his hands. A new disease is brewing and escalating. If your balls hurt, then let's do a peeling punch. Song Bing's eyes flashed sharply, and he thought of one of the snake's weaknesses. That's the peeling period. Let it peel off a layer of skin first, and then take the opportunity to remove it. It happened that he had mastered the disease related to itchy and peeling skin. At this moment, it was this disease that he was brewing to escalate. Hiss hiss. The white giant python sprayed venom at Song Bing again. At close range, both beams of venom fell on Song Bing's chest. It instantly corroded Song Bing's clothes, but activated the reverse scales on Song Bing's skin. The paths flow against the grain, blocking the erosion of the venom and absorbing the venom at the same time. But even so, Song Bing still felt a corroding and solidifying pain. This shows how terrifying python venom is. If this poison falls on a level 6 person, Song Bing can guarantee that no matter how strong the opponent is, he will definitely die. Unless the other party is the same as him. You're done coming, it's my turn. Look at the incredible expression in the giant python's eyes. Song Bing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile. The next second, the newly fused level 6 disease was sent out from Song Bing's hands. Ding successfully sent level 6, itch, merit -1 million. Ho 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 ho. The giant white python ferociously rushed Song Bing into a big tree. The thick trees exploded. But the next second, the giant python's eyes dilated and its body began to swing unbearably. On the white scales, some tiny red spots are visible to the naked eye. It immediately lost its desire to continue attacking Song Bing, and its grown body squirmed crazily, rubbing against everything around it. The effect is here. Song Bing, who was under the tree trunk, saw this and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The figure then surged up and rushed towards the white giant python. Bang! A punch blasted out from below, sending the white python that was caught off guard flying away on the spot. Roar! It roared at Song Bing. But not even a second later, it started to itch unbearably again, and I continued to look for something to rub against. Let me wipe it for you. Song Bing continued to come, grabbing his giant tail and throwing it towards a patch of thorns. Then with a swish in the air, its huge body swung its tail and flew away just to prevent you from scratching it. It itches you to death. Ho 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 ho. The giant python was angry. Its eyes were scarlet red. Under Brain's high-frequency roar, the snakes around him continued to crawl towards Song Bing as if they had been given blood. But Song Bing didn't pay attention to these little snakes at all, letting them bite him or wrap around his hands and feet. Even if the body is wrapped around it. Didn't even open his eyes. What else can you do besides getting spit all over him? Of course, occasionally there were some blind ones that bit into places they shouldn't have, so Song Bing pulled them away casually. The main one is that I am invulnerable to all poisons, and I am willful. Seeing this scene, the giant python's double eyes widened a little more like a human. It immediately turned around and crawled toward the dense vines, obviously aware of the strangeness of Song Bing. This is not a prey, but a living bodhisattva. If you want to run away, there's no way. You're mine. Song Bing showed a wicked smile. Looking at the white python is like looking at a baby. Where can I let him escape? Song Bing's wings were fully opened, his speed surged, and he appeared behind the white giant python in the next second. In one fell swoop, he hugged the opponent's big white tail. Not to mention, it feels pretty good. Roar! The white giant python was struggling wildly with half of its body hidden among the vines, playing tug-of-war with Song Bing. But I found that it couldn't be pulled out at all. Roar! The angry white python's head suddenly rushed out from the vines behind it, forming a closed loop with its tail. It opened its bloody mouth and planned to take the opportunity to swallow this hateful guy. But Song Bing's eyes lit up, waiting for the python's head. Immediately, Song Bing decisively abandoned his tail, turned around, and grabbed his pair of big white teeth again. Plus a volley. Successfully climbed onto the python's head. Puff! The two wings immediately inserted into the eyes of the white giant python. Ho 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 ho. It suddenly became unbearable and wanted to get rid of Song Bing. But this time Song Bing would not fulfill its wish. The wings are like sharp claws, inserted firmly. At the same time, the catalytic disease attack mode is turned on. Ho 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 ho. The white giant python suddenly itched as if a person's hands and feet were restrained. Under Song Bing's constant catalysis, it was more like Song Bing restrained him and kept tickling him. The giant python kept struggling and became more and more itchy. The huge body kept beating around, ruthlessly destroying the surrounding vines, and it was still difficult to relieve. It continued to send out calls, causing the surrounding snakes to continuously attack Song Bing. But this time, under the wings of tetanus, Song Bing was like a defensive parasite, adhering to it without revealing any flaws. Just like the two elephants on the other side. Those snakes that pounced on Song Bing couldn't do anything about it. Ho 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 ho. The white python had insight into this scene, suffering from the complications of several level 6 diseases. Humanity is broken. The wildly swinging giant tail swung towards Song Bing, not caring about hurting yourself. Bang! The giant tail hit his head hard, like a giant python injuring itself. Give yourself a slap in the face. Its huge figure suddenly hit the ground heavily. As for this terrifying one, Song Bing, who was also suffering from the convulsions, had stars in his eyes. There were even cracks on the tetanus wings of the shield, and they were almost broken. But under Song Bing's terrifying self-healing power, the cracks quickly recovered visible to the naked eye. The white giant python does not have as good recovery power as Song Bing. Under this all-out attack, it was so lifeless that it collapsed to the ground. The head bleeds, and the scales collapse. Obviously, he came with the determination to die together with Song Bing. This, Mart, is so cruel. I almost died. Song Bing struggled to climb up from the top of the giant python. Although he was in pain, he ignored the various poisonous snakes that continued to crawl around and quickly took the opportunity to catch the disease. Ding! Successfully absorbed level 7 double eye stone poison, merit plus 10 million. It had been a long time since he had poured tens of millions of strengthening merit points into the kidney ruins at once, and Song Bing suddenly felt satisfied. This is 10 million, equivalent to 10 level 6. It's simply not too fun, seeing that the white python has lost the protection of the 7th level virus. It is being eroded by the disease that was just sent. Song Bing immediately struck while the iron was hot and took back the diseases he had just given away. Then send out small seed syndrome. Various snakes continued to crawl around. Some attacked Song Bing, while others crawled towards the white giant python, obviously protecting the Snake King. However, the next second, the huge white python began to shrink. In an instant, it transformed into a slender white snake no more than the size of a thumb. The snakes that crawled over were immediately stunned. Song Bing put the smaller white python into the cage with his backhand. When he saw these snakes attacking him, he immediately calmed down and stopped politely. Since you are so loyal, let's go together to accompany your snake queen. As a result, Song Bing suddenly became a snake catcher. Of course, there were so many snakes that they were almost everywhere. Naturally, it is impossible to bring everything back. Just pick the poisonous and aggressive ones. I picked up all kinds of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Not long after, Song Bing finally picked out the miasma area. In addition to the 2 large bags of snakes in his hands, there is also a lot of vegetation behind it. It can be said to be a full harvest. It's finally out. Song Bing stepped out of the last miasma barrier and suddenly felt like he had been reborn. It has to be said that this miasma has no effect on him. But it was so weird inside. Unspeakable danger. It's better to come out early. However, when his eyes moved 100 meters forward, Song Bing's smile suddenly stiffened. Just because on that lawn 100 meters away, a patterned tiger with huge forelimbs and fangs growing out of its mouth was eating a wild deer. Feel the strange movement coming from the miasma. The patterned tiger raised his eyes like cataracts. Eye to eye with Song Bing. The picture was still, and I felt awkward. Hi, how are you? Seeing this, Song Bing took the initiative to smile and say hello, breaking the awkwardness. Ho 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 ho. Unexpectedly, the mutated tiger didn't appreciate it at all. When it saw Song Bing, it immediately pounced on him with bloodthirsty. The venison I had only eaten a few bites at my feet was no longer fragrant. Seeing this, Song Bing stopped talking nonsense, put down everything on his body, and walked forward to meet him. Two figures, one man and one tiger, came through the wind. The mutated tiger jumped up, its sharp claws cut through the air, and clawed straight at Songbing. Above the eye-catching king character on its forehead, 6 yellow rays of light lit up at each end of the 3 horizontal lines. Songbing opened the forbidden pupil, capturing the opponent's movements and determining the opponent's gender immediately. However, it is still a female. Why is it a female again? Songbing suddenly felt helpless. He originally wanted to try the egg pain fist he had developed. In that case, let's try my newly developed boxing technique that is suitable for both men and women. But soon, Songbing's eyes became sharp again. Precisely dodged to avoid the claws of the mutated tiger. Songbing charged up his fist and punched the mutated tiger in the abdomen. Meanwhile, new research upgrades a disease that spans species. Level 6 Ant Fist. Bang! The mutated tiger immediately flew out sideways, creating a deep pit several meters long on the ground. But soon, it struggled to get up and wanted to fight again, but the next second it felt a burst of abdominal pain. Its lower body staggered. After walking a few steps, my stomach was filled with blood. Apparently, Ant Quan played a role. It instantly brought it to a weak stage. Songbing continued to charge, fell from the sky, and sat heavily on the head of the mutated tiger. He bent his struggling front legs on the spot. The main character is an ant who wants to kill you while you are here. Ho 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 ho. Even if he was in a period of weakness for no apparent reason, the mutated tiger was still fierce and turned around to continue biting Songbing. Worthy of being a tigress, but its toughness was met with Songbing's heavy blows like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. The scene soon became a famous scene of Wu Song fighting a tiger. But obviously, the tiger Wu Song defeated was definitely not as fierce as Songbing. The 6th level mutated tiger had no resistance at all in Songbing's hands. Although he was very tough, he soon succumbed to Songbing's fists. It wasn't until he saw that he was completely limp that Songbing began to suffer from the disease. Ding successfully absorbed level 6, Bone Core, merit plus 1 million. As its disease was absorbed by Songbing, the huge mutated tiger quickly became as docile as a puppy. Just like the white lion harvested in Feijo Prairie. Songbing thoughtfully took out the cage, lifted it up, and loaded it in one go. After solving the mutated tiger, Songbing continued to deepen. The humidity in this forest area is greater, and it seems to have reached the center of the rainforest. Along the way, Songbing once again encountered several sneak attacks by mutant animals, the highest of which were level 6. But compared with the animals that are everywhere in the Feijo Prairie, this rainforest has much fewer animals. Not to mention too few. But because of the dense vegetation, they are basically hidden and difficult to find. Therefore, Songbing basically accepted all the findings. The most mutated animals among these, besides the snakes before, are the flying mutated birds and beasts. The most troublesome thing is a level 6 ferocious mutated 3-headed eagle. Although he was only at the 6th level, Songbing chased him to the sky before he surrendered. Compared with the little flowers I met before, they are simply dwarfed. Of course, in addition to mutated animals, Songbing also encountered a lot of mutated vegetation. Most of them contain fruit seeds, resembling durian, resembling dragon fruit, resembling a mango. It looks like a lantern. There are various kinds. Basically, the meat is big and plump, even plumper than the previous fruits. There are even some that are glowing and look very appetizing. But the bad news is, all of them are poisonous or viral. Can't eat it at all. I absolutely ate it all. But even so, Songbing accepted everything. Don't forget, he now has another identity as a botanist. It's getting daylight. Songbing explored almost all night and gained a lot, but he still felt that he had not explored 1/10 of the rainforest. Of course, another bad thing is that Songbing really wants to find some mutated pheasants for his good disciple and go back to reform him, so that AI Xiaoshu can have endless chicken. But along the way, all these carnivorous mutant animals came to find him. Mutated pheasant? Not even a hair could be seen on him. It is estimated that those mutated animals are even hungrier than AI Xiaoshu. It has been eaten up long ago. Pigeon, pigeon, pigeon. Just when Songbing was looking for him for a long time and was about to give up. The crow of a chicken that he had dreamed of coming from 100 meters away instantly lifted his spirits. although the voice has changed a bit. But Song Bing could still tell that this was most likely a mutated chicken. Song Bing immediately gave up on capturing the mutated ferocious beast, opened his forbidden eyes, and looked in the direction where the chicken sound came from. Sure enough, I saw it, 100 meters away. A mutated third-level chicken with red and yellow patterns and white tail feathers raised high, about the size of a pig, was looking for a poisonous centipede that was mutated like a long snake in a bush. After just a few encounters, the poisonous centipede was subdued by the mutated chicken. Song Bing quietly sneaked into the corner of the bushes. But there was no rush to take action. Instead, he quietly followed the mutated chicken toward a denser and darker bush. The surrounding vegetation is even more lush, with almost no sunlight coming through. The branches and leaves above the head are obviously much larger than those in other places. Just a leaf can basically be used as a blanket, you can believe it. But Song Bing paid no attention to this and followed the chicken with his attention. Since the chicken caught the prey for the first time, he did not enjoy eating it himself. What does that mean? It means that this chicken is not single, but must have a family. Sure enough, Song Bing followed quietly, and the mutated chicken that was flying and stopping finally accelerated upward and flew into the branch covered by leaves above his head. Look at it with forbidden eyes. Surrounded by the hidden leaves and branches, what is it but a huge chicken coop? In addition to the mutated male pheasant that just entered, there is also a mutated hen that is hatching eggs. Obviously, this means that AI Xiaoxiu will have a steady stream of chickens to eat from now on. Song Bing took action instantly and flew into the top of the tree. 2 level 3 mutated chickens instantly exploded. But in front of Song Bing, he obviously had no qualifications to escape. With one look, their diseases were absorbed in an instant. Give me another paralysis. 2 chickens fell into the chicken coop on the spot. The family is neat and tidy. Song Bing stepped forward. I just wanted to finish it all in one pot. Sasha. The large leaves around suddenly moved. It seemed as if he suddenly came to life, wrapping around Song Bing. It even released a corrosive venom. Feeling a terrible sense of suffocation and corrosive toxicity, Song Bing's pupils shrank, and his wings of tetanus bloomed decisively, breaking through these large leaves and quickly falling back to the ground. Sasha. The leaves above the head and the leaves in the direction from which it came continued to pursue and wrap up. Song Bing's face changed slightly, and he could only keep retreating towards the inside. The surroundings suddenly became very spacious, and there was no tree or vegetation blocking it, only huge leaves falling on the ground. There is also an unpleasant smell of infernal corpses. Song Bing seemed to be driven into a dark space with heavy moisture. There is no life at all. Until Song Bing was in front of him, he suddenly heard 2 beast roars. Song Bing looked at it intently, and his expression suddenly changed. Under the claustrophobic dark space, the leaves rustled, as if Song Bing was coming from all directions. Under Song Bing's taboo eyes, in the center of 100 meters ahead, was the trunk of a big tree as thick as a mountain. Looking upward, thick tree trunks soar into the sky, and branches and leaves continue to branch and spread. Like a giant mushroom, it swallows and covers everything around it, covering the space of hundreds of meters into its own domain. It is like a towering ancient tree, blocking out the sky and the sun, towering into the clouds, and a single tree forms a forest. Song Bing was shocked and speechless for a moment. There are such big trees in this world, and I didn't react until now. And what was the roar he heard just now? Sasha. The wrapped leaves brought Song Bing back from his thoughts. Facing these tough leaves as big as carpets, Song Bing's eyes flickered for a moment, and he simply stopped resisting. The wings were released to protect him, wrapping him up like an iron egg. The leaves twine at the same time. Just like the first time, he wrapped up Song Bing and brought it little by little to the higher branches. As the packages in the leaves alternate, Song Bing can clearly feel that he is being transported, heading towards the main trunk. Not long after, Song Bing finally saw the main trunk of the tree, which was as big as a building. A few leaves stick the Song Bing package to the bark. Immediately afterwards, Song Bing felt that he was being swallowed and absorbed by the trunk. It's obviously meant to be taken as nutrition. Song Bing's heart inexplicably rose to his throat, but he still didn't take the initiative to attack, until it was completely swallowed up. Immediately, Song Bing felt as if he was plummeting, as if the trunk was a bottomless pit, and itself is falling. It looks like a hollow structure inside a baobab tree. Bang! After falling for an unknown amount of time, Song Bing finally landed, but he felt that his body was soft and his body was still sinking downwards. It was like falling into a swamp. Ho 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 ho. What's even weirder is that the two strange beast roars heard before are extremely clear now. It's like being right next to you. Song Bing quickly spread his wings. I found myself in a deep magical cave glowing with emerald green fluorescence. There are emerald green veins all around that look like blood veins, and the emerald green liquid in them is transported upwards, like the blood veins of life, as far as the eye can see. Under his feet, it was like a piece of emerald green swamp liquid, swallowing up Song Bing bit by bit. As soon as it was exposed, Song Bing's feet were already trapped in it, being swallowed by these emerald green liquids. Song Bing tried to pull it out, but found that his feet were firmly attached and could not be pulled out at all. Ho 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 ho. What was even more horrifying was that not far from Song Bing, there were two mutated giant bears, one gray and one gold, struggling desperately. Both bears were terrifying level 5 mutant beasts, but at this moment they were both filled with fear. This is obviously the source of the beast's roar just now. But at this moment, they seem to be the same as Song Bing. They are all prey to be devoured. Song Bing glanced at it and decisively opened his eyes of taboo. Under the forbidden eyes, he saw through it all. At this moment, he was actually inside the towering tree. In other words, the emerald green bottomless pit in front of you is the internal empty space of this towering ancient tree. It looks like a man-eating tree is devouring them. The presence of high-risk vegetation diseases has been detected. Diseased body, vegetation. Disease, level 7 genetic mutation. Level 7. In that case, let's see whether you devour me first or I devour you first. The sound of the system made Song Bing's eyes sharp. Unexpectedly, he just wanted to catch a chicken for AI Xiaoshou, but he would encounter a 7th level plant by chance. The highest he caught along the way was a level 4 plant. Not to mention level 6. There is not even level 5. As a result, it suddenly crossed 3 levels. How could this not shock Song Bing? The system is excited. In this case, let's have a game between real men. During this gap, the emerald green corrosive liquid also swallowed up Song Bing's head bit by bit. This time, Song Bing no longer resisted, but held his breath and sank into it. While being swallowed by this 7th level ancient tree, it also absorbed its diseases crazily. This is truly comprehensive. Song Bing has only been used on 2 people so far. Wow! Outside, huge towering ancient trees suddenly began to sway. Suddenly, the branches and leaves hundreds of meters in radius were moved and rustled. It seems painful. Within the roots of the ancient tree, Song Bing was completely immersed in the emerald green liquid. This is equivalent to the digestive gastric juice of the ancient tree. It is also equivalent to its lifeblood. From the moment it swallows Song Bing, you must be prepared to be absorbed by Song Bing. The two began to compete. The emerald green liquid swallowed Song Bing as if it was alive. The terrifying corrosiveness seems to be able to instantly melt all living things and turn them into nutrients. Song Bing's clothes melted instantly. But when the liquid continued to corrode Song Bing's skin, reverse scale was actively activated. A series of reverse lines instantly covered Song Bing's body, becoming more and more dazzling as the corrosion of the emerald green liquid increased. Song Bing suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were covered by a strange light, and the tetanus wings behind him also glowed. Under reverse scale, Song Bing's other attributes were instantly enhanced. The suction is stronger. Salsa. The ancient tree swayed even more violently, and countless leaves and branches were broken. Even branches with long roots in the distance were uprooted. It seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to devour Song Bing anymore. Song Bing immediately wanted to squeeze out the emerald green liquid and did not want to swallow it. But how could Song Bing be able to fulfill his wish? Just make a fierce move and dive down. If he says he won't swallow it, he won't. So who is he? You have to swallow it today if you don't want to. Sasha. The ancient tree collapsed, just like the lion in Shichinoling swallowed Sun Wukong, unable to vomit even if he wanted to. All the branches within hundreds of meters of it swayed wildly. Suddenly a strong wind roared, and many beasts in the dark were frightened and fled away. But obviously, all this is to no avail. Inside the tree hole, Song Bing has gradually felt the life of the ancient tree disappear. At the same time, he gradually understood the existence of his disease. It's over. Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and finally dived to the bottom. His ghost hand came out, and the moment he landed on the ground, Ding successfully absorbed the 7th level genetic mutation, Merit plus 10 million. With the ancient tree's last painful struggle, Song's disease finally took away its disease. The crazy swaying of the outside world also stopped instantly. The leaves and branches seemed to have lost some spirituality in an instant. It was like being hollowed out by Song Bing. Obviously, Song Bing won this mutually devouring game. Under the thick trunk, Song Bing put on new clothes and walked out of a tree whole safe and sound. In addition, in Song Bing's hands, he also carried 2 little bears one by one. Surprisingly, they were the first 2 gray and gold mutated bears. There was no need for Song Bing to take any action. It was simply a free gift from the ancient tree. Of course, at first, Song Bing simply wanted to buy a chicken coop. After putting the 2 cubs into the cage, Song Bing continued to the withered old tree, raised his hand, and landed on it. While healing its injuries, it will also be sent out to treat minor diseases of the vegetation. Naturally, he would not let go of such a precious tree. It must be taken away together. Soon, a single tree became a forest of towering ancient trees under Song Bing's touch. Visible restoration of life. Then, it started to shrink. Among the branches and leaves of the vast forest, animals that were lured to live here fell out one after another. Those who still had life force quickly fled in confusion. What had been wrapped for a long time and had lost its vitality had long since turned into a corpse. Among them was the nest of chickens that Song Bing originally wanted to find. In this regard, Song Bing ignored the animals that escaped or died. Instead, he concentrated on healing the ancient tree. Compared with these animals, the ancient trees at this moment are obviously more cost-effective. The ancient tree kept shrinking for half an hour and finally turned into the size of a small tree. The little tree is full of life again. The branches are lush and leafy, looking like a carefully selected potted plant. Otherwise, we would not have this opportunity under this apocalypse. Song Bing skillfully dug it up by the roots, put it into a carefully selected, beautiful potted plant, and then picked it up with love. At the same time, the nest of pheasants and 2 bears were also suspended in the air under Song Bing's mental power. Back to Song Bing. Song Bing continued to look far away, looking at the many animal carcasses scattered around. Basically, they are entangled with ancient trees and used as nutrition. What is left behind are basically corpses. Some have even turned into bones. They're all dead. Song Bing looked around and couldn't help but look disappointed. And just when Song Bing was about to leave with the existing loot, a faint breath of life suddenly fluctuated under the coverage of his brain power. Song Bing stopped and looked in the direction of the aura fluctuations. 100 meters behind him, among a pile of animal carcasses, he saw a monkey with golden hair, its heart beating weakly. It opened its eyes weakly, just in time to see Song Bing, who was about to leave. Song Bing couldn't help but look surprised, but after thinking for a moment, he brought it with him. It just so happened that there were no monkeys among the animals he collected. Although this monkey seems to be only level 2. But as long as the vitality is tenacious in his hands, miracles may be born. Song Bing was hugging a tree, with a chicken coop, 2 bears, and a monkey floating behind him. Just left this area. Then in a secret place, he continued to bring the giant pythons, tigers, etc. he had searched before, as well as a lot of vegetation. Then he returned in the direction he came from. Song Bing could feel that there were more mysterious and terrifying things in this rainforest. But he didn't explore further. First, he has collected enough animals and plants. Secondly, he is also a little weak. Whether it's the sea, Feijo, or today's rainforest, it felt like he was in another world. No more blue star. In other words, in this apocalyptic apocalypse, it's not just the plants and animals on Blue Star that have changed. It's the whole Blue Star. It seems to be evolving and growing too. The journey back was much easier. It is not only familiarity with the environment, but also Song Bing's judgment of unknown dangers. This is a side trip to the jungle. Isn't it a kind of strict experience that Song Bing gave himself? The unknown and terrifying shadow at the bottom of the sea, facing attacks from various mutant beasts of the same level. He even fought against giant white pythons and towering ancient trees that were higher than him. Song Bing almost always fought all the way. Even when facing a situation that could crush him, Song Bing chose to fight hand-to-hand. So along the way, these beasts kept fighting, and Song Bing's combat experience increased by an unknown amount. At least it's not comparable to what it was before. Soon, Song Bing easily walked out of the miasma area, grabbing a few more beautiful spicy sticks along the way. When I arrived at the original parking spot, I found AI Xiaoxiu lying leisurely on the roof of the car, while eating chicken, while using his tail to play with a group of wolves that came to attack him. The tails of this group of wolves were tied together and wrapped around the surrounding trees. AI Xiaoxiu whipped them with his tail. That Wolf King is a level 5 mutant beast. At this moment, AI Xiaoxiu had already been beaten to the point of losing his temper. The entire wolf completely collapsed on the ground. AI Xiaoxiu didn't even take a second look and carefully tasted the chicken left by Song Bing. Song Bing, who was returning home with a full load not far away, couldn't help but twitching his mouth when he saw this scene. This girl is young, but she knows how to play. Suddenly, AI Xiaoxiu's nimble little Qiong nose twitched, and he instantly discovered Song Bing, who had returned from the dense forest with a full load. He immediately said happily, "Shifu, you are back. These wild wolves are so cunning. They want to attack the small animals in the car. Fortunately, I found it in time. I'll show you something nice." Song Bing smiled, and the chicken coop behind him flew towards AI Xiaoxiu. He came to the car and loaded the loot one by one. Naturally, this also includes the group of wolves that came for a sneak attack. Now that you're here, let's go together and contribute to his sick zoo. Pheasant, what a pheasant. Shifu, I love you so much. AI Xiaoxiu looked at the two mutated pheasants that were anesthetized in the chicken coop, and tears of emotion flowed from the corners of his mouth. That's it for now. If you keep it for later, I can make you many more pheasants to eat. Song Bing reminded him kindly. Really? AI Xiaoxiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, don't forget what your master did before. Song Bing raised his lips slightly. He had already loaded all the animals and plants and got into the car. Shifu, let's go back quickly. AI Xiaoxiu returned to the passenger seat holding the chicken coop, as if he had found a treasure. She seemed impatient. No need for her to say anything. Song Bing drove the vehicle and accelerated towards the outside of the rainforest. Enough has been collected now. Naturally, it was time to go back quickly. Although Shili was there, he was relieved. But to prevent the Apocalypse organization from finding him and getting angry and moving to Manhua, naturally, he didn't dare to waste any more time. Vehicles loaded with flora and fauna returned the same way they came. We had the same path we had taken when we came, and it was already daylight. The return trip was significantly faster. As the car drove out of the rainforest, it felt like it had been reborn. The early morning sun shines on the car body. But at this moment, Song Bing seemed to have thought of something. He looked at AI Xiaoxiu and said, "Xiaoxiu, please get out of the car again." "Shifu, what are you going to do again?" AI Xiaoxiu was confused, but he jumped onto the driver's seat obediently. His little feet grew longer and took over from Song Bing, who had flipped out of the roof of the car. "Go explore the road ahead. There may be some itchy beasts waiting for me to treat them." Song Bing explained with a smile and put on his white coat on the roof of the car. The moment when the white coat is put on, Song Bing's figure also disappeared on the roof of the car. At the same time, among villages a few kilometers away in the rainforest, several figures had already been waiting in ambush all night. In the southeast, there is an empty and backward village surrounding it. Nearly 100 figures armed with machetes lay in wait here all night, just waiting for the arrival of Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu. It's been so long. Is that guy still coming out? It's been a whole night. Maybe it's been eaten by the ferocious beast inside, right? That's right. Late last night, I heard the roar of a beast coming from inside. If you go in here, no one will come out alive. What a pity. That whole truck of supplies probably contains a lot of delicacies in the city. And that little girl, wasted. Asshole, that guy is such a country bumpkin. He was stupid enough to die. What are you doing? Be serious. Everyone who had been waiting all night couldn't help but talk. They all believed that Song Bing would never come out. The sound soon reached the hidden depths inside a makeshift hut. What's going on outside? Boss Sha lay leisurely on the rocking chair, glanced outside, and said, replying to the boss, the brothers have been watching all night, but there is no movement at all. Everyone guesses that the person is probably dead inside. A leader stepped forward and said respectfully. Hearing this, Boss Sha frowned slightly and immediately said in a cold voice, keep guarding. If they haven't come out yet, send a few slaves in to look for them. The supplies don't matter. I must find that little girl. The faces of several leaders changed slightly, but they still gritted their teeth and nodded. Yes, boss. Boss Sha continued to lie on the rocking chair, but closed his eyes and said impatiently, I'm very angry now. The women huddled in the corner with their dogs on leashes heard the words and understood instantly. Immediately frightened, he stepped forward to take action. You, and you, let me go into the rainforest to look for you. The boss said that as long as you find the little girl, even if it is a corpse, you will be given a big reward. In the ambush circle on the only way to the rainforest, a one-eyed dogleg was ordered to name several low-status cannon fodder on the spot and go to the rainforest to search. These people and their gang are basically slaves and used as cannon fodder. When several cannon fodder heard this, their faces immediately turned pale. Compared to the so-called big pie reward, they obviously care more about their lives. What? Do you want to disobey the order? The one-eyed man narrowed one eye, and several of his men behind him immediately walked out and pulled out their knives. It seemed that if a few people dared to refuse, they would be given lunchboxes on the spot. Several people were frightened and nodded quickly. No need to go. I'm here. But before they could walk out, a calm and out-of-place voice interrupted everything. The people who were in ambush looked for a way out, only to find that in the ambush circle, a handsome doctor wearing a white coat had arrived here at some unknown time. Who are you? The one-eyed man asked subconsciously. His first reaction was to think that Song Bing was a doctor in their gang. But their doctors don't seem to have such clean white coats. Not even such a young and handsome young doctor, right? You guys are guarding here. Are you sick and need treatment? Song Bing did not answer Duyan's words, but looked around and asked seriously. He is a doctor. He only treats diseases and never kills innocent people indiscriminately. Before everyone was stunned, the short man who had survived that night by hiding his aura suddenly spoke tremblingly and backed away. Everyone immediately became tense. The one-eyed man's eyes narrowed, and he immediately gave a fierce order. Get it for me. Capture this guy alive. Your Majesty will give you a big reward. Obviously, he didn't expect that Song Bing would come to his door on his own. I didn't expect Song Bing to come out alive. Of course, there were many things he didn't expect. In an instant, all the people who had been ordered to kill Song Bing with knives in order to get rewards. It seems you are really sick. Don't worry, I will treat you. Song Bing spoke calmly and stepped out at the same time. However, when facing these vicious people, Song Bing put his hands in his pockets and had no intention of taking action. On the other hand, when these gang members came within 10 meters of Song Bing, they all revealed their murderous intent and slashed at Song Bing with their knives without mercy. Unfortunately, the next second, the knives in their hands suddenly changed direction and slashed at them with the same killing intent. Their expressions quickly turned to horror, and they immediately wanted to stop the killing with good intentions. But he found that the butcher's knife could not be stopped at the moment of cutting. Puff, puff, puff. The butcher knives stained with sin, like bullets in fate, turned around and struck at them at this moment. Before they died, each of them stared with shock and horror in their eyes. When the people rushing from behind saw this scene, they were so frightened that they quickly wanted to retreat. It's a pity that the butcher knife they raised can't be put down. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever Song Bing passed, the ambushers who raised their butcher knives to kill all committed suicide with their knives. It seems like committing suicide. It seems to be atonement. Of course, this is not the case, but veterinary Song is helping them treat their illnesses. The method of treating this disease is called reincarnation. The medical fee is their merit. The leaders such as One Eye at the rear turned pale with fright when they saw this shocking scene. He turned around and wanted to run away, even if their level is very high. But I still didn't have the courage to fight. Unfortunately, when they turned around and fled several hundred meters away, Song Bing had already appeared in front of them. Ah! Several people raised their heads, their pupils constricted. Song Bing finally stretched out a hand from his pocket, a little bit out of thin air. Bang! Oh! The last eye of the one-eyed man exploded on the spot, completely becoming eyeless. In the hay shed deep in the ambush circle, Boss Sha was experiencing artificial fire reduction. Suddenly, the short man who was the first to escape came to report in a panic. Being interrupted at the critical moment, Boss Sha looked displeased, but thought of something and immediately kicked away the women who were descending from the fire. He sat up with sharp eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Is that guy coming out? Is the little girl still there?" The short man was frightened by Song Bing's terrifying power just now, and he was gasping for breath during his extreme escape. He stammered for a while. "What the hell? Please straighten your tongue before you speak. Otherwise I will cut it for you." Boss Sha showed displeasure and kicked the short man away. The short man was so frightened that he immediately stopped stuttering. But the next second, his body suddenly rose into the air, exploded out of thin air, and blood spread all over the ground. Boss Sha's expression changed drastically, and in the blood mist, a strange figure in a white coat had walked towards him. The leader of the gang instantly became alert, staring intently ahead. Between his arms, streaks of lightning tore through his clothes and emerged. Level 5. As Song Bing stepped out of the blood mist, his gaze fell on the leader who was determined to kill them, and he immediately saw through the level of the leader's illness. It also possesses the rare ability to store and discharge electricity, much like the electric muscle he gave to Zhang Taizhu. No wonder they can be so unscrupulous. "Who are you?" "We, the Freedom Gang, have no grudge against you. Why did you kill my men?" Upon seeing Song Bing's extraordinary demeanor, Sha Laoda's heart trembled. He dared not act rashly, and instead asked cautiously. "The young man in front of me was able to get here in such a short time. This is enough to prove that he is very likely a powerful being of the same level as him." "No grudge? You've been lying in ambush here, haven't you? Just waiting for me, haven't you?" Song Bing revealed a playful smile, then his mind raced. An invisible force instantly bound Boss Sha and lifted him up. The eldest brother's pupils suddenly contracted. He realized what was happening and tried to unleash a lightning attack, but found that he couldn't break free at all. He looked again at the handsome young man in the white coat in front of him, his body trembling uncontrollably. He finally realized that the two of them were very likely not on the same level. "This, brother, it's a misunderstanding. This must all be a misunderstanding. I'm the head of this village. We can discuss things together." The leader of the demons turned pale instantly. Faced with this overwhelming attack, he lost all desire to fight and immediately adopted a humble attitude. "I've diagnosed you, and this isn't a misunderstanding. You're terminally ill and need to be reincarnated for treatment. Go in peace. I hope you can turn over a new leaf and be a good person in your next life." Song Bingping spoke calmly, delivering his judgment in the gentlest tone a veterinarian could muster, while simultaneously racking his brains. Ah! The leader's body twisted in midair, crackling with lightning. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. Ding successfully absorbed a level 5 electric storage cell, merit plus 100,000. With another 100,000 merits added to his account, Song Bing's total accumulated merits for strengthening the body have reached over 90 million, which is very close to achieving a small goal. After treating all the patients who needed treatment, Song Bing's gaze then fell on the several disheveled women huddled in the corner. "No, don't kill me, don't kill me." The women felt even more terrified when they saw Song Bing, and they huddled even tighter. They were all the wives of the bandit leader. Their bodies covered in torture scars, and their emaciated figures speak volumes about what they have suffered since the apocalypse. But Song Bing only glanced at it before turning and leaving. They didn't kill those women. They did not choose to save them. In this apocalyptic world, similar scenes are playing out all over the world. Women have undoubtedly become one of the biggest victims. This is a tragedy of our times. The sorrow of losing restraint. It's ridiculous that in peacetime, there are still women making foolish and proud statements online. Men should be grateful that this is a peaceful era, protected by the system of monogamy. In ancient times, powerful men could marry 3 wives and 4 concubines, while ordinary men couldn't even get a wife. It seems that, as she said, powerful and influential men do indeed have multiple wives and concubines. But it seems that this concubine's life is not quite what she imagined. Having fulfilled the dream of the group of people who had waited all night for medical treatment, Song Bing returned to his car. He then led AI Xiaoxiu across the southeast via the shortest route, entering the territory of Anghua. There were no zombies to bother us along the way. However, they still inevitably encountered several more forces that had designs on them. One of the most dangerous places is called Mianbei, but all those who sought medical help were sent by Song Bing to be reborn into a better life. Awu, we finally arrived in Anghua. The southeastern part of the country is such a mess. There's also this guy who likes to cut kidneys. He's a real pervert. No, Master Fu. Give me a big chicken to calm my nerves. As the vehicle drove across Anghua's land, AI Xiaoxiu yawned and finally got back to the point, ordering a chicken. Song Bing skillfully tossed out a packaged chicken and at the same time, unusually, stopped the car. While cheering them on, check the plants and animals for signs of life. Don't let it end before you even get there. While eating chicken, the bored AI Xiaoxiu also used his fluffy little tail to tease the small animals in the enclosure. Song Bing glanced at AI Xiaoxiu out of the corner of his eye and suddenly showed surprise. Master, what are you looking at? When Song Bing suddenly stared at her, AI Xiaoxiu quickly put away her little tail, put her hands behind her back, stood up straight, and looked a little embarrassed. Song Bing didn't speak, but continued to look the girl up and down, and finally came to a conclusion after a long time. I've noticed that you seem to have grown up. Really? Upon hearing this, AI Xiaoxiu excitedly stood on a rock and eagerly twirled around Song Bing, saying, Master, take a closer look. Where exactly are they enlarged? Song Bing. But he still stepped forward and hugged AI Xiaoxiu to his side. Sure enough, AI Xiaoxiu has really grown up. The first time we met, she was a little girl, only 4 or 5 years old, about 1.1 meters tall. They're probably around 1.2 meters tall now. Great, you've really grown taller. Playing PUBG really works. You've grown almost 10 centimeters in just a few days. Song Bing was both surprised and delighted. Surprisingly, AI Xiaoxiu really wasn't lying to him. You can grow up by eating chicken. What's pleasing is AI Xiaoxiu's rapid growth. It's really grown taller. If it eats a few more chickens, the little beast will probably be as tall as its master's waist. AI Xiaoxiu happily tiptoed and was about as tall as Song Bing's waist. This growth rate is absolutely unmatched. Come on, my good disciple, eat more, Zhongming. Song Bing immediately took out 2 chicken legs and gave them to AI Xiaoxiu. I look forward to AI Xiaoxiu returning to her former self. They're so small, it's really hard to communicate with them. Okay, Master, I will grow up quickly and live up to your expectations. AI Xiaoxiu grabbed 2 chicken legs and started eating them. Call out. But in the next second, 2 black, gold and purple bullets suddenly shot through the air. Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu's eyes turned cold at the same time. Song Bing turned around instantly, releasing his mental energy, and stopped the black gold purple bullet that was shot at him between his eyebrows. At the same time, AI Xiaoxiu's tail curled up and actually wrapped around the second black gold purple bullet. The expressions of the 2 snipers hidden in the shadows changed slightly. What the hell? At the same time, a fully armed squad had already surrounded and attacked this area. All of this happened unexpectedly. Song Bing looked at the 13-person team. They are not only well-trained, but also well-equipped. His yellow combat uniform was covered with various black and gold weapons. What's even more striking are their murderous faces. It was more like a beast than a human, having spotted its prey. Song Bing frowned slightly, but AI Xiaoxiu had already made his move. 2 clean chicken bones were flung out, piercing the heads of 2 ferocious soldiers. His figure transformed into a white afterimage and disappeared. In a flash, AI Xiaoxiu's tail pierced through the heads of these people. Almost all of them were fatal with a single blow. Faced with these menacing people and the despicable sneak attack they had just suffered, the usually harmless AI Xiaoxiu revealed a rare, cold, killing intent in his bright, watery eyes. Little beast, kill everyone, save one person's life. Seeing that AI Xiaoxiu was about to wipe out the entire Sakura team, Song Bing spoke to stop him. AI Xiaoxiu's sharp tail finally stopped just as it was about to penetrate the last soldier's forehead. Immediately, it wrapped around his head and threw it hard at Song Bing's feet. At the same time, the faces of the two snipers in the dark changed slightly, and they hurriedly continued shooting at Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu. But this time, when the bullets stopped, they suddenly returned the same way and shot at them. Whoosh! One of the two snipers was shot in the head, and the other was shot through the arm. The latter looked horrified and immediately abandoned his gun and ran away. After scanning the direction of his escape, Song Bing's eyes fell sharply on the last surviving soldier at his feet. The brain will hang it in the air. Are you Sakura people? Looking at each other's faces and recalling the cherry blossom language they just shouted, Song Bing frowned slightly and asked. The latter was able to buffer. Facing the sudden scene, he was horrified and couldn't hide his excitement at the same time. Obviously, he didn't expect the two people in front of him to be so terrifying. But facing Song Bing's pressure, knowing that he couldn't escape, he didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes, stared at Song Bing, and instead shouted loudly, "Long live the great Sakura Empire!" After shouting, he gritted his teeth, and the poison hidden in his teeth immediately flowed into his stomach and began to erode his life. Apparently, he was trying to kill himself by taking poison. His face turned grim in pain for a moment, but he still stared at Song Bing arrogantly. Obviously, he wanted to use death to deter Song Bing. Song Bing couldn't help but look weird about this, but he was not in a hurry. But when he was about to be poisoned, his brain suddenly moved. Ding successfully absorbed the third level of Crane Epilepsy Red Poison, merit plus 1,000. As the system beeped, the Sakura soldier who was supposed to be dead opened his eyes vaguely after suffering painful torture. But he found that the scene in front of him had not changed. He was still lifted up in the air like a chicken by Song Bing. Nanny! His pupils shrank, and he looked confused. He obviously didn't think about how he was not dead. Is it because the medicine is not effective enough? Thinking of this, he hurriedly worked hard to absorb the remaining toxins between his teeth. The pain came again, but he just couldn't die. Song Bing was not in a hurry and walked forward. The Sakura soldiers followed him all the way, trying to commit suicide. If he could successfully commit suicide in front of Song Bing today, consider him a loser. Soon, Song Bing came to the steep slope where the Cherry Blossom team launched a sneak attack. Behind the steep slope are 3 black gold chariots. In the last 2 tanks, there were more than a dozen survivors imprisoned. They were connected by a black gold iron chain running through their collarbones, and the 2 women were separated. Almost all of them are around 15 to 40 or 50 years old. Click! Song Bing used his brain power to break open the 2 imprisoned chariots. The people imprisoned in the car immediately looked over in fear, especially when he saw the Sakura soldiers brought by Song Bing. He couldn't hide his horror. Song Bing continued to look far away, and there was a village a few hundred meters ahead. But it was a village that had been looted. Everything is clearly clear. These imprisoned people are all survivors from that village. They were all ransacked by this Sakura team. On the way out, they met Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu. The scene just happened. How did you come to Manhua? What is your purpose? Song Bing turned around and looked at the Sakura soldier who had been trying to commit suicide again, and asked. Sakura's identity. Sophisticated black gold equipment. Well-trained superpowers. Purposefully massacre villages to capture Manhua survivors. This series of abnormal actions is obviously not a simple matter of power competition. It's more like an invasion plan. The Sakura soldier, who could not die no matter what, gave up on committing suicide and stared at Song Bing, still looking forward to death. A look of loyalty, clearly brainwashed. You have a tough mouth, so I'll soften it for you. Seeing this, Song Bing raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Ding successfully delivered level 4 egg pain, merit minus 10,000. Wow! The Sakura soldier's expression, which originally looked at death, lost all color in a second, and his pupils almost bulged out. His body suddenly twitched violently. It was like being electrocuted by 100,000 volts, and I was incontinent. At this second, all his pain, nerves seemed to be mobilized. In just 1 second, Sakura soldier's firm belief was shattered by the pain in his balls. He was worse than dead, and he wanted to explain everything obediently in an instant. But Song Bing seemed unable to hear it, and continued to send countless painful illnesses. Oh, The twitching and desperate Sakura soldier began to suffer from various horrifying symptoms: poisoning, acne, blackening, itching, necrosis. Song Bing's eyes suddenly moved. He can make a living creature jump repeatedly in front of the palace of hell. So he has always had a question. If he keeps torturing a living creature with more extreme means than death, at the same time, he kept him alive. It's like using the sharpest spear to attack the strongest shield. What will be the result? It's just that this experiment would be too cruel. Song's disease never went to the end. Today's Sakura soldier looks like a good experimental subject. So Song Bing raised his hand and continued to let the experiment proceed regardless of the other parties begging for mercy. Sakura soldier's screams stopped, as if they were being choked. But the bloodshot eyes and the squirming and twitching body had already explained everything. In extreme pain, no sound can be made. Song Bing increased his strength, and his limbs and body were dismembered in midair, and then reinstalled intact. It was like a building block, dismembered and installed at will by Song Bing. The despair in Sakura soldier's eyes reached an unprecedented height. In addition to despair, there is also extreme regret and fear. He was like a puppet being carried by Song Bing to dance in front of the King of Hell. He wanted to embrace the Lord of Hell, but Song Bing would be pulled back every time. Gradually, the despair in his eyes became empty. Even a pair of eyes were gouged out by Song Bing and put back again. This horrifying scene stunned the imprisoned survivors. The handsome young man who looked at him tortured the Sakura soldiers who destroyed them. While they were feeling secretly happy, they could not hide their scalp numbness. Because Song Bing's methods were too cruel, it was hard just to look at them. Until a certain moment, Song Bing seemed to have found the answer. Extreme torture and treatment, together, are empty despair. Seeing that Sakura soldiers seemed to be soft-spoken, Song Bing retracted all his symptoms. His body also fell to the ground like a dead dog, crumbled into a heap. Obviously, it's not just soft words. My whole body went limp. Sakura soldier's body gradually regained its vitality and began to twitch. At this moment, he was so weak that he just wanted to die. He felt like he had left the palace of hell. No, it was a lot. Under the torment of Song Bing, he even looked at the King of Hell to be so amiable. Answer the question I just asked, and I will kill you, Song Bing said calmly. Under the method just now, death is undoubtedly a wonderful reward for the other party at this moment. Qingchuan family. We are members of the Qingchuan family. Taking advantage of this apocalypse, we sneaked into Anghua secretly, planning to invade Anghua again. Sakura soldier trembled and spoke, betraying the Qingchuan family in one fell swoop. In front of Song Bing, everything about him softened. The Qingchuan family. Hearing this, Song Bing couldn't help but narrow his eyes. How could he be a stranger to the Qingchuan family? It's just that he didn't expect it to be so ambitious. What's your current progress? After coming back to his senses, Song Bing continued to ask, and his tone became much colder. I don't know. I was just assigned to a small team under General Matsuno, responsible for occupying the base of the forces in the southwestern region of Anghua. And now, we have successfully captured the largest base built by the Apocalypse forces in this area. Sakura soldier knew everything, but at this moment he was so paralyzed that he just wanted to die. Those frightened and trembling eyes seemed to be afraid that Song Bing would be dissatisfied and not kill him. Click. Song Bing frowned slightly, but still had an idea and broke his neck. At the moment of instant death, all of Sakura soldier's fears disappeared. There was even a smile of relief. We are from Anghua, and we were captured by this group of beasts in a sneak attack. They killed all the old people and children and robbed everything. Realizing that Song Bing seemed to be from Anghua, the captive survivors lost much fear and trembled and knelt down. Song Bing glanced at them and said nothing. But with a flash of brain power, he cut off the black gold iron chain that penetrated their pupa bones, and at the same time absorbed the suppressive viral disease injected into their bodies. After regaining their freedom, everyone became more certain that Song Bing was from Anghua. He suddenly said excitedly, "Thank you, Benefactor, for saving your life. Benefactor, we are willing to follow you and kill these idiots." That's right. These idiots deserve to die for violating us under such circumstances. AI Xiaoshou also drove over at this time, and Song Bing drove directly towards the direction where the second sniper fled. As for these people's requests, he ignored them. First, I don't like trouble. Second, it is not necessary. Everyone stared blankly at the direction Song Bing was leaving, but did not pursue him. Although they were grateful, they saw the scene where Song Bing tortured the Sakura soldier just now. Why does my benefactor feel familiar? Yes, I think I've seen it somewhere. It's not just who said it. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and Song Bing's appearance instantly coincided perfectly with the appearance of Dr. Song, who was known all over the world before the apocalypse. It's really Dr. Song. Is he here to save Manhua? Not only can he cure various diseases in peaceful times, it turns out that he can also cure various diseases in troubled times. Can divine Dr. Song be able to cure zombies? If so, will this troubled world be ended? Several people swallowed and their eyes brightened, as if grasping the hope of life. They don't want to stay in such a chaotic environment for a moment. At the same time, Southwest region, suburb of Tianyi City, the village base where the Yin family is located. At this moment, it has been completely occupied by the Sakura troops led by Matsuno. On the city wall, there is no longer the flag of the Yin family, but the flag of the Qingchuan family. Not only did they occupy all the materials and weapons accumulated by the Yin family, they even dispatched various teams to search for supplies and capture survivors. The Yin family was directly used as the base for development, to make up for the Qingchuan family's shortage of manpower. Under Matsuno's policy, the surviving Yin family soldiers were all enslaved. The survivors who were captured were also subjected to brutal treatment. Joining without humiliation is torture. This kind of treatment is far beyond what the Yin family could compare to in the past. At least the Yin family in the past also searched for survivors everywhere. But he just wanted to turn these people into soldiers of the Yin family. Even entering the base and becoming a soldier, the minimum requirement is to be a stranger. So many survivors joined willingly. And now, under the rule of Sakura soldiers, everything has obviously changed. These Sakura soldiers didn't treat them as human beings at all. There is no so-called conditional limit on hope. Everything is mandatory capture and robbery. Resistance is massacre. The entire base has become a hell on earth. From time to time, we can see many teams leading the captured Manhua survivors and supplies back to the Yin family base. They are all arrogant and cruel, like an upright bandit. But at this moment, there was an embarrassed figure, covering an injured arm, running towards the base in fear and staggering. Inside the base, in a luxurious hall, a group of senior officials from the Qingchuan family were sitting cross-legged on the wine table, admiring the dance of the women who were forced to be exposed one by one in the center. Enjoy each and every one of them. Their eyes were lustful and their laughter echoed. It's as if these women have become commodities in their eyes. All the women were frightened, but they could only grit their teeth and proceed. Otherwise, they will be tortured by countless soldiers. At the main seat, Matsuno saw that everyone was already hungry and thirsty, so he smiled and said, "Everyone, this show is called Fairy Blossoms. How do you feel about it?" "Ha ha, Yaxi, okay, very good." A number of senior officials praised him repeatedly. "Since everyone likes it, then please do it. This is a gift I give to everyone. Whoever grabs it will own this woman." Matsuno smiled evilly. As soon as these words came out, all the high-ranking officials showed their bestiality. Just as they were about to take action, an untimely voice came. "No, let me report back to General Matsuno. We encountered high-level aliens from Manhua, and they destroyed our team." Outside the door, the sniper who was shot in the arm fled in panic to report. The joyful atmosphere was interrupted. Matsuno stood up and asked cautiously, "What is the level of the other party? How many people are there? And where are they?" "A young man and a little girl. They are both very strong. They are both high-level mutants. According to visual inspection, they are probably as powerful as level 5. If it hadn't been for the quick response of his subordinates, he might not have been able to come back. By the way, they also have a large black and gold chariot." The sniper said with a horrified look. Hearing this, Matsuno's eyes brightened slightly. Just as he was about to say something, a short, fat Sakura 5-star lieutenant general stood up confidently. "Your Excellency, General, these Manhua people who have conquered this way are just superficial. They cannot be compared with the elite training of our great Sakura Empire. Why do you need to personally take action for a mere 5th level? Leave it to your subordinates." "Well, that will be hard work for Lieutenant General Muto, but just in case, let's ask Lieutenant General Harakin to go with us. Capture the enemy, and I will personally hold a celebration banquet for you too. Matsushino nodded, then looked at another 5-star lieutenant general. Yes. Another 5-star lieutenant general walked out. Lead the way. Don't let them escape. The squat lieutenant general said impatiently. At the same time, on a hillside 100 meters away from the Yin family base, Song Bing and AI Xiaoshou had already found this place through the lucky sniper. This is also the only way back to Andu. Southwest region, Tianyi City. Among the high-rise buildings filled with zombies, a breeze blew by, and the clone of Shili who had been concealed appeared on a high-rise building. She was extremely exhausted from traveling all night. But she didn't take too much rest, but took out the locator and took a look. The above shows that Song Bing is not far away. So she took a deep breath, put away the locator, and became invisible again, heading in the direction of Song Bing. Wow! Shortly after she left, 3 figures in black followed closely. The 3 of them are none other than the 3 8 series members, 58, 68, and 78. They just landed on the tall building where Shili's clone appeared. Why have you come so far? Can Song Bing lead so many people and escape so far? 68 looked puzzled. It was almost time to leave Anghua. Could Song Bing want to escape Anghua and go to the southeast? Or is she just trying to escape? 78 frowned slightly. After all, Song Bing, who now possesses a witch, is the target of public criticism. Escape from Anghua and hide is obviously the best way. Shorten the tracking distance. If she escapes from this city, we will arrest her directly. As long as my methamphetamine is here, she can't escape from my grasp. When the time comes, they will be caught and tortured. A woman, I have 10,000 ways to make her open her mouth. 58 said with sharp eyes. He immediately accelerated his speed and followed it accurately. Tianyi suburb. Shifu. Are we going to search for supplies? AI Xiaoshou looked at the Yin family base 100 meters away with excitement on his face. Just leave it to me. You stay here to guard it. If anyone escapes, it's up to you to deal with it. Just give it to me. Song Bing spoke calmly, his eyes looking at the entire Yin family base. Under the forbidden eyes, he saw things that AI Xiaoshou could not see. No problem. AI Xiaoshou smiled cutely. Song Bing took out a white coat and put it on, then walked alone towards the base occupied by the Sakura people. At the same time, the base gate opened, and a black gold chariot accelerated out. It happened to be heading in the direction of Song Bing. They were the 2 lieutenant generals who were ordered to arrest Song Bing and AI Xiaoshou. Speed up, don't let them get away. In the co-pilot, Lieutenant General Muto said impatiently. The driver quickly stepped on the accelerator to speed up. They happened to see a figure in white walking towards them on the deserted road ahead. Song Bing, who was wearing a white coat, stood out. Who? Mu Tong and Yuan Xian in the passenger seat frowned slightly and spotted Song Bing at a glance. But Song Bing was not recognized. Until the distance between the two kept getting closer, the sniper who was following in the back seat to lead the way changed his face the moment he saw Song Bing's familiar face. The sniper quickly spoke excitedly. He didn't expect Song Bing to show up here alone. He also inexplicably turned into a doctor. But he was very sure that the young man in the white coat in front of him was the young man who had just controlled the bullet to kill him. He would never forget that look. Hearing this, Yuan Xian looked surprised and said warily, "Are you sure? Then why does he appear here?" There is an old saying in Anghua, "Suck the fog, Sister Wei Jin." I guess he always surrenders. Muto showed a sarcastic sneer. Oh, Yuan Xian immediately cast a doubtful look. Looking at his appearance, he has empty hands and is wearing a white coat. He is a doctor in peacetime. Maybe he is showing that he has healing powers. In this era, healing powers are so rare and precious, and all the apocalypse forces regard them as treasures. Therefore, he must have thought that we would definitely accept such a power. Muto instantly gave his explanation. Didn't he think that Song Bing came alone to challenge the entire base? A nighttime sneak attack would be more believable. When Yuan Xian heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. It suddenly made sense. Haha, but he killed so many of us and he wants to surrender so easily? So what if it's a healing power? I want him to know the dignity of the people of my great Sakura Empire. But Muto suddenly sneered and reached for the katana at his waist. The vehicle stopped at the same time. Muto, dressed in yellow, proudly stepped out of the car. He looked disdainfully at Song Bing, who was walking alone, with a sneer on his fat lips. "It's you." Song Bing could see Muto's disgusting face from afar. For some reason, Song Bing hated this kind of behavior. So he didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He raised a hand decisively and said, "Close your anus." Ding successfully delivered level 5 egg pain. Merit minus 100,000. Before Muto could finish his contemptuous words, his pupils suddenly widened and his whole body turned pale. Immediately, his whole body froze. He covered his brother and fell straight to the ground. The corners of his mouth twisted, and he began to twitch and spit out foam. It was like having a convulsion, twitching wildly, and causing direct incontinence of urine and feces. At level 5, he lost combat effectiveness in 1 second. I still continue to endure the torture of full-level pain in my balls. There wasn't even a chance to draw the sword. This sudden scene stunned Yuan Xian and the others in the car. "Brother Muto, what's wrong with you?" Yuan Xian hurriedly wanted to get out of the car and help. The first reaction was that Muto was ill. However, he opened the car door, and before he could rush out, Song Bing's brain power was already covering him. Another level 5 pain in the balls was also given to him. Yuan Xian felt as if he was electrocuted in an instant and fell out of the car, twitching on the spot. It just hit Muto. The two of them came together frantically and spit out white foam. It's like two small electric motors with batteries plugged in. But if you look carefully, their eyes are full of pain, despair, fear, death wish, and other emotions. You can imagine the pain. It's like someone keeps catching your middle brother and kicking him hard, without stopping. The soldiers and the sniper in the car were stunned. Why are they all smoking all of a sudden? The sniper subconsciously looked in the direction of Song Bing, suddenly thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. But before he could shout out, Song Bing's eyes were already looking at him. Song Bing smiled at him. "As a thank you, just let him die." As for several other soldiers, they also started to smoke on the spot. It's all about taking the right medicine. The level of the superpower will give you the level of pain. Never waste any merit. No matter how powerful it is, it will lose its combat effectiveness in 1 second. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers guarding the city wall in the distance. They squinted and saw only Wu Tung and Yuan Xian beating each other on the ground outside the car. Where? The captain of the guard thought he was dazzled and took a telescope to look at it. But what I saw was no longer two people. But Song Bing appeared under the city gate like a ghost in a white coat, blocking everyone's view. Moreover, Song Bing also gave them a friendly gesture of shushing. The expressions of the Sakura soldiers guarding them changed. The doctor who suddenly appeared in front of him was confused, but they just raised their hands, intending to sound the alarm. The strange color in Song Bing's eyes was already flickering. The next second, the soldiers guarding them all stared and fell to the ground. Like Muto and others, they began to twitch. He didn't even have the strength to scream. Song Bing flew to the city wall and came to the other side of the city wall. What comes into view is a scene of extravagance and lewdness. From now on, you are the slaves of my great Sakura Empire, and everything you have will be selflessly contributed to us. This is your honor, you know. Baga is on the road. You bunch of stagnant pigs, move faster. Trash, trash, die snap. You are the only ones who deserve to eat. You are a bunch of despicable trash. You will die if you have no strength. The base with complete facilities is full of activities of Sakura soldiers. There were people with blades and whips urging the Andu survivors to move and work. There are those who train and brainwash Andu survivors. Some used prisoners of the Yen family as targets and killed them. There are also people who queue up inside the building and play with the women imprisoned inside. Every scene is an ugly scene of human beings. It looks completely impossible for humans to do. These Sakura soldiers did not regard these enslavers as human beings at all. It was more brutal than any base Song Bing had ever seen. Song Bing's eyes were cold, and he stepped out. The moment his figure hit the ground, he just happened to attract the Sakura soldiers who were watching the survivors carry their goods. The sudden movement behind them stopped the blade whip they were about to drop. They all turned around and looked at Song Bing. "Who are you?" "Veterinarian." Song Bing translated it in Sakura language to the Sakura soldiers. All the Sakura soldiers were suddenly confused, and they obviously didn't expect that their army was equipped with veterinarians. But why did Song Bing come to them? So, an officer waved his hand impatiently and said, "We don't need it here. Don't be an eyesore. Go, go, go." "No, you need it." The sentence, Song Bing, restores the native language. Immediately before waiting for the reaction of the Sakura soldiers, Song Bing's brain suddenly moved. Sent by Dan Huan. In an instant, the whole team was in the same situation. Wudong fell to the ground, twitching. The movement here quickly attracted everyone around, Sakura soldiers. When they turned to look curiously, Song Bing's brainpower had already covered them. Their faces still retained the ferocious smiles they had at the beginning. Until I was baptized by the pain in my balls. Song Bing was like a god of death as he stepped deeper. Everywhere he passed, Sakura soldiers who looked over fell to the ground tragically. It was as if he was instantly enveloped in despair, unable to scream, and instantly had the painful expression that a person should have. The enslaved people around him gradually came to their senses. He looked at the Sakura soldier next to him who was treating him cruelly 1 second, but fell to the ground in pain the next second. While they were stunned, their eyes also subconsciously fell on the young man in white coat who passed by them. Song Bing quickly came to a long queue of Sakura soldiers. At this moment, all of them were filled with excitement, and nearly 100 people had lined up in the team. In the attic, there were scenes that were even more miserable and dirty. Song Bing's eyes were attracted by one of the women. To be more precise, it was her illness. So Song Bing went to this isolation room. At the same time, brain power was directed towards this group of impatient people. But this time it's no longer a pain in the ass, but what they want. Of course, the dose was 100 times what they could handle. The next second, only half of the Sakura soldiers lined up suddenly had scarlet eyes and shortness of breath. He immediately looked at the person next to him and rushed forward. "What are you going to do?" "Bagayalu." Soon, the Sakura soldiers in line started to fuck under Song Bing's pairing. The battle was extremely fierce and bloody in an instant. In the attic, the perverted Sakura soldier suddenly fell to the ground with pain in his balls. "Or fight each other." Song Bing entered the attic. In the narrow corridor, Sakura soldiers fell to the ground and fought each other. Song Bing did not disturb them and walked all the way through the corridor to the innermost room. This is a room made of black gold. Bang! But under Song Bing's mental power, it was broken instantly. The room was filled with all kinds of foul smells. At this moment, on the ground, a 3-star major was lying on the ground and twitching. Song Bing didn't even look at him and kicked him aside. Then he looked at a red-haired woman chained to a black gold chain on the messy bed. The woman's body was covered in bruises, blood, and all kinds of abnormal scars. His hair was messy, and his eyes were empty and desperate. Facing Song Bing's arrival, he remained motionless. Seems like just one of these unfortunate women. I have long been accustomed to it, and have no ability to struggle and resist. But under Song Bing's taboo eyes, he was a 5th-level mental alien with abnormal brain power. It was just that a mysterious medicine suppressed the original virus in the body, so that it can't use any superpower at all. You can only be at the mercy of others. To be honest, this was Song Bing's first time seeing a potion that could suppress the powers of strangers. Whether it was the Gao family, the Campbell family, or the later branch testing site of the South Island Apocalypse Organization, he had never encountered it. And the Qingchuan family could actually develop such a terrifying thing? It was hard not to be surprised. Song Bing didn't speak, and with a sudden thought, his messy clothes covered his body. Song Bing stepped forward at the same time. In order to obtain more information, he stretched out 2 fingers and touched the woman's eyebrows. After feeling it for a moment, Song Bing frowned slightly, and then started to absorb it. Ding successfully absorbed, energy suppression, merit plus 1 million. Along with the recovery of the disease, the woman's originally empty and desperate eyes also moved. When she saw Song Bing clearly for the first time, her originally empty eyes couldn't help but tremble deeply. After Song Bing absorbed the medicine, he stopped staying and turned around to leave. After all, there are many people waiting for him inside. Of course, before leaving, Song Bing seemed to know what would happen next, and Song Bing absorbed the disease of the Sakura soldier in the attic in advance, and unlocked the locks for other locked women. On the floor of the room, the 3-star major immediately felt no pain. The pain in his balls that made him desperately want to die was instantly pulled away like a curse. Give him a new lease of life. Baguio Road. He staggered to his feet, his horrified eyes quickly turning into ferocious anger. Unfortunately, what he didn't notice was that there were more and more colors in the eyes of the red-haired woman on the bed. After losing the suppression of energy suppression, her accumulated brain power suddenly bloomed, and her eyes instantly filled with red light. All the debris around him suddenly rose into the air. Among them was the 3-star major. Click, click. Yin Hong's eyes were bloodshot as she slowly stood up. Her red hair flew wildly, and the black and gold chains binding her limbs were cracking inch by inch. You dare to kill me? I am a major from the great Sakura Empire, I. The 3-star major in midair stared in horror at the woman sitting up on the bed. In an instant, they plummeted from heaven to hell. He tried to break free from this mental constraint, but at level 3, he was like an ant in front of Yin Hong, who was at level 5. His words made Yin Hong's crimson eyes even redder. Sizzle. Ah. The next second, everything that was floating around them instantly disintegrated and turned into powder, including the 3-star major. It instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. No remains were found. He watched helplessly as he was dismembered inch by inch. Blood splattered on Yin Hong's face, but she remained unmoved. It was chillingly cold. At the same time, his mental capacity suddenly surged. The dormant superpowers suddenly stepped into level 6 at this moment. The final round of dormant upgrades has been completed. It has reached a state of true perfection. Inside the base, most of the residents are high-ranking officers from Sakura, but these so-called generals displayed something even uglier. They are currently gathered on a wide lawn, having a meal and playing freely. Ha! Yoshi, bring it over here. Hurry up and crawl over to me and bring it here. Ha, not bad. From now on, you're my dog. Lieutenant Colonel Fujiwara's swordsmanship is getting stronger and stronger. I concede defeat. How about we gather the old, weak, and disabled tomorrow and have another match? Haha, of course, no problem. This land is so beautiful. We are now the masters of this place. Their unrestrained laughter echoed across the entire meadow, so much so that they were completely unaware of what was happening outside. Until Song Bing, dressed in a white coat, walked over. A bone just happened to fall at Song Bing's feet. Several enslaved Manhua survivors were frantically crawling towards this side. Only by obtaining this child can they survive. Meanwhile, a group of Sakura officers in the distance, dressed in their military uniforms, watched this scene with smiles, holding wine glasses. It's like watching a horse race. Of course, this was just an ordinary little game they played since they took over the base. However, Song Bing's appearance seemed to break this seemingly cheerful atmosphere. You bastard, who are you? Get out of my way. One of the enraged Cherry Blossom Masters immediately flew into a rage and shouted at Song Bing. Song Bing didn't speak, but with a single glance, he began the treatment. Click, click. Ah. In an instant, the feet of everyone present, officers and soldiers alike, suddenly twisted and deformed. One by one they fell to the ground, their limbs beginning to wriggle and deform visibly, resembling the limbs of a dog. Huh? Bakayuru, how could this be? The group of Cherry Blossom officers instantly stopped laughing. They tried to get up, but found that they couldn't and could only crawl like dogs. They wanted to resist, but the highest level of beings present was only level 4. His superpowers were silently stripped away by Song Bing. Baka, woof woof woof. They were visibly panicked and hurriedly tried to shout for help. But the next second they found that they couldn't make a sound, and what they said was just barking like dogs. This is because song disease altered the structure of their throats. Of course, this is not the end of the story. Song Bing's eyes flickered again as he continued to send out the disease, such as pica, pruritus, tumors, cyanosis. Woof 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 woof. Suddenly, the officers and soldiers of the Cherry Blossom camp felt itchy and painful all over their bodies, and even had a strange urge to eat dead and filthy things. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Soon, the scene became lively as the Cherry Blossom officers and soldiers began barking, eating dirty things, and fighting each other. It even looks somewhat perverted. Of course, this is not because Song Bing is heartless or perverted. He couldn't have imagined these inhumane treatment methods. All inspiration comes from these people. The Manhua survivors around them, who were also being tortured, were stunned. Looking at this sudden role reversal, they were momentarily stunned. Song disease. Just then, two cold, surprised voices broke the cheerful atmosphere. Songbing looked up and saw that the two men in black from the 8th Division had appeared on a tall building not far away. The two men's attire quickly caught Songbing's attention. Under the forbidden gaze, Songbing quickly discovered two strings of numbers between the two men's arms. 3848. No wonder. Songbing narrowed his eyes and instantly understood everything. No wonder the Qingchuan family was able to take control of Anghua so quickly. They even dared to offend the Tianqi forces of Anghua so recklessly. It's all because the Apocalypse organization is secretly backing them up. The moment the two 8 series figures appeared, everything made sense. Upon seeing Songbing and witnessing this horrifying scene, both 38 and 48 could not hide their astonishment. Clearly, they didn't expect Songbing to appear here. I really don't understand what these Japanese officers are doing. Upon seeing the two 8th level beings, the survivors of Anghua quickly showed fear among the several supernatural beings. They were captured, imprisoned, and tortured by these cherry blossom people, all because of the two mysterious figures in front of them. Their combined strength left them utterly powerless to resist. At this moment, the eyes of the two 8th Division members were focused on Songbing, their gazes sharpening. Although I don't know why Songbing suddenly appeared here. But Songbing carries information about a witch, so how could they let him go? Songbing, I never expected to see you here. Where's the witch? As they spoke, the two 8th level beings unleashed their terrifying level 6 abilities and attacked Songbing. Songbing's eyes flickered slightly. He could sense that these two level 6 abilities far surpassed all the level 6 abilities he had encountered before, even those from the 9th series. Both sides are at level 6, but they're not on the same level. At the same moment Songbing was spying, two members of the 8th faction attacked him from the left and right. The terrifying speed and explosiveness were so great that no one at the scene could catch it. However, their figures were crystal clear to Songbing. But faced with the two men's powerful surprise attack, Songbing did not move, but simply raised one hand. Both of them are indeed very strong. The moment they unleashed their power, it all made sense. This is not just about the power of superpowers. Furthermore, their mastery of various killing techniques and supernatural abilities is already unparalleled. It is definitely not comparable to an ordinary level 6 superhuman. Even Songbing could give an assessment that the two 8th level beings in front of him could easily kill 10 ordinary level 6 fusion cultivators. That's the difference. Unfortunately, they were dealing with Songbing. Having honed his skills along the way, he could easily kill even a level 7 Songbing. In terms of experience in warfare, Songbing was no less experienced than these people. Not to mention those at the same level. Let's just say that. If the two people in front of him could take on 10 opponents at the same level, Songbing felt he could kill them all without even a finger to his name, no matter how strong you are. Under the horrified gazes of the survivors of Anghua, two men from the 8th Division approached Songbing with sinister smiles. Seeing that Songbing was unable to react, the wariness in their eyes lessened somewhat. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Then, both of them produced energy suppression potions and thrust them towards Songbing's neck. They planned to first disable Songbing's special abilities. But at this moment, Songbing, who hadn't moved at all, smiled at them. Their eyes easily followed their movements. Immediately, under the horrified gazes of the two 8th Division members, Songbing raised his hand and snapped his fingers. That's strong, right? I wonder if I can bear the testicular pain. Ding successfully delivered a level 6 painful experience. Merit points minus 1 million. Ding successfully delivered a level 6 painful experience. Merit points minus 1 million. Just as the two men's hands were a few centimeters away from Songbing, level 6 testicular pain was delivered as promised. In an instant, the two men's horrified eyes widened, and the brothers felt as if they had been struck by lightning, their heads shooting straight to the top of their heads. All the attacks and killings vanished in an instant. Facing the dreaded level 6 exam, there's absolutely no suspense. Songbing kicked the two men, who were in pain, away on the spot. It crashed into a group of lively cherry blossom officers. Woof woof woof. Faced with this sudden appearance from outer space, the group of Sakura officers, who could only crawl, immediately went crazy and swarmed towards the two of them. The two men, their testicles twitching with pain, narrowed their pupils as they sensed these Japanese officers touching them inappropriately. He wanted to unleash his superpowers to repel them, but unfortunately, he was too weak to muster any strength at all. They can only be manipulated at will. Enjoy it. This is destined to be an unforgettable experience. Song Bing smiled as he looked at the two of them. Just as the two were about to be overwhelmed by a group of cherry blossom officers, they were given some nice things, just to make them more attractive. Woof, woof, woof. Soon, the two 8th Division officers were overwhelmed by the group of Sakura officers while they were convulsing. They even lined up. This chaotic brawl only lasted about 10 minutes. Under the continuous and fierce barrage of attacks from the cherry blossom officials, the two 8th Series soldiers were on the verge of death. Song Bing was thus forced to stop. Despite the ferocity of the disease, the group of corrupt officials in the cherry blossom camp remained incredibly powerful. Clearly, even 2 powerful 8 Series batteries are not enough. Suckling, come on, I'll take you to find other prey. Song Bing's gaze fell on the fortress in the very center, and he immediately began to tease the group of corrupt officials, as if he were playing with a puppy. Upon hearing this sucking sound, the group of cherry blossom dog officials, whose genes had been incorporated into Song Bing's, immediately followed Song Bing obediently. They're just like a pack of dogs. Thus, Song Bing led this group of bewildered dog officers toward the central fortress. It was just like the Japanese invaders had entered the village. As for the two 8th generation soldiers who were tortured to the point of near death, they were also taken along by Song Bing. That's 2 million merit points. It wasn't until Song Bing led the large army away that the enslaved survivors of Manhua came to their senses. They stared blankly, mouths agape, as if in a dream, still unable to comprehend the scene before them. Why did these brutal and perverted Japanese officers suddenly start crawling like dogs? Also, how did those two incredibly powerful and mysterious people end up like this in an instant? The horrific scene remains deeply etched in their minds. It lingers. Wait, that looks like Song Bing. One of the enslaved members of the Yin family suddenly spoke up in horror. The sight of everyone present made them stare intently at the figure in the white coat. I was unable to come to my senses for a long time. Inside the central fortress hall, Matsui and the others were celebrating with their unique Sakura wave dance. Those who can enter here to celebrate are at least of the lowest rank of general. At the center of the stage were a dozen or so Ankika women carefully selected by Matsui. At this moment, every general stared at the woman in the center of the stage with a distorted look. They kept dancing, getting closer and closer. As for the sniper's report, after sending 2 lieutenant generals, they no longer paid much attention to it. They watched as Matsui and the others approached slowly, looking like wolves and tigers. The women were already pale with fright and huddled together. But if they disobey, they will face even more cruel torture from these beasts. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. However, just as this atmosphere reached a crucial moment, the intense barking of dogs outside ruthlessly shattered everything. Moreover, the dogs' barking was getting louder and louder. As a result, the officers, who were originally full of enthusiasm, all began to show displeasure. Baka, go see what the dogs are barking outside. Tell them to keep their voices down. Why are they making so much noise? Matsui immediately looked at the guard in the corner with a displeased expression. Yes. The guard was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Everyone, let's continue. After giving his orders, Matsui looked at the officers, a sinister smile on his face, and said, Then let us release them as we please. Ha ha ha, Yoshi. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of high-ranking officials, like animals released from their cages, excitedly rushed towards the group of women in the center of the stage. Matsui gracefully returned to the main seat, watching the scene with a smile. Bang! But the next second, the guard who had just gone out rushed back, his face pale. It ruthlessly shattered all of this once again. The officers looked at the guard, their faces instantly turning extremely grim. Sirs, no? No. The dogs, no? No. It's the officers. They've turned into dogs. But the guard had no time to notice the officer's displeasure. Instead, he spoke with a pale face. Bakayuru, what are you saying? Matsui immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up. He means, a dog is coming. Just then, a calm voice answered for the guard. All eyes immediately focused on the figure in the white coat walking behind the guard. Many Japanese officers were stunned at first. Matsui, sitting in the main seat, suddenly contracted her pupils after seeing Song Bing clearly. His face was filled with disbelief. Song's illness. Matsui's incredulous expression quickly darkened. This is about Matsumoto, who killed his own younger brother. He was also the enemy who caused him to be tortured by his own younger brother, Matsumoto. How could he forget? This is also why he joined the Qingchuan family. All for the sake of one day seeking revenge against Song Bing. Upon hearing Matsui's words, the group of high-ranking officials from Sakura immediately realized what was going on. Song Bing, how could you possibly show up here? After the initial surprise, Matsui's face instantly turned ferocious. Capture Song Bing for me. Today, I will make you suffer 100 times the torment I endured that day. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of high-ranking officials from the Sakura clan realized what was happening and immediately stared at Song Bing with murderous intent. Let me. This mere Song illness is nothing to you. Let me handle it. I'll do it. In an instant, several high-ranking officers rushed towards Song Bing. During the attack on Manhua, Qingchuan Jujun had already mobilized the troops. Capture Song Bingguan and promote him 3 ranks, and give him a divine medicine to break through his supernatural power level. How could they not be excited? Looking at the officers who were eagerly charging in, Song Bing's lips curled into a slight smile. Instead of making a move, they silently stepped back, clearing the way for the gate. You're here, and you want to run away? No way. Seeing Song Bing retreat, several high-ranking Sakura officials who came to kill them thought that Song Bing was going to run away, so they immediately activated their powers and burst out with terrifying speed. Song Bing must be captured. I won't run. Wait a minute, you just don't run. Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took the initiative to open the door a little, and then said to the outside, Hey. Wang Wang. Suddenly, the dog barking outside the door became fierce as if receiving an order, accompanied by the sound of stamping one after another. The next second, dozens of Sakura officers who had been tamed into dogs were seen breaking through the door and swarming in. That awesome impact and lineup. Like a bunch of blue mad dogs. The expressions of several Sakura generals who came to kill changed when they saw this sudden scene. But what made their hearts tremble even more was that these crazy Sakura officers barked and ignored Song Bing and came directly towards them. Those longing eyes seemed to want to tear them apart. All the generals subconsciously wanted to retreat, but they found that their bodies seemed to be suddenly weak, unable to raise their strength, as if they were possessed by an evil spirit. He immediately lay down on the ground with water and lingling. Nanny? What's going on? All the Sakura generals were stunned for a moment, looking at the countless crazy Sakura dog officers that had rushed towards them. They still hurriedly released their supernatural powers in an attempt to stop it. It turned out that even the superpower couldn't be released. Their faces instantly turned pale, finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Don't come over. They were so panicked that they could only use magic to drive them away. But it seems to have no effect. Wang. A group of cherry blossom dog officers immediately rushed towards them, caught the lying generals on the spot, and bit them. The scene suddenly became tragic. The desperate women at the scene were already prepared to die. He even curled up with his eyes closed. But a gust of wind blew by, and these unexpected dog officials did not take action against them, completely ignore their existence. On the contrary, he was particularly fond of the general present. Matsui, who was sitting in the main seat, saw this inexplicably familiar scene. The shadow of the same year loomed instantly. How similar is this scene to the ward in the mental hospital? But why is this happening suddenly? What did Song Bing do? A fear suddenly lingered in his heart, but soon, this fear quickly turned into ferocious anger. Song Bing, take your life. Matsuzino's body suddenly bulged with yellow muscles, and his height increased again, instantly shattering all his clothes. 6 more rays of light appeared between his eyebrows, as if he instantly transformed into a real perverted muscular man. Immediately, it turned into a terrifying wave of air and suddenly shot towards Song Bing. Everywhere he passed, the ground was cracked. You can see its explosive power. After the mutation, Matsino instantly crossed a distance of 100 meters and arrived in front of Song Bing in an instant. His clenched huge muscle fist hit with a loud sound, blowing Song Bing's hair directly, and the space seemed to be torn apart. Bang! However, with a loud noise, Matsino's fist froze. Faced with this punch, Song Bing did not take any action, and only used his brain power to restrain his fist in front of him. When Matsukino saw the situation ahead clearly, his originally angry and ferocious expression once again turned into unconcealable horror. Matsukino's eyes widened, feeling this terrible brain impact incomprehensibly. Unwilling to believe it, he punched again. But before the punch could be fired, his whole body was suspended in the air. At this moment, all his temper disappeared. He looked at Song Bing in horror, feeling only fear at this moment. You're in such a hurry that you've already taken off your clothes. After taking control of Song Jingya, Song Bing raised his lips slightly and said. Matsino's pupils shrank suddenly, listening to the screams from the generals on the scene. Suddenly, I only felt local tension. Matsukino panicked instantly. But in the next second, Song Bing used his brain power and directly gave him level 6 muscle weakness and threw him into the melee. Wang Wang Wang. When the Sakura Dog officers saw this new big guy, they immediately felt that the other generals were not good enough, and they all drooled and rushed towards Matsino. They just like to be different. Matsukino wanted to kill these crazy guys, but suddenly found that his explosive muscles suddenly became powerless. Suddenly, he became a lamb to be slaughtered. In an instant, the long-lost memory hit home again. The good news is that this time, he has become a strange person, with muscles all over his body and strong endurance. Bad news, there are more people this time, and each one gets crazier. Definitely not. Quick, come here, go and invite the 2 adults. You 2 adults, help me. 2 adults, come quickly. Under the impact of inspiration, Matsino suddenly thought that there were 2 mysterious strong men following them, and suddenly shouted excitedly. The other desperate generals reacted and immediately grabbed the life-saving straw and shouted. I hope this will attract 2-8 series to come. They all believed that with the strength of 2-8 series people, they would be able to kill Song Bing. Save them. Are you talking about them too? Looking at the expectant eyes of these people, Song Bing had an idea, and 2 tortured 8 series flew into the hall. But at this moment, the 2 of them were already in rags and were tortured into disgrace. The moment they saw the 2-8 series, the hopes raised by Matsino and others were instantly shattered. I couldn't scream immediately. It's you they're calling, and they asked you to come with them. Since we all know each other, let's go with them and reminisce about old times. Song Bing looked at the 2 dying 8 series with a smile. Wah! Desperate fear immediately showed in their eyes, and they quickly shook their heads with their last strength. Say no. But Song Bing didn't seem to understand. With a thought, he threw the buffered 2 people away to reunite with Matsino and others. And this indeed shared the damage for Matsino and others. It's just that the 2-8 series didn't seem happy, looking at Matsino with resentment. A grand brawl unique to Sakura country was staged. The women who had been pushed to the edge looked at this scene stupidly. I thought I would be disabled today, even if I didn't die. This is indeed the case. But the object has changed. The flowers have become broken. The ground is covered with wounds. The flowers have fallen, and people are heartbroken. Don't kill us. Let us do whatever we want. Please don't kill us. Several women reacted quickly, ran to Song Bing and knelt down, fearfully begging for mercy. Witnessing the whole scene, they all knew that Song Bing was the instigator of all this. The other women also reacted and hurried to follow. Let's go. The exit is over there. Looking at these frightened Ongwa women, Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, but he still pointed in the direction of the exit. At this moment, while absorbing the diseases planted in them, it also gave them some symbiotic diseases. This is the case in many cases along the way. Just treat it as an equal exchange. Song Bing's standard Ongwa dialect made all the Ongwa women's hearts tremble. It's like finding a ray of sunshine in the extremely cold weather. This downplayed their fear of Song's disease. So, a dozen women just pulled the cloth on the table, wrapped their bodies, and escaped from this purgatory-like place as if they had been reborn. Before leaving, the figure of divine Dr. Song flashed in the minds of several women, who was exactly the same as the young man in the white coat just now. But under the pressure of fear, no one dared to ask more questions. A wilderness far away from the urban area of Tianyi. Shili's clone reappeared. Looking at the markings on the locator, she was very close to Song Bing at the moment, probably less than a few dozen miles away. Although I don't know why Song Bing came here, it can be seen from the trajectory along the way. Song Bing was on his way to Andu. Therefore, she planned to meet up with Song Bing first and inform Song Bing of Anda's current situation. Just as Shili was about to continue on his way, 3 breaking winds sounded. The next second, 3/8 series appeared in 3 directions. A triangle formed and surrounded Shili. At the same time, a pinprick-like chill suddenly came from Shili's right shoulder, and the chill was still spreading, as if it was completely freezing her flesh and blood. Sure enough, a chill flashed through Shili's beautiful eyes, and she instantly confirmed the existence of the hidden weapon. Where is Song Bing? Don't try to escape. From the moment you are poisoned by my methamphetamine, you are destined to be unable to escape from my grasp. It was just a small test. I believe you have already experienced it, right? 58 said with a smile. That's why you let me go on purpose. Shili looked at 58 and smiled coldly. I think you should be clear that this era was created by the great emperor behind our apocalypse organization. If you tell the truth, we can recommend you to join our Tianchi organization. With your qualifications, you may be selected by the emperor. By then, the achievements you will have will not be something that a mere Song Bing can give you. 68 also opened his mouth to seduce. 78 then showed a ferocious smile. Otherwise, we will have 10,000 ways to make you speak. The 3 of them sang together, trying to break Shili's heart. Shili's beautiful eyes also flickered, as if she was thinking about the temptation of the 3 of them. After a moment, Shili said decisively, I can take you to find Song Bing, but after that, can you really let me join the Tianchi organization? Shili's decisiveness stunned the 3 of them, and 58 immediately smiled. It seems that you are a smart woman and know how to stand on the right side. 68 then said, Don't worry, as long as you lead us to find Song Bing, you will also be able to capture Song Bing. This alone is enough for you to join the Apocalypse organization. 78 even said with a hint of teasing, With your face, if the Emperor likes you, it is not impossible to become our Emperor's woman. I hope you won't break your promise. After receiving the affirmation, Shili immediately took the initiative to lead the way. The direction is also the direction where Song Bing is positioned. Where is Song Bing now? The 3 of them followed, and 78 asked impatiently. Half an hour, we'll be there soon. Shili didn't look back, but gave the 3 of them some time. When the 3 of them heard this, their eyes suddenly showed sharpness, and they sped up. They were not worried about what tricks Shili was playing. Let's not talk about the temptation to join the Apocalypse organization. With methamphetamine, just one thought is enough to completely kill the other party. Yin family base. After the women left, the war at the scene continued, and it had reached a stage of intensification. Matsukino collapsed completely and looked at Song Bing with scarlet eyes, begging for death. But soon, he was stabbed in the mouth by an angry golden finger. The moment he was poked, his mouth became inflamed rapidly, and he was unable to speak. The other generals had already been tortured and just wanted to die. But Song Bing sat at the dining table and ate the delicious food on the table, while counting heads and calculating merits. By the way, I gave AI Xiaoshu a firework signal. There are more than 20 million from the South Island and more than 20 million from fishing in the sea. Feijo Prairie is another 20 million. The southeastern tropical rainforests are another 20 million. That is to say, today, his enhanced merits have accumulated to more than 90 million. The group of people in front of him are enough for him to upgrade. But now he has some concerns about upgrading in such an environment. That's why I gave these people pain along the way to save their lives. I plan to settle everything first before talking. In front of my eyes, these people were beaten to the point of death from inflammation. Only then did Song Bing use his brain and withdrew the disease he had imposed on them. Soon, the originally chaotic and tragic stage became quiet. The whole stage was splattered with blood because of the fighting. Matsukino and others fell to the ground like dead dogs. Even though they were no longer bound by the disease, they were still twitching and foaming at the mouth, until I finally felt in control of my body. Only then did Matsuno and the 2/8 series gradually recover from their fear. Uh-huh. The next second, the 2-8 series looked at each other, then suddenly raised their hands and hit their chests, as if they wanted to commit suicide. Song Bing's eyes were slightly cold. Just as he was about to stop him, he suddenly caught something and stopped. Uffed. The two of them also transformed into golden fingers and inserted 2 fingers directly into their hearts, causing blood to splatter everywhere. And inside the hearts of the 2 people, a hidden miniature black capsule burst instantly. In an instant, the black liquid flowed out and filled their hearts instantly. The 2-8 series seemed to have some kind of potential activated. The body that was originally dying suddenly became full of life. The 2 of them stood up instantly as soon as they regained their vitality. But instead of killing Song Bing, he ran away from the door. In this regard, Song Bing was still eating and did not stop him. Tear it apart. And just as the 2 were about to break out of the fortress, a red shadow came through the wall. Accompanied by it, there was also a brain power containing overwhelming murderous intent, which instantly shook the 2 people who were caught off guard back to the fortress like a shock wave. Everything in the hall was also overturned. Only the table where Song Bing sat was safe. The 2-8 series stood up in panic. When they saw the person clearly, their hearts trembled with fear. Because the person who came was none other than Yin Hong, who had been insulted by them. However, Yin Hongling was terrifying at this moment, and the energy fluctuations in his body were even more powerful, reaching the level of a terrifying 6th-level existence. But didn't he fall into their energy suppression? Not only the 2-8 series, but Matsino and others also saw Yin Hong, the woman who had been tortured by almost all of them. At this moment, it was like a red-haired female ghost walking out of the Yama Palace, demanding their lives. Boom. Yin Hong didn't speak. After seeing the faces of Matsino and others clearly, blood flowed from his scarlet eyes. And as the blood flowed out of his eyes, the terrifying brain power exploded and invaded these people's brains. They were instantly pulled into a mental hell on earth. The entire hall seemed to have turned into 18 layers of hell in an instant, stained red with flesh and blood. This is Yin Hong's inner picture of the world. At this moment, she forced these images on these people. The moment Matsino and others saw this sudden change of environment clearly, they were all frightened to death. It was as if I was really being pulled into hell. They were all frightened by such tragic scenes. Little did they know that this was created by them. Today, they will also pay for it. You bunch of beasts are all going to die. The moment the spiritual world was constructed, Yin Hong came out. The scarlet purgatory world trembled. The faces of the 2-8 series changed slightly, and they immediately felt guilty and wanted to run away. But Yin Hong's bleeding eyes had already locked onto them. On the ground where blood was flowing, countless hands sprouted and instantly grabbed their feet. Yin Hong then came to kill him. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 2-8 series' eyes flashed with ferocity. They suddenly turned around, exploded with superpowers, and killed Yin Hong. Yin Hong's figure was instantly torn into pieces under the fierce explosion of the 2 men. But the next second, the collapsed Yin Hong reunited again and turned into a ghost door. The expressions of the 2 changed slightly, knowing that this was Yin Hong's spiritual world and it would be difficult for them to kill each other. The 2 then avoided the ghost gate again and tried to escape. However, as soon as the 2 turned around, there was another identical ghost door behind them. The 2 decisively ran away, and 2 more ghost doors appeared. Boom, boom. Then 2 more. A total of 6 ghost doors appeared in 6 directions, shrouding everyone inside. Pretend to be a ghost. The 2-8 series were angry and decisively blasted towards the 2 ghost doors blocking them. Bang, bang. There were 2 loud noises, and the 2 ghost doors were blasted open, but a cold ghost energy surged out from inside. I died so miserably. Have you seen my head? The next second, more tragic dead ghosts crawled out of the 2 opened ghost doors. There were drowned ghosts, headless ghosts, and hanged ghosts. All of them had twisted limbs and crawled towards the 2 of them with great resentment. The faces of the 2 series 8s changed. Duan Ran didn't expect that the opponent's brain power was so terrifying that he could construct such a terrifying spiritual ghost at once. They knew it was a lie, but the overwhelming resentment and murderous intent of these spiritual ghosts made them terrified. However, this is not over yet. The other 4 ghost doors opened at the same time. All kinds of ghosts with deep resentments crawled out and demanded their lives. Above the 6 ghost gates, Yin Hong with flying red hair appeared at the same time. Along with the flying red hair, her originally beautiful facial features also began to twist, turning into a ghost. Under her gradually twisted and ferocious face, countless ghosts crawled out of the 6 ghost doors and all swarmed towards the 2-8 series. Go away, don't come here. Fake, it's all fake. The 2-8 series were visibly frightened, and they tried to tell themselves that these ghosts were all fake. But under Yin Hong's soaring resentment, every ghost that rushed towards them was like Yin Hong himself biting them. The bite from the spiritual soul. Under the impact of fear again and again, no matter how strong their willpower was, their bodies began to stagger back, until he fell to the ground. The sky was filled with ghosts and monsters suddenly coming from all directions, grabbing at their limbs and crawling all over their bodies. He tortured their souls and let out heartbreaking roars. No. The 2 Series 8s stared with scarlet and fearful eyes, as if their spirits had been sucked dry again. They want to escape from Yin Hong's purgatory world, but from the moment he was brought in, the outcome was doomed. Of course, if they were in their prime, they might not be afraid of Yin Hong at this moment. It's a pity that before that, they were exhausted physically and mentally. Even if the last potential is activated, it will be of no avail. The 2 powerful 8 finally fell to the ground in fear and internal exhaustion. The final potential is exhausted. Until Yin Hong walked up to them on the 2 ghost doors, raised the sharp knife. The 2 people who had exhausted everything opened their mouths wide. When they saw Yin Hong's ferocious face again, their bodies twitched and they shook their heads in fear. He seemed to regret everything he had done to Yin Hong. But there was no mercy in Yin Hong's eyes, and the cold, sharp knife mercilessly penetrated their bodies. The first knife hit their brother. Immediately, she deliberately avoided the vital points and cut them into pieces with a knife. Then he turned his head and continued to look at Matsuno and others. I was wrong. Help, don't kill me, I was wrong. Miss Yin Hong, if you have something to discuss, we can compensate you. We are willing to compensate you for everything. Matsuno and others were immediately frightened to death. They were afraid of begging for mercy and experiencing a second despair. But Yin Hong had turned into ghosts with countless grievances and pounced on these Sakura Japs. The sharp knives and teeth in her hands fell mercilessly on everyone, one by one, just like the beastly desires these beasts once unleashed on her. This bloody purgatory was twisting and trembling with Yin Hong's revenge and the wails of Matsuno and others. Song Bing was still sitting at the table, watching this scene quietly like a bystander. In the real world, it was Yin Hong who was killing these people one by one like a vengeful female ghost. And every time she killed one, Song Bing easily absorbed a disease. It saves him the slaughter and dirty clothes. Looking at this red-haired woman who had reached level 6, Song Bing couldn't help but be surprised. Is this an upgrade, or is the true virus fusion complete? Of course, what shocked Song Bing even more was his overwhelming hatred. This murderous mental consciousness condensed into a purgatory scene is horrifying. Although Song Bing was not replaced by his brain power, Song Bing was able to actively enter it through his own brain power and see everything clearly. This inner picture is probably nothing more than the 18th level of hell. This is not something that can be constructed with strong brain power or a high level of strength. It depends on your inner resentment and inner fantasies about the enemy's murderous intentions. Obviously, Yin Hong met these requirements. Everything will fall into place. The source of the disease has been perfectly upgraded. She even constructed her own spiritual purgatory world. The tragic sounds of Matsuno and others continued. Yin Hong seemed to have turned red. In this Shuro world that belongs exclusively to her, launched a revenge, until she finally mentioned Matsuno. Tear it into pieces. This revenge is finally over. At a glance, all the Sakura Japs at the scene had already turned into countless fragments, scattered all over the ground. Song Bing's merit has also reached the final 9999999 points. Yin Hong's spiritual world receded rapidly. The entire hall did not recover, but turned into a purgatory similar to its spiritual world. The bones on the ground were stained red with blood, and Yin Hong stood in the center of the stage covered in blood. A head of red hair dripping with blood and a blood-stained red dress. At this moment, He looks like an actor in red. She did put on a wonderful show. Until a certain moment, she turned around and looked at Songbing. A hint of complexity flashed deep in the emotionless blood pupils. Songbing also looked at this woman quietly. If this woman dares to attack him, she will definitely die, regardless of his tragic experience. The two looked at each other calmly for a few seconds. Plop. The next second, Yinhong finally collapsed on the blood-red stage. Fortunately, he never showed any murderous intention towards Songbing from beginning to end. Aya. Songbing naturally became the final audience of this drama. The remaining red of the setting sun is reflected on the huge yin base. Looking around, the whole base is already filled with singing and dancing birds, singing birds and fragrant flowers. The atmosphere of spring is everywhere. AI Xiaoxiu, who received Songbing's order, drove a chariot into the base in a swaggering manner. Along the way, they also captured 2 Sakura teams returning from an outing. As a result, as soon as he entered the base, AI Xiaoxiu was shocked when he saw the Sakura soldiers wailing in pain. Along the way, she even saw some scenes that were inappropriate for children. He quickly blushed and covered his eyes. Smelling Songbing's scent, AI Xiaoxiu quickly arrived at the fortress in the center of the base. At this moment, Songbing was already waiting for her at the door. Little beast, come with me and gather these people together. I will be of great use. Seeing AI Xiaoxiu, Songbing said directly. Oh, although he didn't know what Songbing wanted to do with these people, seeing that Songbing had already moved, AI Xiaoxiu parked the car and hurriedly took action. The master and apprentice once again turned into looters. As soon as AI Xiaoxiu found something good, especially chicken, he stuffed it into Songbing's body. Of course, this time in addition to searching for supplies, the two also searched for people. The master and apprentice worked from outside to inside, dragging the Sakura soldiers who were wailing all over the place like dead dogs and throwing them into the fortress. Don't let one go. At the same time, outside the Yin family base, Shili also found this place based on the location. Songbing is here. This is obviously a new base occupied by the Qingchuan family. Are you kidding us? Seeing the flag of the Qingchuan family above the base, the faces of the 3 people in 58 immediately darkened. After hearing the words of the 3 people, a look of surprise flashed across Shili's beautiful eyes. There must be no Ongwa person who knows the Qingchuan family's plans better than she does. But at this moment, Songbing's position is revealed here. Could it be that? Shili's eyes flashed, and she thought of a possibility. But before she could speak, a cute little girl with twin ponytails suddenly jumped out of the open door of the base. It seems a little out of tune with this world. She just hummed a little tune and walked happily towards a black and gold chariot parked not far away. Then there was a shaking of the chariot. The little girl came out again. But behind her, a furry little tail was dragging several Sakura soldiers who were piled together and twitching. This visually shocking scene made all 58 and the other 3 people dumbfounded. Even Shili's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She hasn't seen a child for a long time since the end of the apocalypse. The little girl in front of her gave her an obviously extraordinary feeling. No, nothing happened. Seeing the little girl dragging several big Sakura men back to the base like this, 58's face changed slightly, and he immediately turned into an afterimage and followed her. 68 and 78 signaled Shili and hurriedly followed. Of course, the 4 of them came to the city wall and found that the entire base was already empty. It seemed to be an empty city. The little girl who had just dragged a few big men into the base also disappeared. Where is she? 78's eyes were still sharp, and he caught the AI Xiaoxiu who had returned to the center of the base at a glance. Everyone was surprised by AI Xiaoxiu's speed, but they followed him immediately. Shifu. Okay, everyone is here. In the center of the base, AI Xiaoxiu threw the Mudo people he dragged into the fortress. At the same time, he said with some resentment, everyone has been dealt with by the master. I still want to find a few level 6 to fight. I ate so much chicken and grew 10 centimeters, so I must have become stronger. Okay, I'll let you come next time. Next, I'm going to be in seclusion for a while, and you'll have to stay outside. Songbing said casually, and then entered the fortress to complete the 7th round of upgrades. This is also the reason why he called AI Xiaoxiu. To be honest, he was rushing to Andu in a hurry. But now the accumulated merits of strengthening have reached 100 million. Plus there are so many merits in front of you. Obviously, it can't be done without sucking. Song Bing, is it really you? Just as Song Bing was about to enter the fortress, a shocked and surprised voice came. Song Bing raised his eyes, and his expression suddenly changed. Of course, the one who has changed the most is AI Xiaoxiao. Looking at the three men in black who appeared, her big eyes were shining. Coming. It's really here. Is this the legendary dream come true? 58. The three of them stared at Song Bing. Like 38 and 48 before them, the first thing they thought of was the Emperor's reward. Song Bing's eyes only glanced at the three of them, and finally fell on Shili. My heart sank. A clone of Shili appears here at this moment, which means too many things. Can you handle it? Shili also looked at Song Bing at this time, with a cold and pretty face, and asked calmly. If you can't, you go first. I can stop him for 3 minutes. She wasn't sure whether Song Bing could deal with the 3-8 series in front of her. After all, she had personally fought against the three powerful ones. Therefore, she directly chose to take a gamble. It would be great if Song Bing could be dealt with, and the news could be conveyed by then. If not, she could also use the life of this clone to let Song Bing leave. Anyway, she was destined to be unable to escape as she was drugged with methamphetamine. This is why she dared to lead the three people here with confidence. Even though she was addicted to this so-called methamphetamine, she was still confident that she would hold the three of them down for 3 minutes at the cost of her life. What do you mean? Are you looking for death? Shili's sudden words made 58's face suddenly darken, as if he was going to activate the methamphetamine and make Shili poisonous. Bitch, if you don't eat the toast, will you be fine with wine? The 68th and 78th companies instantly attacked Shili in a gloomy manner. Planned to capture Shili first. Little beast, come on. A quick victory. Song Bing's eyes suddenly flashed with cold light, but he still planned to let AI Xiaoxiao practice his skills first. Yes, master. After receiving the order, AI Xiaoxiao immediately turned into a white shadow and left, the tail behind him shooting out excitedly. Haha, using a child as a shield? Seeing Song Bing not moving on his own, but sending AI Xiaoxiao to attack them, 58 smiled. But soon, he stopped laughing. A chill came over, and 68 and 78 were the first to feel the crisis. They stopped their advancing figures instantly, turned around, and stretched out their hands to grab their necks. The two of them instantly caught AI Xiaoxiao's tail. TSK. However, the next second, the tail shot out at high speed was like a high-speed sliding steel cable, instantly stabbing the two of them in pain. He quickly let go of his hand. The tail continues to shoot towards 58. Witnessing all this, 58 looked horrified and quickly regained consciousness, quickly raising his arms and crossing them to block. Bang! The next second, the tail shot by AI Xiaoxiao at high speed flew several meters away. The three of them looked at the cute little girl in horror. In this short moment of fighting, 58 and the others instantly recognized AI Xiaoxiao's strength. They are definitely on the same level as them. I'm not a child anymore. AI Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. His running speed suddenly increased, and he saw a flash of extremely fast afterimages. It was so fast that even the three of them couldn't catch it for a while. The three of them looked horrified, and AI Xiaoxiao was the first to arrive in front of 78. She jumped up high, revealing 1 or 2 sharp and cute little tiger teeth, and sharp claws instantly sprouted from the raised little hands. Like a little white cat in fighting form. 78's pupils suddenly flashed, but he reacted quickly. He suddenly pulled out a purple pattern knife from his waist, and with a burst of jumping energy, he slashed at AI Xiaoxiao, who was rushing towards him. Chomp! AI Xiaoxiao's sharp claws fell at the same time, and suddenly the 78 slashed knives burst out with a terrifying energy. Like the light of welding, it headed towards the destruction of AI Xiaoxiao. When this burst of light flashed away, AI Xiaoxiao had already disappeared in midair. 78 is intact and retains the action before the knife was drawn. The first time 58 and 68 saw them, they breathed a sigh of relief. But they won't be happy for too long. The knife in 78's hand suddenly dropped, and he covered his neck with a painful expression. Blood spurted out from between his palms at the same time. 58 and 68's eyes widened instantly, but before they could react, 68 suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. Uft! The next second, a small tail unexpectedly pierced his heart from his back. 68's body trembled, and he slowly lowered his head. When he saw the tail coming out of his chest, his whole body froze. Die to me. 58's face turned cold, and with a sudden flick, countless cold ice poison needles took the opportunity to shoot towards AI Xiaoxiao. Faced with these transparent poisonous needles that covered the area, AI Xiaoxiao raised his mouth slightly, but did not hide. The moment the ice needle was about to land on his pink skin, his skin turned into scales that resembled a pangolin. Blocked all these ice needles. Immediately afterwards, AI Xiaoxiao rushed towards 58 facing these poisonous ice needles. 58 was immediately frightened, and for a moment, he lost the courage to face AI Xiaoxiao. He turned around and tried to run away, but a white tail had arrived first and instantly wrapped around his neck. He quickly released the methamphetamine in order to poison AI Xiaoxiao, but it was discovered that the virus could not invade this tail at all. Bang, bang, bang. The tail exerted force in the next second, and 58 was thrown directly to the ground, and AI Xiaoxiao was immediately tied to the ground, making big holes, until 58 completely lost its combat effectiveness. Only then was he thrown away to Song Bing's feet. Along with it are the dying 78 and 68. The whole process only takes 3 minutes. The three of them were tortured by AI Xiaoxiao of the same level until they were thrown at Song Bing's feet. If they hadn't known that Song Bing needed a breath, the three of them would have turned into corpses. Song Bing looked at this scene without being too surprised. On the other hand, it was Shili who couldn't hide his emotion as he looked at this delicate and cute little girl. I haven't even reacted yet. Is this the end? That's it. You are too weak. After it was over, AI Xiaoxiao did not forget to kill people. Of course, this is no Versailles. She hasn't even exerted her strength yet. The three of them were lying on the ground, dying, with eyes wide open. When they looked at AI Xiaoxiao, they still looked like children. This is clearly the little devil. Are you the one called by the so-called emperor to arrest me? The reason why I helped the Qingchuan family invade Anghua this time was because of me, right? Song Bing lowered his head and looked at the three people at his feet and asked. He didn't expect that at this critical moment of upgrading, there would be three people who had traveled thousands of miles to deliver food. Ahem, cough, cough. Song Bing, you dare to kill me? You have been infected with my disease, methamphetamine. This poison is my original virus. Only I can cure it in this world. If you kill me, she will die as well. Who would have thought that 58 could still stare at Song Bing and suddenly threaten him with force? Do you want to see what nonsense you were talking about? Were you knocked silly? Really? Song Bing had a weird look on his face, but he still said, Then I'll give you a chance to let her die of poison, and I'll spare you. That's what you said. 58 looked ferocious and immediately looked at Shili, wanting to activate the methamphetamine without mercy. But soon, his narrowed eyes widened. Where's the poison? Where's his meth? Impossible? Absolutely impossible? How could this happen? The ferocious look on 58's face disappeared, replaced by paleness. What do you think I do? Poison in front of us. Song Bing smiled and said, Let me tell you what real poisoning is. After the words fell, Song Bing's eyes flashed. The methamphetamine that had already replaced Shili's body was instantly catalyzed by the 6th-level fever that was introduced into his body. 58 suddenly turned red and struggled in pain. He was originally an ice type, but at this moment he was directly transformed into the two realms of ice and fire. Only he can understand such despair. You could have died happily, but you decided to commit suicide. There was a chill in Song Bing's eyes, and with a wave of one hand, the three of them were thrown directly into the fortress. Give me some time. After looking at Xiang Shili's words, Song Bing entered the fortress directly. At this moment, in the fortress, a group of Sakura soldiers had already piled up like a mountain. It also comes with 3-8 series. 58 is still begging for death. But Song Bing just glanced at him and went straight to Yin Hong, who was unconscious in the center of the stage. Immediately, he raised his hand and placed it between his eyebrows. Click. With the touch of 5 fingers, Yin Hong, who was already in critical condition, had no power to resist. Ding successfully absorbed level 6 mental illness, grudge, merit plus 1 million. At the same time, his unique mental illness was easily absorbed by Song Bing. The next second, Song Bing's backlog of strengthened merits was finally released and reached 100 million. Ding, congratulations to the host. The accumulated merits of strengthening are 100,999,999, and the 6th round of merits has been completed. Strengthening begins. The familiar upgrade sound sounded, and Song Bing instantly sent Yin Hong to his safe corner. He quickly knelt down on the ground skillfully and gritted his teeth. This is the experience brought by multiple upgrades. Sure enough, the next second, that horrible pain rushed straight through his body. This time, the pain was even more rare. Even Song Bing, who was at the 6th level, his eyes instantly turned scarlet and his veins popped out. Reverse scale, all appeared instantly. Ding, the medical delivery system has been upgraded to version 8.0. Congratulations to the host for comprehensively improving his pathogenic physique, speed, strength, reaction, thinking, self-healing, etc., and becoming a level 7 alien. Awakening exclusive physical talent. Ultimate Bone. Obtain the permanent use rights of the 100,999,999 absorbed diseases of merit. Ultimate Bone. Song Bing, who was prepared to endure it, was attracted by this novel talent. But don't wait until he thinks too much. The next second, the pain escalated instantly. Song Bing's body suddenly twisted. All the pain seemed to penetrate Song Bing's flesh instantly. It gathered on every inch of Song Bing's bones. The terrifying pain was like 100,000 electric currents, hitting Song Bing's soul directly. Song Bing was trembling all over. Everything around him seemed to have disappeared, and he was transported to another world by this terrifying pain shock. Immediately, he suddenly began to clearly feel the changes in the bones throughout his body. From those 2 kidney ruins, countless light spots transformed from meritorious diseases flowed out. Following Song Bing's blood, it flowed like particles to Song Bing's bones. Immediately afterwards, Song Bing's bones began to undergo genetic changes under the baptism of these disease spots. They decompose, split, and reorganize inch by inch. Outside, Song Bing's body was undergoing various distortions. Immediately afterwards, mutated bones broke through Song Bing's skin and mutated and grew wildly. These bones have different shapes, showing the lines of reverse scales and the texture of tetanus wings. The overall look is smooth and even surpasses the texture of metal. The moment they broke through Song Bing's body, they continued to grow wantonly. It looks extremely scary. Song Bing himself was also twisted and looked like a monster. This horrifying scene stunned all the Sakura soldiers who were surrounded by pain. Among them are 58 people who are still alive. They were shocked to feel the rising energy in Song Bing's body. At first, none of them took Song Bing seriously. Only then did he dare to come and arrest Song Bing openly. At this moment, the messy energy emanating from Song Bing made them see fear. Song Bing had been in pain for an unknown amount of time. When his consciousness was in a trance, a large amount of information about Zhisheng bone finally came to him. Note on the function of bone growth. Function 1. Extraordinary growth. Zhisheng bone has unlimited growth and contraction properties. As long as the host has sufficient energy, it can control the growth of Zhisheng bone anywhere in the body at will. It can also control the shape and size of new bone according to the host's thoughts. Note, it can also be controlled to transform into bone even when separated from the body. Function 2. Super hardness. The growth of raw bone is like the wings of tetanus, with hardness and sharpness beyond the same level. Can be used by the host as a weapon. Note, can be enchanted like tetanus wings. Function 3. Suck and send diseases. Zhisheng gu has a stronger ability to suck and send diseases, currently second only to comprehensive sucking. Note, as the level of the host increases, the destructive power and hardness of the raw bones will also upgrade and mutate. Host, please stay tuned. There are currently 999,999 strengthening merit points left. When the accumulated merits reach 1 billion, the 8th round of merits can be completed. Merit of less than 100 million will damage the host's physique. With the influx of a large amount of information about Zhisheng bone, the pain Song Bing endured gradually subsided. The ever-changing and growing bones also stopped. Meanwhile, outside the fort, 2 beautiful figures, one tall and one short, stood guard quietly. But AI Xiaoshuo's big, watery eyes would peek at Shili not far away from time to time. This made Shili, who had always been cold and aloof, feel a little uncomfortable. But she just witnessed the horror of the little girl in front of her. "Are you really my master's woman?" Suddenly, AI Xiaoxiao zoomed in with a curious look on his face, making the awkward atmosphere even more awkward. There was a flash of confusion in Shili's beautiful eyes. She looked at the delicate and elf-like little girl in front of her again and asked with the same curiosity, "Are you Song Bing's apprentice?" "Of course, I'll replace it if it's fake." AI Xiaoxiao immediately replied with a serious look on his face. Seeing the childlike character of the other party, Shili was silent for a moment and then praised, "You are very strong." AI Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled brightly and said, Hey, no, it's all thanks to my Shifu, who feeds me chicken every day, so we grow up so fast." She, who had always been cold, couldn't keep calm at this moment. "But in terms of strength, it has to be my master. Let me tell you, if you don't know, my master is very powerful. Killing these people is like killing a chicken." AI Xiaoxiao opened his chatterbox and became more and more excited as he chatted. "By the way, do you like chicken?" Inside the fortress, the bones that broke out of the body finally shrank back into Song Bing's body bit by bit. Song Bing, who gradually subsided, finally staggered to his feet. The whole person's temperament has already undergone a qualitative leap. Song Bing raised one hand. A thought. Chi chi chi. The next second, he saw a raw bone slowly growing out of Song Bing's palm like white liquid. Immediately, with a flash of light in Song Bing's eyes, it turned into a long sword that looked extremely sharp. Immediately afterwards, the long sword with a crystal texture began to appear enchanted like the wings of tetanus, and gradually turned into a black sword exuding metallic luster. Song Bing couldn't help but look weird. Why does it feel like this is an upgraded version of the disease, bone hyperplasia? But Song Bing continued to explore, slightly bending his fingers and using force to force the black sword out of his palm. The process was accompanied by a fleeting twinge. Song Bing also felt a little weak for no reason. It was like forcibly digging out the bones in his body. Not only was it painful, but it was also a bit uncomfortable. But after just a moment of buffering, Song Bing continued to mobilize his thoughts. The next second, the stripped bone sword continued to change its form under Song Bing's control. Knives, hammers, axes, guns, countless small hidden weapons. Even if the entire bone is separated from Song Bing's body, it still seems to be a part of Song Bing's body and is still under Song Bing's control. As Song Bing tightened his grip again until it was raw, it finally became a long and sharp black straight knife. A dash. Turning slightly to one side, the sound of swords rang out, and the cold air was approaching. The blade even reflected Song Bing's handsome face. Surrounded by a group of Sakura officers who were still alive, and the other 58 people witnessed the whole process. Every one of them was in pain, showing shocking fear. Song Bing, holding the Jixing bone knife, looked at them with a smile and withdrew the disease that was tormenting them. At the same time, being so thoughtful completely healed them. Let them return to their peak condition instantly. A group of painful Sakura soldiers got up one after another, as if they had returned to the world from hell. As soon as they regained their abilities, 58 and the other 3 people also stood up, but they stared at Song Bing with unbelievable expressions. Especially the bone knife condensed in Song Bing's hand. It even made them feel that it was sharper than the black, purple gold they used. "I always like to do good deeds, so I'll give you a fair chance." Song Bing looked at these people with a smile and said with great medical ethics, "Fight with me. If you win, you can leave." Song Bing's words made all the Sakura soldiers and 58 turn pale. They all saw Song Bing's mutation and upgrading process. In the end, the terrifying feeling of oppression made even the 3 of level 658 terrified to the extreme. In other words, Song Bing at this moment may have already surpassed the 6th level. Is this a fair fight? Are you ready? It's almost time. Song Bing was very considerate and asked, and walked towards these people kindly with a bone knife in hand. He healed these people, not just recovering merit. It was also to give the supreme bone a light. Bagaya roared, "Come to me and kill this bastard." Wu Tung and Yuan Xian roared angrily, drew out the samurai swords from their waists, and immediately took the lead in killing Song Bing. All the Sakura soldiers immediately gritted their teeth and followed Song Bing, glaring at Song Bing, showing their samurai spirit. Song Bing raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The next second, the figure disappeared. Chong! A loud sound of a knife was heard, and an icy cold knife intent spread out instantly. The next second, a group of Sakura soldiers rushing towards the fortress froze. Dang dang dang. Immediately afterwards, the samurai swords they raised broke and fell one by one, including several with purple stripes. When Song Bing reappeared, he had already blocked the way of 58 and the other 3 people who wanted to take the opportunity to escape. The expressions of the 3 people changed drastically, and they were about to take action. The knife in Song Bing's hand had already been moved first. Phew! A cold light flashed past, and the 3 people's figures also froze. The scene was quiet. Not bad. Song Bing looked at the bone knife in his hand again and showed a satisfied smile. He never liked using weapons. But at this moment, except those who reached the raw bone. This is not only a knife, but also a sharp weapon for Song Bing to harvest his merits. Every time the knife was struck, while killing people, the blade also acted as a medium, easily absorbing the disease of the deceased. In addition, during the knife test just now, Song Bing even tested its function of sending patients. Blade enchantment. With each slash, Song Bing can inflict an advanced disease at will. In other words, one knife is one disease. This is much easier than using your brain to treat patients. In the hands of Song Bing, the bone knife becomes one with the human knife without any need for running in. After melting the bone knife back into his body, Song Bing's eyes fell on Yin Hong in the corner. With a quick thought, his figure quickly floated to Song Bing. Song Bing raised his hand and placed it between his eyebrows. Ding successfully sent out level 6 mental illness, grudge, merit -1,000,000. As the system rang, Song Bing returned the disease she had just absorbed back to her, and help it integrate successfully throughout the whole process, no different from the original one. For Yin Hong, it was like a dream. But for Song Bing, there is now a rare mental illness. In addition, Song Bing also performed a comprehensive healing and absorption of his broken body. Just treat it as privately absorbing the cost of his illness. After doing all this, Song Bing took the other party along and left this purgatory together. And not long after Song Bing left, the people who were frozen in the fortress instantly fell apart, turned into several pieces, and piled up together. If you also like to eat chicken, I can ask my wet chef to share some with you. Although he always leaves food for me, I can still give you a few meals. Outside the fortress, AI Xiaoxiu was still trying to get closer to Shili. But Silly doesn't seem to be in good condition. Little beast, what are you doing? As soon as Song Bing came out, he heard AI Xiaoxiu's words of tiger and wolf, and immediately interrupted him angrily. I just asked this sister if she likes eating chicken. AI Xiaoxiu looked innocent. Seeing Song Bing come out, Shili's frown finally relaxed. But her attention soon fell on Yin Hong, who was brought out by Song Bing. At this moment, Yin Hong was still in a coma and was controlled by Song Bing to a corner with his brain power. Of course, all this was done deliberately by Song Bing. After they leave, the other party will wake up. He saved this woman because he admired her decisive style in dealing with the Sakura people and her unique and powerful abilities. He has no intention of taking the other party under his command. One is the unfamiliar identity of the other party. Secondly, he has no reason to make the other party surrender. After taking a deep look at Yin Hong, Shili Dai frowned slightly, but she still didn't say anything more. Instead, she stepped forward and told Song Bing about the Qingchuan family and the current situation in the hospital. When Song Bing heard this, his heart sank. He did not expect such rapid movement from the Tianqi organization. But fortunately, Shili was smart enough to let everyone in the hospital hide in Andu. Let's go? Since there are so many forces trying to find me at all costs, then let them do what they want. Song Bing's eyes showed a cold light, and he was about to leave for Andu. What about her? Shili finally looked at Yin Hong in the corner and said. Song Bing was about to say something, but was interrupted by Shili's next words. She is one of the leaders of the forces that invaded the hospital before the Qingchuan family invaded, and is a member of the Yin family. Song Bing stopped. His eyes narrowed slightly as they fell on Yin Hong, and they narrowed immediately. Is this giving him a reason? Along with this, a cold light flashed in Song Bing's eyes. Yin Hong, who was in a coma, quickly woke up. She saw Song Bing and Shili clearly at first glance. At this moment, she felt murderous intent from Song Bing's eyes. Suddenly, she understood everything. A complicated look appeared in her beautiful eyes. The world is so wonderful. She wanted to capture Song Bing and get the witch. But when she was desperate, the person who saved her was Song Bing. Feeling the body restored to its original state, and Song Bing so close at hand. She can take action. You can also escape. But looking at Song Bing, she raised her head slightly and closed her eyes. Let Song Bing handle it. Her life was originally given by Song Bing. Song Bing didn't show the slightest pity. With a quick thought, he lifted it up in the air on the spot. Accompanied by this, a diamond-shaped dart turned into raw bone was shot out, hitting Yen Hong's neck. The sharp blade quickly left a bright red streak on its snow-white neck. But Song Bing did not kill him. Instead, he looked at Shili and asked, "What damage did the Yin family led by her cause to the hospital?" This is about whether he wants to kill the other party or turn the other party into an experimental subject of his own. None of them came near the hospital, and she had no intention of targeting the hospital. The death of people in the hospital was all caused by the Qingchuan family. Her targets seemed to be only you, and that so-called witch. Shili said truthfully. Hearing this, Song Bing's eyes remained calm, but his eyes suddenly moved. Uft. The next second, the diamond-shaped dart changed direction and pierced Yen Hong's heart directly. The latter fell unconscious instantly. Song Bing flicked his body, and his body was thrown into the chariot. He had no reason to conquer this woman, and Shili's words suddenly made him feel confident. If that's the case, let's go back with him. Let's go. After solving all this, Song Bing opened his eyes and spoke. He immediately led AI Xiaoshou and Shili's clones to drive the chariot and accelerate towards Andu. Next, he will have a head-on collision with this so-called apocalypse organization. Look at that so-called emperor. What kind of terrifying existence is he? Kingdom of Yao. Everything is clean in a bustling city dominated by domed religious buildings. It's like a large, luxurious palace. At a glance, there was not a single zombie in the entire city. Only occasionally did I see a group of well-dressed patrol soldiers. The entire city seemed to have been protected by God, becoming a rare piece of pure land in this chaotic end of the world. But at this moment, a red shadow fell from the sky and flew straight into the ancient church in the center of the city. It broke the tranquility of the entire city. At this moment, at the bottom of the church, there was a sealed and frozen chamber. A man with a thick white beard, wearing a black robe, with his hands clasped together, was quietly sleeping on a purple-gold bed that resembled a penetrating hole. He looked to be about 60 or 70 years old. He was lying in a dignified posture and had a detached temperament. However, he had no breathing or heartbeat, and his skin was even covered with frost, as if he were a dead person. But soon, I seemed to sense something. The sleeping white-bearded man suddenly frowned, and energy began to flow in his originally dead body. He was forcing himself to wake up. Bang! At a certain moment, the white-bearded man suddenly opened his eyes as deep as black holes, and the white frost on his body fell off. The forced awakening also caused blood to flow from the corners of his mouth. But he sat up directly and looked into a dark corner with gloomy eyes. A cold voice broke the dead silence. Who? The perception is good, Layden. Is your fusion progressing very quickly? In the darkness, a feminine female voice sounded, and then, a beautiful figure covered by a red cloak was seen walking out. Under the wide cloak, there was a thin white woman's face. However, her cheeks were too white and bloodless. He's like a vampire. The moment Layden saw the woman, his displeasure at being disturbed from his sleep disappeared instantly and was replaced by a look of horror. He immediately walked out of the purple and gold bed where he was sleeping, knelt respectfully in front of the woman in red, and said, "See the red-blooded guards. Get up." Hongshua walked to a seat nearby and sat down. He raised his long, fairer, and slimmer legs. Then he continued to look at Layden and asked with a squinted smile, "I came here on the order of the Emperor. How is the situation?" At the mention of the Emperor, Layden could not hide his fear and hurriedly reported respectfully. Reporting to the red-blooded guards, according to the plan, currently, the awakened 8 series guards have successfully induced the Qingchuan family to launch a full-scale invasion of Anghua. Once traces of Song Bing and the Witch are discovered, with the current overall combat power of the 8 series, they will be easily captured. In addition, the 4, 5, 6, and 7 series that were subsequently awakened were also sneaking into various countries one after another, always controlling the development of the apocalyptic forces in each country, waiting for the Emperor's instructions at any time. Really? But why did I get the news that Song Bing not only killed 6-9 series, but also destroyed a priest's breeding base in the South Island? After hearing what Layden said, Hongxue asked with a smile on his face. As soon as these words came out, Layden, who was still swearing, suddenly raised his head with a look of disbelief. Panic was visible on Layden's face. It's not because Song Bing is so powerful, but this is a seriously wrong assessment. Because the evaluation data comes from their U tribe. You mean I saw it wrong? In response to Layden's shock, Hongxue still kept smiling. However, under that smile, 2 sharp, white blood-sucking fangs were exposed. Feeling Hongshue's bloodthirsty smile, Layden's heart trembled. He quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake, and said, No, no, no. How could the Lord Guard be wrong? It's our clan's fault for seriously misjudged Song Bing's combat power. Only he knew the status of the woman in front of him, the Emperor's bodyguard, an existence unknown to all the apocalyptic forces around the world, simply because it is a mysterious existence that truly belongs only to the Emperor. As for the so-called soldiers and priests of the 10 series, they are just pawns trained by the Emperor. As far as he knew, the Emperor's personal soldiers numbered 100 people from 10 lines, and there were 36 priests. There are only 4 people in the Imperial bodyguard. They are all women. In Antarctica on the day of the apocalypse, a personal guard named Natasha died at the hands of Song Bing. The bones are unknown. At this point, only 3 of the Emperor's personal guards were left. Therefore, perhaps it is more appropriate to call the Emperor's personal guards the Emperor's women. Their existence is superior to all members of the Apocalypse organization. Represents the Emperor's will during the sleeping period. Who dares to disobey? So you don't know anything? But why do I feel that you are delaying time on purpose? Hongxue stood up with a smile, walked towards Layden step by step, and said word by word. You accelerated the frequency of sleep fusion and spent so much energy on building the army and cultivating aliens. Instead, you delayed the Emperor's orders again and again. Don't you also have thoughts about witches? The pupils deep in Layden's eyes trembled violently, and he was so frightened that he immediately buried his head on the ground. Red-blooded guard Mingjian, everything that I and my Yu clan have today is a gift from the Emperor. I am the Emperor's servant. Everything I do is to help the Emperor do things better. I see. Then I really blamed you wrongly. Hearing this, Hongxue suddenly smiled. Please give me a little more time, Lord Guard. I will immediately adjust my plan. Even if I dig the entire blue star 3 feet into the ground, I will definitely find Song Bing and the witch and present them to the Emperor. The shocked Layden quickly expressed his loyalty. Really? Since you are so loyal, I will give you a chance. Hongxue licked his lips and smiled, then said, In 1 month, the Emperor will complete a new round of awakening. The Emperor also gave a deadline. When he wakes up, he must see the witch. The words of red blood once again made Layden's heart tremble. So I don't care what means you use. It would be good to let other series of soldiers wake up in advance. It's okay to decide on your own path to fusion and upgrade. Before the Emperor woke up, he had not seen the witch yet. Then, there is no need for you to exist. Hongxue licked his fangs and said with a cruel smile, My subordinates take orders. Although Layden was frightened when he heard it, he still hurriedly said respectfully, That's good. I'm waiting for your good news. This is the blood of the Emperor. I hope you won't need it. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Red Blood left a unique bottle of blood and disappeared into the darkness. Congratulations to your red-blooded bodyguards. Layden buried his head in greetings. He kept doing this for several minutes. He was the only one left in the cold secret room. Suddenly, after an unknown amount of time, Layden raised his head and looked at the only bottle of Emperor's blood left on the seat. The face that was originally fearful and respectful was immediately filled with gloom. He then stepped forward and pressed a button on the wall. Before long, the heavy black and gold door slowly opened. 2 figures dressed in full armor were already kneeling outside the secret chamber. Greetings, Your Excellency the President. Tell me about Song Bing's activities during this period. Lei Dan put his hands behind his back and asked coldly. Reporting to Your Excellency, according to information secretly obtained, Song Bingxian was lured to Li Gua by the Campbell family, the trigger being a woman connected to Song Bingxian. His name is Shili. Afterwards, Song Bing destroyed all of the Campbell family's existing forces in Li Gua and killed 4 members of the 9th Division who had awakened from their slumber in Li Gua. Then they suddenly headed to the South Island of Antarctica. They also wiped out the base controlled by Priest Sabafat on the Southern Island, as well as 2 members of the 9th faction. After that, their whereabouts disappeared into the restricted sea. Just now, we received news that 5 more members of the 8th Division died in southeastern Anghua, and there they found traces of Song Bing. Therefore, it is highly likely that Song Bing has already returned to Anghua. A man truthfully reported all the information he had in real time. Upon hearing this, Leiden's eyes narrowed immediately. The mystery surrounding Song Bing was beyond his expectations. It's like being able to upgrade. In addition, change the strategy for the awakened and dormant 4567 series. There is no need to secretly spy on them anymore. Instead, like the 8th series, it lured the apocalypse forces of various countries, along with the Qingchuan family, to join the siege of Anghua. This time, we must not let Song Bing escape from Anghua again. After a pause, Raidan added with a sharp glint in his eyes. The slogan for the encirclement and suppression was Slay the Witch and Protect the Blue Planet. Yes. The 2 men accepted the order and immediately withdrew to carry it out. Leidan looked again at the bottle of imperial blood left by the red blood. With a raised hand, he inhaled, and the Emperor's blood flew into his hand. The sharpness in his eyes was hard to conceal. At this moment, he seemed like a completely different person compared to before. He gazed at the Emperor's blood in deep thought for a moment. He ceased to sleep and vanished into the darkness in an instant. Andu is a suburban village 100 miles away. Father, we have arrived in Andu, but Song Bingxi knew we were coming and led everyone from the hospital to escape beforehand. 3 bodyguards have found the direction Song Bing fled in and have already gone off alone to capture him. I wanted to send someone to follow, but they wouldn't allow it. I strongly suspect they want to monopolize Song Bing and the witch. Inside a small, captured village shelter, Harukawa Yuri, her neck wrapped in a scarf, is alone in a room, reporting the incident truthfully to an open computer. This includes the existence of Siri. At this moment, on the computer screen, Qingchuan Zhujun, dressed in military uniform, is being projected. Qingchuan Zhujun remained calm after hearing all this, seemingly unsurprised. After a moment of silence, he spoke. In the tree, through the information provided voluntarily by those subjugated forces, several individuals from groups that had stormed mental hospitals were arrested. Most of these people are slaves who have been injected with nanotrackers. But at this moment, according to the tracker's location display, these people are in Anda City. In other words, the person sent to the mental hospital didn't actually leave. Instead, with the witch's help, they hid in the city of Ando. Harukawa Takeshun's words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly filling Harukawa Yuri's unwilling gaze with sharpness. Well, that Song Bing is so cunning. He actually used a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. After the initial surprise, Qingchuan's eyes flashed even brighter. Father, it seems even the heavens are helping my Qingchuan family. He was originally worried that the people of the 8th Bureau would capture Song Bing and the witch and take them for themselves. Now that Song Bing and the witch are hiding in the city, isn't this heaven helping the Qingchuan family? But soon, a troubled look appeared on Qingchuan Shuli's face as she looked at Qingchuan Zhujun and said, Father, I think those 10 guards came for Song Bing and the witch. They absolutely must not know about this. But there are too many zombies in the city of Andu, and without their help, we can't get in at all. Qingchuan Zhujun pondered for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said, Since we can't get in, let's just make them come out on their own. Father, are we going to use that weapon? Harukawa Yuri instantly realized what was happening and said with barely concealed ferocity, If that weapon is really used, Song Bing will surely die. Just send away the remaining 2 guards and prepare to wait for them to come to you. I have already dispatched 5 assassin ninjas from my Qingchuan family and a well-trained Ongwa army to support you. The plan will begin in half an hour. Qingchuan Zhujuan's gaze turned ruthless. Yes. Harukawa Yuri nodded with a cold smile. Just as the two lost contact, a ninja appeared in front of Harukawa Yuri. He knelt on one knee and said, reporting to General Shuli, after searching, we found traces of a group of people escaping into the city near the third ring road of Andu. But there were too many zombies inside, so we dared not explore any further. Really? Harukawa Yuri narrowed her eyes slightly and immediately said decisively, recall all ninjas, no need to search anymore, and have all the remaining elites prepare to be mobilized. After saying that, he left the house and went to another house. The two remaining 8th Division guards came out, but they seemed somewhat flustered. Upon seeing Harukawa Yuri, the two immediately and perfectly concealed their panic. My lords, something terrible has happened. Our 8th Division headquarters has been attacked by several Ongwa Tianchi organizations in Nantian City, Ongwa. The situation is critical. We request that you two gentlemen proceed to provide assistance first. We will also be setting off on our own. Upon seeing the two, Harukawa Yuri immediately concealed the sharpness in her eyes and hurriedly told them the reason she had prepared beforehand. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed deep in the eyes of the two 8th Series members. Are they planning to find an excuse to run away? The two exchanged a glance and decisively said, okay, let's set off now. After saying that, the two left without another word. A sharp glint flashed in Harukawa Yuri's eyes as she looked at the Sakura elites who were already fully prepared. His eyes flashed with a sharp edge as he said, prepare with me and rush to the aid of the 8th Division headquarters. General Shuri, what should we do with these prisoners? A major general stepped forward to report. At this moment, in the center of the shelter's courtyard, a group of enslaved Angolans were locked up like livestock. This shelter was not built by any of Ongwa's apocalyptic forces. Rather, it was the surviving Ongwa people who fled here and gradually gathered and developed into this place. Smaller in scale. Therefore, it was easily breached by the elite troops led by Harukawa Yuri and used as a temporary resting place. Take the extraordinary individuals as cannon fodder and kill all the other useless trash. Harukawa Yuri merely glanced at her coldly before announcing it, without any emotion. Yes. The Major General accepted the order. Soon, Harukawa Yuri led her elite troops away from the shelter they had arbitrarily occupied. From inside the shelter came blood-curdling screams. Finally, it was engulfed by a huge fire. A place that symbolized hope, where survivors of Ongwa gathered, was thus massacred and burned to the ground. Meanwhile, Harukawa Yuri led the main force, and under the cover of night, they set off for Nantian City some distance away. They abruptly changed direction and began to spread and encircle Andu again. Meanwhile, at the former Gao family base in Shanghai, Harukawa Takeshun pressed a gray button on the table. Andu, city center. In the stadium that resembles a bird's nest, a group of hospital members have been hiding here for several days. Despite the protection of the red flag, the surrounding zombies did not dare to approach, isolating the entire stadium into a safe area. But living with these zombies, the roar of zombies every night and the sight of zombies wandering everywhere make everyone terrified all the time. Can't even sleep well. It's like moving your bed to a zombie lair. How do you sleep? Of course, some people are sad and others are happy. In the basement of the gymnasium, the sounds of Zhou Xian and others' excitement could be heard every night, mentioning the desperate screams of the captives. The one who screamed the loudest was naturally the most powerful Gao Xingjie. At this time, Zhou Xian laughed the loudest. Jia, 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 scream, scream. The louder you scream, the more excited I will be. This sound made all the caregivers above feel frightened. In addition, outside the gymnasium, it has undoubtedly become an amusement park for Song Shanglong and Wang Kai to let loose. Facing so many zombies that can fight, it becomes a paradise for one person and one dog. Sia and others sat above the gymnasium, watching the happy duo with haggard expressions. Sister Sia, when can we go out? Luo Xinyu asked, somewhat difficult to adapt to. In just a few days, this big star has already become haggard. I don't know either. As long as everyone is safe now, we should be able to leave when Song Bing comes back. Sia looked outside the city. Why didn't she want to go out? I just hope that Dr. Song will come soon. Wang Xiaoxiao looked ahead solemnly. There was an Ruoyi, whom she took out to bask in the sun every day. Of course, there is a piece of cloth covering the Gao Ling who has also become a vegetative state. However, compared with the past, when an Ruoyi faced the sun now, not only did vines no longer grow, but even the leaves on her body showed serious signs of yellowing and falling leaves. Everyone looked at Ruoyi's condition and felt a little heavier. Ruoyi's situation is what everyone is most worried about right now. But except Song Bing, no one knows medical skills. They can only rely on the energy water condensed by Luo Yin and Luo Sinew every day to water them, hoping to maintain their lives. Otherwise, I'll go to the hospital to check on the situation. Looking at Ruoyi, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up and said. Everyone's eyes moved. In fact, they had already had this idea. Let me go? I can handle any situation that arises. Xia took the initiative to speak at this moment. Immediately, regardless of everyone's objections, he stepped out of the gymnasium first. On a building several hundred meters away from the stadium, Shili, dressed in red, calmly watched the situation on the stadium. These days, she has been secretly guarding everyone in the hospital. Seeing that Xia was going out to inquire about the situation, she planned to stop him, because Song Bing is coming soon. However, the moment Shili stood up and was about to step out, her eyebrows frowned slightly. As if sensing something, she stopped and turned her head, looking towards the sky. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Buzz, buzz. Only the sharp and extremely fast cracking sound was heard coming from the sky. The sound is getting louder and louder. The airflow in the sky began to twist. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, I saw several dense missiles in the sky, covering Andu like raindrops. Under the gymnasium, Xia felt something first. The moment she raised her head, her pretty face changed. There were hundreds of dense missiles, and the moment they landed in Andu, they disintegrated into tens of thousands of missiles. Like raindrops, it almost covered the entire Andu. It's impossible to intercept it. Quick, everyone hide in the gymnasium. Xia reacted instantly and quickly spoke to remind her, while Succubus was fully activated. It turned into an invisible barrier covering the entire stadium. Zhang Taizhu and others stood up solemnly, but none of them entered the gymnasium, and they all released their powers. Planned to resist with Xia. Everyone tacitly arranged their positions and prepared for the arrival of these unknown missiles. Bang! However, before they could take action, several pieces of rubble flew out with terrifying power and met the several disintegration missiles that covered the stadium. Bang, 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 bang. Both sides exploded instantly, but the imagined shock wave did not occur. Instead, there were streams of gray smoke thicker than smoke bombs, which were released in midair at extremely high speeds. This scene made everyone stunned. At the same time, the surrounding missiles also collectively covered the entire city of Andu. Looking around, it looks like countless meteorites have fallen in, covering almost every corner of Andu. But the moment these missiles crashed, the imagined explosion did not occur. Instead, countless thick gray smoke was released from it, gradually flooding the entire city of Andu. Only the few missiles that had just been intercepted by the gravel did not cover the stadium immediately. Everyone goes into the gym, it's poison gas. Shili's figure came to Xia at some point, and his cold and unquestionable voice instantly made everyone's hearts tremble. Oh! At the same time, the gray poisonous gas covering the surrounding area was quickly engulfing the gymnasium. Wherever it passed, many vegetation and debris were instantly corroded and turned into black water. Even some low-level zombies at level 2 or 3 were eroded alive into pools of pus and blood. This terrible toxicity makes people's scalp numb, and these poisonous gases are already engulfing the stadium at extremely fast speeds. Unstoppable. Shili was extremely fast and had already started to use local materials to seal all the exits of the gymnasium. Xia reacted and quickly gathered her brain power to block these eroding toxins. Others quickly joined in the move to seal the gym. Xia, Succubus, was fully activated, and one person stood on the outermost edge, blocking the poison gas and trying to buy time for everyone. But soon, she was shocked to discover that these terrible poisonous gases were beginning to penetrate her mental barrier and erode towards her. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Shili appeared, pulled her into the closed gymnasium, and sealed the last door. At the last second when the door was closed, gray poisonous gas completely enveloped the entire gymnasium. Looking down at the entire city of Andu, it has long been shrouded in gray poisonous gas. Countless first and second level zombies were helpless in the face of these poisonous gases, as if they had turned into blood. Inside the gymnasium, looking at the gray poisonous gas that started to seep in, everyone's hearts instantly dropped to freezing point. This poisonous gas is very permeable, and ordinary objects cannot isolate it for long. Sia spoke loudly, and at the same time, she once again released her brain power to wrap around the surrounding buildings. But this won't last long. Hold on, Song Bing will be here soon. Shili's voice sounded at this time. Everyone then thought of something, and their eyes fell on Shili. This was the first time they had seen Seely's lineup up close. That cold and beautiful face is stunning. Of course, what attracted them more was Shili's words. Will Song Bing come back soon? How did the other party know? Under the night sky, the entire city of Andu was gradually being eroded by rolling poisonous smoke. The terrible toxic gas was bit by bit devouring all life in the city. At the same time, in the dense forest outside Andu, figures in protective suits from Sakura appeared one after another. Song Bing, you want to play the coward? Let's see if you come out this time. Harukawa Yuri sat inside a black gold war chariot, feet propped up, sipping tea, the corners of his mouth curled in mockery as he watched the scene. This was a terrifying poison gas missile developed by their Harukawa family. The toxic gas within was extracted and fused from several poisonous substances. Once released, it was comparable to nuclear radiation in peacetime, enough to corrode and kill everything. Even a 6th-level stranger would have no way out if contaminated. He wanted to see what Song Bing would use to resist. Young Master Yuri, we were sent by the family head to support you. Just then, an army quietly arrived from behind. Leading them were 5 men with katanas on their backs and gauze wrapped around their faces. The 5 men's cold eyes were filled with indifferent killing intent. This was something that could only be formed by killing countless people. Clearly, these were the death-sworn ninja that Harukawa Takeshun had mentioned. Additionally, behind the 5 men, a force of 500 people followed respectfully. If Shili and the members of the hospital were here, they would recognize them. These people were none other than the Ongwa Tianchi forces who had previously attacked the hospital. Leading them was none other than Wang Xian, who had lost an arm. Clearly, these people had already submitted to the Harukawa family. Harukawa Yuri turned to look at Wang Xian and the others. These are Ongwa people who have submitted to our great Sakura Empire. The 5 death-sworn ninja explained respectfully, then looked coldly at Wang Xian and the others. What are you standing there for? Kneel and pay respects to young Master Yuri. The bodies of the Ongwa Tianchi forces trembled, and they hurriedly knelt to show their loyalty. We pay respects to young Master Yuri. Wang Xian's eyes flickered, and he crawled on his knees to Harukawa Yuri, his face full of flattery. Young Master Yuri, please rest assured. I will be loyal to the great Sakura Empire and will definitely help you capture that Song Bing. Not bad, good dog. Our great Sakura Empire needs Ongwa dogs like you. Then open your dog eyes wide and watch carefully. If you spot Song Bing coming out, charge at him, understand? Harukawa Yuri looked at Wang Xian and the others with satisfaction and laughed. Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Yuri, please rest assured. From now on, our dog eyes won't blink once. If that Song Bing shows himself, I'll be the first to charge up and capture him for you. Wang Xian hurriedly echoed with a loyal expression. Ha ha ha, Yoshi, this is your reward. Harukawa Yuri was amused by Wang Xian's base appearance and poured the wine in his hand onto his bald head. Thank you for the reward, Master. Thank you for the reward, Master. Wang Xian looked delighted and crawled on the ground to lick it up. He truly acted like a traitorous dog. And at that moment, 1,000 meters away, a black gold war chariot sped from the darkness, heading straight toward Song Bing's psychiatric hospital. The gazes of Harukawa Yuri and the others were instantly drawn to it, until that black gold war chariot stopped in front of the burned-down Song Bing psychiatric hospital. At the same time, from the driver's seat, the figure he had been thinking about stepped out. Thud. The expressions of Harukawa Yuri and the 5 death-sworn ninja changed. But wasn't Song Bing in the Anda City district? How did he come back from outside? Charge. Capture Song Bing, and you'll be heavily rewarded. But after confirming it was Song Bing, Harukawa Yuri couldn't care about anything else and immediately gave the order. Leading all the elite forces lying in ambush in this direction, they rushed out. At the same time, the Sakura elite forces lying in ambush in other directions also received the news and quickly rushed over. Meanwhile, looking at the Song Bing psychiatric hospital burned down by the Sakura people, although Song Bing was mentally prepared, he still couldn't hide his anger. One could imagine that if it weren't for Shili, it wouldn't just be the hospital that was burned, but the people in the hospital as well. Lead the way. But Song Bing only glanced at it, then looked at Shili in the car. Shili's clone had already told him about the situation in the Anda City district. Through his forbidden pupil, he could clearly see the poisonous gas surging out from the city district in the darkness. Shili's clone in the car said nothing more and transformed into a graceful figure, rushing into the city district, opening the way for Song Bing, because the people in the stadium could barely hold on any longer. Kirisuit Gomen. At that moment, a large number of Sakura elite forces led by Harukawa Yuri and 500 surrendered traitors charged over. Loud ghostly howls echoed through the sky, and blinding lights shone over. Everyone's gaze excitedly focused on Song Bing, especially Harukawa Yuri, who looked as if he had already captured Song Bing. Ha ha ha, Song Bing, we finally meet again. Are you surprised? Harukawa Yuri rode his war chariot over with a sinister laugh. With 5 death-sworn ninja and an entire force of Ongwa cannon fodder supporting him, his confidence had multiplied. This time, not only would he obtain the witch, but he would also make Song Bing pay for the humiliation he suffered in the Antarctic battle. Back then, Song Bing had 4th-level combat power and didn't even spare him a glance. But now, having completed his fusion, he had already reached 5th-level combat power. Under the influence of drugs, he could even fight at the 6th level. He wondered what Song Bing would think of that. Song Bing turned around and recognized Harukawa Yuri at a glance. But after a quick scan, he found that the strongest among this group was only 5th level. This was indeed quite surprising. Master, you go ahead. Leave this to me. AI Xiaoxiu smiled, quite interested in this adorably stupid group. Leave them alive. Song Bing left those words indifferently and continued following Shili's clone's footsteps toward the Anda City district. I want to run. Can you escape? Seeing Song Bing so scared that he ran toward the city district, not even wanting his war chariot or the little girl who had stepped out, Harukawa Yuri's face showed disdain. He immediately released his powerful 5th-level wind-controlling ability and pursued Song Bing. The 5 death-sworn ninja accelerated to follow. Young Master Yuri, we'll help you. Wang Xian and several traitors also charged to the front with sharp glints in their eyes. They hadn't expected to actually wait for Song Bing, this person they had been thinking about constantly. Since that was the case, they could only capture Song Bing and present him to Harukawa Yuri to earn merit. Many traitors were even filled with hatred towards Song Bing, because in their view, the reason the Harukawa family raided their base was Song Bing's fault. He caused them to lose so many elite forces, giving the Harukawa family an opportunity. Therefore, Song Bing was the chief culprit. He deserved to die. I'm your opponent. Just as Harukawa Yuri led everyone in an aggressive pursuit, AI Xiaoxiu jumped down from the car and blocked everyone. Looking at these weak fellows, her dark eyes were full of amusement. Master said to keep them alive. That meant as long as they had 1 breath left, they counted as alive. AI Xiaoxiu's sudden leap forward left everyone stunned. That petite and adorable figure, that delicate and tender face. Just like that, one person attempting to block the charging army of Harukawa Yuri. No matter how you looked at it, the visual impact was extreme. Little kid, even your divine Dr. Song was so scared he abandoned you. Why aren't you running? A death-sworn ninja revealed a cruel smile, about to draw the blade from his back and kill AI Xiaoxiu. Torturing and killing children was one of his pleasures. Keep her alive. But Harukawa Yuri stopped him, because he had taken a liking to AI Xiaoxiu at first glance. Yes, that death-sworn ninja immediately sheathed his blade and charged toward AI Xiaoxiu. The rest intended to ignore AI Xiaoxiu and pursue Song Bing to kill him. Think I'm small? Then I'll get bigger. AI Xiaoxiu revealed a cunning and adorable smile. She glanced at the pair of bear cubs in the cage on the car roof beside her. Roar! And in the next second, her petite and adorable figure suddenly expanded and grew, instantly transforming into a mutated giant bear over 10 meters tall and powerfully built. Moreover, with no wind-up at all, she simultaneously unleashed an earth-shaking roar at Harukawa Yuri and the others closing in. The resounding roar carried a terrifying airflow, covering a distance of dozens of meters. Combined with AI Xiaoshuo's lightning-fast transformation, it sent the unprepared Harukawa Yuri and dozens of others flying on the spot. The entire process happened in an instant. AI Xiaoshuo's attack was like a level 3 Zhang Fei using his ultimate, sending 7 or 8 burly men flying in one breath. Completely impossible to guard against. Harukawa Yuri and the others, scattered by the impact, looked up in confusion toward the front. Gazing up at AI Xiaoshuo, who had transformed into a giant bear over 10 meters tall, they became even more dumbfounded. How about now? Big enough. The giant bear AI Xiaoshuo spoke in a lowly voice, thoughtfully inquiring of Harukawa Yuri and the others. Everyone's faces turned pale. Each person's mind went completely blank, seriously doubting whether their eyes were playing tricks on them. The key was that the contrast was too great. 1 second, a cute little girl, less than 1.3 meters tall, making your heart bloom with joy. The next second, directly transforming with no wind-up into a mutated giant bear over 10 meters tall, and blowing you far away with one breath. This sense of contrast. Just ask yourself, are you stunned or not? Bakayaro, this must be an illusion. Kill her, don't be deceived. Seeing that Song Bing had already disappeared into the darkness, Harukawa Yuri instantly flew into a rage. Without caring about anything else, he drew the purple patterned katana from his waist and was the first to charge at AI Xiaoshuo. Harukawa Yuri's speed was extremely fast, hurricanes swirling around his body, his figure like lightning, rapidly closing in on AI Xiaoshuo. Die! Upon reaching within 10 meters of AI Xiaoshuo, the hurricane around him accelerated again. Gripping his katana, he confidently executed a sliding tackle, planning to first sever one of AI Xiaoshuo's feet. It must be said, Harukawa Yuri's speed was indeed fast. Among level 5s, he was definitely a dazzling existence. But from the perspective of the level 6, transformed AI Xiaoshuo, it was a different picture. Harukawa Yuri seemed to be going mad, running left, running right, then running in an S shape, arriving at her feet, then actively sliding in to deliver his head beneath her feet, as if afraid AI Xiaoshuo wouldn't be able to kick him. Seeing this, AI Xiaoshuo immediately became interested, aiming at a stone wall frame not far away. She delivered a powerful shot at Harukawa Yuri, who was actively sliding toward her. So fast, how is this possible? Harukawa Yuri's pupils contracted sharply, frightened by the terrifying kick AI Xiaoshuo suddenly unleashed. This speed had exceeded his understanding. He quickly rolled over, wanting to strike preemptively, but AI Xiaoshuo's powerful and heavy kick had already arrived. Bang! With a loud crash, Harukawa Yuri flew out like a soccer ball on the spot, heading toward the wall frame 100 meters away. All the Sakura elites widened their eyes. In. AI Xiaoshuo nervously clenched her small hands, watching this beautiful shot. Bang! However, Harukawa Yuri ultimately grazed the wall frame and crashed into a giant boulder. No! AI Xiaoshuo immediately covered her small face, unable to bear watching. She actually kicked it crooked. Could kicking a soccer ball really be this difficult? No good again. The unwilling little beast immediately looked at the others, instantly determined to practice her shots. Young Master Yuri. Seeing Harukawa Yuri defeated in one move, the 5 Deathsworn ninjas' expressions changed slightly. Their eyes immediately revealed fierce light as they all charged at AI Xiaoshuo together, not daring to be careless anymore. The balls are coming. AI Xiaoshuo, seeing the 5 balls actively rolling toward her, immediately hurried to readjust her mindset. This time she must score. A 5-goal haul. The 5 Deathsworn ninjas fully activated their level 5 abilities, transforming into 5 afterimages, killing toward AI Xiaoshuo from 5 directions. At the same time, AI Xiaoshuo also moved, in order of their distance from her. Bang, opening the scoring. Bang, brace. Bang, hat trick. Bang poker. Bang 5-goal haul. AI Xiaoxiu kicked all 5 balls in one breath. In the last second before the 5 fierce death-sworn ninjas flew out, their expressions were the same as Harukawa Yuri's. All completely dumbfounded. One was even kicked to death. However, when AI Xiaoxiu opened her eyes to look, that frame made of stone walls remained intact. Not a single ball went in. Not even one went in. AI Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. The Sakura elites and traders, however, were terrified, witnessing with their own eyes how Harukawa Yuri and the 5 death-sworn ninjas were just kicked flying like that. At this moment, they instantly lost the momentum they had when charging. One by one, they retreated in fear. Wang Xian and the other traders were the same, their gazes beginning to evade. Someone shouted, and the Sakura forces and traders instantly scattered and fled. Today I must score a goal. Looking at these walking soccer balls, AI Xiaoxiu's temper flared up. With a leap, she landed in front of them, immediately beginning a shooting spree. She refused to believe she couldn't score. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the screams of the Sakura elites and traders rang out. Transformed into soccer balls, they flew everywhere under AI Xiaoxiu's continuous shots. But she just couldn't hit that wall frame. Each shot was more ridiculously off-target than the last. Only Harukawa Yuri's first shot came closest. This was quite miraculous. At the same time, by the wall frame, Harukawa Yuri, who had been kicked first, staggered out of the stone crater. Not far away, the 5 death-sworn ninjas also got up. Bakiaro, I don't believe it. Looking at the elites scattered everywhere, kicked around like balls by AI Xiaoxiu, Harukawa Yuri became enraged. He decisively pulled out a pathogen agent and jabbed it into his own neck. In an instant, Harukawa Yuri's veins bulged, hurricanes howled around his body, and a 6th ray of energy light emerged between his brows. Give me your life. With one hand, he recalled the katana that had fallen to the ground. Harukawa Yuri's aura surged as he charged at AI Xiaoxiu once more. This time, even faster. At the same time, AI Xiaoxiu, having kicked everyone in one go and seeing that not a single shot went in, began to doubt herself a bit. Fortunately, at this moment, she happened to see Harukawa Yuri rise and charge toward her. The aura around him was even more imposing. Like an even bigger ball. This ball will definitely go in. AI Xiaoxiu immediately regained her confidence, also actively running toward Harukawa Yuri. And even faster. Great Gale. Watching AI Xiaoxiu charge toward her, Harukawa Yuri's blade finally slashed out. The airflow swirling around the blade stirred up dust from the ground, as if imbued with some kind of magic, splitting the air of this world in two. It instantly transformed into a hurricane, tearing through everything, rushing toward AI Xiaoxiu. This strike was indeed powerful, easily shredding everything around it. But when the hurricane swept over AI Xiaoxiu's body, it changed flavor. Her towering form of over 10 meters charged through the hurricane like a titan ape, completely unaffected. Only a few strands of fur were blown up. Harukawa Yuri's pupils quaked as she finally realized how absurd AI Xiaoxiu was. She instantly turned and hurriedly retreated. AI Xiaoxiu followed with large strides, not attacking, but waiting until Harukawa Yuri was less than 3 meters from the wall frame. Only then did she excitedly kick out. Score. AI Xiaoxiu executed a flying volley kick, precisely kicking Harukawa Yuri, who was trying to run in an S pattern again, flying out. Bang! With a tremendous crash, this time Harukawa Yuri slammed heavily into the wall frame. Instantly, the entire wall frame also turned to ruins. Yeah, goal. Seeing that she had finally scored, AI Xiaoxiu excitedly jumped on the spot. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, beneath the ruins, Harukawa Yuri's internal organs were all damaged, coughing up blood continuously. She crawled out from under the rubble with difficulty. Looking in terror at the tall and imposing AI Xiaoxiu, she staggered backward repeatedly. Gone was her earlier high spirits. Now she only wanted to escape. If kicked again, she felt she would die. Young Master Yuri, you go first. The 5 death-sworn ninja climbed up, each decisively punching their own hearts. Instantly, the medicine hidden within their bodies shattered. It spread throughout their bodies in an instant. The 5 people's bodies simultaneously writhed and twisted, veins bulging. Their energy auras, like Harukawa Yuri's earlier, were climbing steadily. The difference was that the medicine implanted in the 5 people's bodies, once activated, burned their lives as the price. That's why they were called Deathsworn Ninja. After the 5 people's auras reached level 6, they once again decisively charged at AI Xiaoxiao. There was no fear in their eyes. Harukawa Yuri showed no mercy either. She only wanted to take this opportunity to escape. Wanna run? I haven't kicked enough yet. Seeing this, AI Xiaoxiao's eyes revealed cunning. Thus began an unconventional soccer match. At the same time, in Andacity District, 2 afterimages shuttled at extreme speed through the poison gas-filled city buildings, heading toward the city center. But soon, the Shili clone leading the way felt discomfort, her dark brows furrowing slightly. Looking carefully, her arms and neck had already been stained gray by the gray poison gas. Mold-like spots resembling fungi had grown, and these spots were spreading at extreme speed. It looked extremely horrifying. At this moment, a large hand fell on her shoulder. In an instant, those spreading terrible mold spots, under the touch of that palm, retreated at extreme speed as if meeting their nemesis. The Shili clone turned to look at Song Bing, who appeared beside her, unable to hide her emotion. Was this immunity to all poisons? Hold tight. Song Bing's gaze looked toward the increasingly dense poison gas ahead, frowning as he spoke. The tetanus wings behind him bloomed open simultaneously. Shili reacted and hurriedly held Song Bing tight. The next second, the tetanus wings trembled, and the two directly transformed into an extreme shadow, flying toward the depths of the city district. The terrifying flight speed dispersed the surrounding gray poison gas. So fast, the Shili clone's body trembled violently, instinctively holding tighter. At the same time, she looked up at Song Bing's chiseled jawline, unable to hide her shock. At this speed, she could barely withstand it. And this burst of energy fluctuation, was this still level 6? In just a few days since they last met, Song Bing had become terrifyingly strong again. This deeply stimulated her heart. Don't get distracted, navigate. Feeling the trembling below, Song Bing reminded, still looking ahead as he flew. Under this poison gas, the entire Andu was like a fog city, his vision also obstructed. He could only rely on Shili's clone sensing for precise positioning. The Shili clone came to her senses and hurriedly used her clone sensing to guide Song Bing's direction. Song Bing's form trembled, quickly turning and accelerating, instantly adjusting. Right. Sensing something wrong, Shili hurriedly spoke again. Song Bing turned again. A bit left. A bit right. Just like this, Song Bing transformed into a fighter jet, with Shili acting as the controller, constantly giving Song Bing directions. Wherever Shili pointed, Song Bing flew. The two coordinated seamlessly. Under Shili's command, Song Bing was like an experienced driver with years of flying experience, accelerating all the way, precisely avoiding obstacle after obstacle, heading toward the city center. Under such terrifying accelerated flight, even the level 6, Shili couldn't bear it. She bit her red lips tightly, feeling somewhat nauseous. She seemed to have motion sickness. But fortunately, after just a few minutes, the rapidly flying Song Bing finally stopped. Carrying the nearly fainting Shili clone, he landed on top of a building. And not far away, under the dense poison gas, the stadium Shili mentioned was right before them. At this moment, almost all the surrounding buildings had been invaded by poison gas. The stadium was no exception. But when Song Bing's gaze looked over, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he revealed a strange expression. Inside the stadium, all the surrounding buildings had long been penetrated by the terrible gray poison gas. But this poison gas that seeped in was all being inhaled into his own body by Zhou Xian, who was carrying a large iron pipe. He lay leisurely on the ground like this, as if smoking opium, his face full of enjoyment. Not far away, a group of hospital members gathered together, looking at Zhou Xian, who was treating poison gas like cigarettes. Every single one was dumbfounded, unable to say a word. In fact, when looking at the continuously seeping poison gas, everyone had already despaired. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhang Taizhu instantly thought of Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian liked to eat all kinds of heavy-flavored foods. He could even produce farts comparable to poison gas, and could recycle them. Perhaps he could resist this terrible poison gas. So Zhang Taizhu said nothing and quickly had Song Shenlong summon Zhou Xian. In the entire hospital, he was probably the only one who knew about Zhou Xian and Song Shenlong's sworn brotherhood, right? Of course, Wang Kai didn't count. So accompanied by Song Shenlong's call of Big Brother, Zhou Xian burst through the ground, making a domineering entrance. At first, no one believed it. After all, Zhou Xian himself was an existence that produced poison gas. What could he do by coming out? Add another type of poison gas. But under everyone's disbelieving gazes, Zhou Xian took a light breath of the drifting gray poison gas. His eyes immediately lit up, as if opening up a new world. Without a word, he pulled over a conduit pipe and fiercely inhaled all the drifting poison gas. Everyone was shocked, speechless for a moment. Wait, he just inhaled it like that? Shili among them was the same, her usually cold and beautiful eyes unable to hide their fluctuation. Looking at this monster who was only level 5, she began to doubt life for a moment. Next time there's such a secret weapon, let him come out earlier. Shili looked at Sia and rarely spoke. She felt her appearance was somewhat redundant again. Sia didn't know what to say for a moment. She also didn't expect Zhou Xian could be this fierce, did she? On the building, Song Bing, who was originally anxious, twitched the corners of his mouth. What monster had he created? This guy Zhou is directly immune to the poisonous gas that even level 6 Shili is afraid of. No, I even enjoyed it. After a moment of surprise, Song Bing took Shili's clone and flew directly to the top of the gymnasium. However, Song Bing was not in a hurry to enter the museum. Since there is nothing inside, then it's time for him to deal with the outside. By the way, it's time to clean up the zombies in the whole city. You go in first, and I'll call you after I've cleaned up. Looking around, Song Bing looked at the Shili clone beside him and said calmly. However, these extremely indifferent words shocked Shili again. A second ago, she was still worried about how Song Bing would lead everyone out safely at once, or lead in batches. But the next second, Song Bing said this in an understatement. Thinking that he heard wrongly, Shili looked at Song Bing in disbelief and asked tentatively, "You mean you can clean up the poisonous gas in the entire city?" "I don't know, let's try it." Song Bing didn't explain much. Some things are really hard to explain. When she was sure that she had not misunderstood, she remained silent for a moment. Although she was a lot surprised, she still did not ask too much. Instead, he nodded and quickly entered the gymnasium on his own initiative. At the same time, inside the stadium, the sudden sound above their heads made everyone who was still shocked quickly become alert. "Don't be afraid, Song Bing is here." Shili spoke quickly. Everyone's hearts trembled, and everyone suddenly became excited. Everyone's eyes quickly focused on a loose skylight. Click. The next second, another silly jumped down from it and sealed the skylight again. Everyone's originally expectant eyes were suddenly stunned. Shili's clone looked at everyone's expectant eyes and said, but he tactfully changed cleaning up the poisonous gas into finding a method. Great. Hearing this, Sia and the others instantly regained their confidence. Looking at Shili's clone, they quickly understood why Shili knew Song Bing's movements. And at this moment, the footsteps coming from above made them even more convinced of this. In an instant, everyone's nervous hearts finally relaxed. Everyone knows what the emergence of Song Bing means. As a result, everyone was not in a hurry and looked at the ceiling. Clenching his fists, he quietly waited for Song Bing to find a way to avoid the poisonous gas. After the task was completed, Shili's clone looked at Shili, and the two walked into a locker room in tacit understanding. When he came out again, there was only one left. Sia and Wang Xiaoxiao noticed this. I was shocked again. It would be false to say that I don't envy this kind of ability. Above the stadium, looking at the rich poisonous gas everywhere, Song Bing closed his eyes. He spread his hands. At the same time, the kidney ruins opened. The next second, Song Bing felt a terrible suction force all over his body, like a human-shaped exhaust fan. The surrounding poisonous gas quickly poured into Song Bing's body. The speed is getting faster and faster. The inhaled poison gas was compressed into a liquid by Song Bing's brain power in the kidney ruins, and then compressed into a black solid like ice, and stored in a separate location. Achieve perfect recycling. If this shocking scene were seen by everyone in the stadium, they would probably be shocked and speechless. Zhou Xian had to call him patriarch whenever he saw him. In just a few minutes, Song Bing had almost completely absorbed the poisonous gas within a few hundred meters. Many places covered by poisonous gas have emerged one after another. Among them were many zombies that were corroded to death and struggling. But Song Bing was not satisfied with this speed, and he has to do more than just clean up the gas. There are also zombies to clean up. So, while Song Bing was absorbing it, he slowly took off a dyed white coat from Candy in the kidney ruins, while putting a new one on her. Song Bing put on the white coat that Candy had painted neatly on his body, and the unique fragrance was stronger than ever. The next second, the tetanus wings behind Song Bing were released, turning into a white afterimage, showing a circle-searching pattern. Taking the gymnasium as the center of the circle, it continued to expand towards the periphery. Wherever he passed, all the poisonous gas was personally visited by Song Bing, deeply absorbed without leaving any residue. In addition, whenever he encounters zombies, Song Bing will also clean them up. A two-pronged approach. No delay at all. Looking down from above, the entire city of Andu was shrouded in poisonous gas. You will find that from the central position, an afterimage is flying in a circle at a very fast speed. Wherever he passed, poisonous gas and zombies were eliminated. Gradually, it turned into a round, clean land. And the circle keeps getting bigger. Whoosh whoosh. As the circle gets bigger and bigger, Song's disease becomes faster and faster. After cleaning up all the way, almost all the zombies Song Bing encountered were level 3 or above. Under the baptism of this poisonous gas, almost all low-level zombies were corroded into bones by the poisonous gas. The rest are almost all high-level zombies. Ding absorb level 3 blood acid zombie virus, merit plus 1000. Ding absorb level 4 zombie eating virus, merit plus 10,000. Ding absorb the level 5 giant zombie virus, merit plus 100,000. Ding absorb level 3 parasitic zombie virus, merit plus 1 million. Ding absorb level 7 bewitching zombie virus, merit plus 10 million. Along with Song Bing's search, Song Bing's merits are also rising. With the blessing of Candy's version of the white coat, no matter how advanced and ferocious the zombie was, he immediately turned into a docile little lamb when faced with Song Bing. Obediently let Song Bing be treated. The whole city of An suddenly became a treasure trove for Song Bing to earn his merits. When the morning sun shines on the earth, look down again. The entire city of Andu, which was originally shrouded in poisonous gas, has now seen the light of day again. Not only did the poisonous gas dissipate, but the zombies that originally occupied the entire city of Andu had mysteriously disappeared out of thin air. Only a few scattered people were left, falling to the ground. The entire Andu seemed to have turned into an empty city that was so clean that it had not been touched by zombies overnight. It was as if a god had descended and wiped everything clean. Of course, all this is actually the result of Song Bing's hard night's cleaning. At this moment, Song Bing had cleared up to the outskirts of Andu. Not even the last remaining poison gas and zombies were spared. After all, Andu will create a real base camp next. Finally cleaned up, Song Bing, who had been cleaning the burned-down mental hospital all night, finally returned here. It landed on a burned-out tall building. At this moment, Song Bing was already sweating profusely. After all, he was cleaning a city. Song Bing also didn't expect that one day he would be able to wear a white coat as a cleaner. But looking down at the entire Andu that was once again clean, he still showed a happy smile. At a glance, not only did the terrifying poisonous gas disappear, but even the zombies that were everywhere in the past also disappeared inexplicably. The whole city suddenly became wider and neater. As for the corpses of those zombies, they were already lying quietly in a corner of Song Bing's kidney ruins. Piles piled up. When there is time, Song Bing will find an opportunity to bury them. And for this cleaning, Song Bing also received a lot of reward. Not only did they obtain nearly 100 cubic meters of compressed poison gas, he also received nearly 180 million enhanced merit points. This is why Song Bing looks so weak. Because the absorption this night has already exceeded his maximum load of 100 million. So Song Bing even rested for several hours during the process, gritting his teeth and persisting. After digesting, he reluctantly continued to clear out 80 million more. Otherwise, it will just be faster. At the same time, the 200 million enhanced merit points exceeded Song Bing's expectations. Almost 80% of the zombies in the entire city have been corroded by the poisonous gas in advance. Although they are all first and second level low-level zombies. But under this premise, Song Bing only absorbed high-level zombies and still gained a total of 180 million enhanced merit points. Of course, there is a more important point in being able to reach this amount. That is, during this period, the 30 million strengthening merit points that Song Bing absorbed came from 3 7th-level zombie kings. That's right, 3 level 7 zombies. Such a result was something Song Bing never expected. Unexpectedly, there were 3 level 7 zombie kings appearing in Anduin. The reason why he was able to level up so quickly was all because of cheating. However, these high-level zombies are real fusion awakenings. Their awakening speed once far exceeded that of mutated humans. But fortunately, with the blessing of Candy's version of the white coat, these 3 level 7 zombie kings were only filled with fear when they saw Song Bing. Didn't dare to attack. Therefore, Song Bing solved them all easily. It's no wonder that various apocalypse forces are so obsessed with Candy. This can be seen again. When Candy was mentioned, Song Bing couldn't help but look at the kidney ruins. I found this woman still huddled in the utility room with a pile of clothes. He was sleeping tightly wrapped in countless clothes and sundries, with no feeling of waking up at all. Still so charming and charming. It has been almost a month since he last woke up. This was something Song Bing didn't expect. When I first met Candy, this woman basically woke up every day. Climb out on your own initiative to suck blood. After he finished sucking it, he would drive her into the Shinshu to sleep. As a result, gradually, the time became longer and longer. I've been working for a month now. Song Bing suddenly felt uncomfortable again. Several times when he was saturated and painful from sucking, all he could think of was Candy. My little ancestor, you should come out quickly. I swear, I won't let you in this time. Song Bing suddenly felt a little annoyed. Because next, after dealing with those annoying flies, what he has to do is naturally go to major cities to search for merit upgrades. Just like Enda this time. You see, we made 200 million in one night. Can you believe it? Then let's continue to clean up the city. The next round of 1 billion upgrades will be at your fingertips. The only thing that restrained Song Bing was the saturation limit. This is why Song Bing hurriedly wanted this little ancestor to come out. But it was obvious that Candy, who was sleeping, did not hear Song Bing's call. Every inch of her skin was so white and flawless, and she was still sleeping like an angel. It seemed that he was deliberately teaching Song Bing a lesson. Who told you not to let me hold you every time? Song Bing had no choice but to look away. At the same time, he turned around and looked towards the suburbs. Not far away, AI Xiaoxiao, who had transformed into a burly giant bear, was still playing football. Bang up. Yeah, it's in again. Look at my big 4. No, tourniquet, ah. Under the training of Qingchuan Yuri and others, AI Xiaoxiao has made rapid progress. If you don't have enough strength, you need distance. Within 7 steps, fast and accurate. It was a group of cherry blossom elites and traders who had been kicked to the ground with bruises and swollen faces. They were lying on the ground in fear. No one dared to run away anymore, because they would be kicked if they did. Don't ask them how they know. Seeing that everyone was lying down obediently, AI Xiaoxiao grabbed the higher level ones and kicked them. It's not easy to die like this. So overall, Qingchuan Yuri was the worst. As AI Xiaoxiao's first goal scorer, he has always received special attention. Even if Qingchuan Yuri was kicked, he would not dare to run away again. While AI Xiaoxiao was playing, he always liked to run over and give him a kick. It was the same wherever he climbed. In the end, Harukawa Yuri was kicked unconscious. As for the 5 equally powerful Deadpool ninjas, it had already been kicked into a ball by AI Xiaoxiao. When Song Bing arrived, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that this girl would be so cruel while he was away. Look at being kicked by these people. Do you really just want to live? The key is to let yourself go so freely. Look, the cute lowly image turns into a mutated black bear. Like to play with contrasts? King Kong Barbie. Song Bing suddenly didn't recognize this girl. At this moment, AI Xiaoxiao finished kicking several other people and ran towards the unconscious Qingchuan Yuri. Lift your foot and kick. Ahem, little beast, that's enough. Stop kicking. If you kick any further, you'll die. Seeing that AI Xiaoxiu was so carried away with playing, Song Bing could only cough to remind him. AI Xiaoxiu's raised big foot suddenly stopped in midair. Immediately, he turned his head little by little, and when he saw Song Bing, his smile suddenly stiffened. Maru La, when did Shifu come? AI Xiaoxiu suddenly felt that the sky was falling. She actually showed such a rude side in front of Song Bing. Her cute and attractive little lowly image was ruined. AI Xiaoxiu's burly figure quickly became smaller. It quickly returned to its original petite and cute appearance. Then he put his little hands behind his back, blinked the charming Kazalan big eyes, looked at Song Bing, and said with an innocent face, "Cuff, take me away. She wants to kick me. She is weird." However, before AI Xiaoxiu had finished kicking, a Sakura soldier at her feet raised his head with difficulty and frantically asked Song Bing for help. His waist was broken by AI Xiaoxiu's kick. Bang! But AI Xiaoxiu also didn't give him a chance to finish his words. He kicked him lightly and sent him into the ruins. "Shifu, he is drunk. Ignore him." AI Xiaoxiu immediately explained to Song Bing. "No, tourniquet, don't kick me. Help, help. She's a monster. She's going to turn into a big, ugly monster. I am from Manhua, Divine Dr. Song. Please help me. I was forced to do this. Don't let this monster kick us, woo." However, as soon as AI Xiaoxiu finished explaining, more sounds of begging for mercy came from around him. At this moment, both the Sakura elite and a group of traders were kicked out of the shadows by the monster AI Xiaoxiu. Even now, AI Xiaoxiu has returned to her cute little girl appearance. There was still a look of fear on his face. So much so that everyone regarded Song Bing as a good person asking for help. "I would rather die than be kicked by AI Xiaoxiu." Pill. Completely taken away. Looking around at the frightened voices begging for mercy, AI Xiaoxiu knew that his cute image was completely ruined. "It's okay. I really like contrast as a teacher." Seeing AI Xiaoxiu's cute look trying to maintain his image in front of him, Song Bing, as a master, naturally rubbed his little head and smiled. "Really? From now on, the little beast will be transformed by Shifu every day." AI Xiaoxiu was immediately happy. Song Bing's smile was stiff. Looking down at his innocent-looking disciple, he quickly changed the subject and said, "We'll talk about this later. First, tie these people up and load them into the car." Song Bing said, pointing to a large black gold truck that had been taken out not far away. It was specially used to house these people, because the subsequent construction of Anda Park will require too much labor. These are ready-made. Okay, leave it to my master. AI Xiaoxiu looked at the black gold truck with its door open not far away, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Without saying a word, he immediately ran over and started shooting. Of course, this time, she doesn't turn into a big black bear. After all, Song Bing is here and his image has to be maintained. Instead, he took advantage of the child's body shape and shot. But the intensity has not diminished at all. The accuracy remains the same. It was 7 steps away, and there was no way he could kick it in. Ouch! Help! Help! She's coming again. Stop kicking. I'll crawl on myself. The Sakura elites and traders who were still awake were so frightened that they rolled over and crawled. But it obviously didn't work. The active ones attracted AI Xiaoxiu's attention more. When Song Bing saw this, he just smiled. Anyway, as long as he is here, these people will not die. AI Xiaoxiu can play whatever he wants. Dr. Song, save me, save me. Divine Dr. Song, I am from the Wang family, and I was coerced by these bullies. I endured the humiliation and lurked here just to cooperate with you and kill these idiots together. But at this moment, many traders crawled towards Song Bing in fear, and the one-armed hero Wang Xian, who led them, spoke with a face full of indignation. The reasons are all made up perfectly. Really? Then crawl over here. Let this miracle doctor save you. Looking at these traders who were full of desire for survival, Song Bing said sincerely. The traders were stunned for a moment, looking at Song Bing in a white coat, and immediately seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and crawled towards Song Bing even harder. His eyes were extremely clear. Little beast, watch and I will teach you what it means to play football. Seeing that these people had almost climbed the distance, Song Bing glanced at AI Xiaoxiu, who had been unable to kick in, and said with a smile. The faces of the traders who crawled over changed greatly when they heard this. but Song Bing had already stepped forward quickly. Bang! With a powerful and heavy kick, a trader flew out with his sternum shattered on the spot and was accurately shot into the truck. Bang, 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 bang. Song Bing followed up with 4 shadowless kicks. For more traders shot accurately. A 5-year-old son came directly to pass the examination. Such strength, such ruthlessness, instantly raised the level to a higher level. Wow! AI Xiaoxiu was dumbfounded. The traders who came full of expectations were also dumbfounded, looking at Song Bing's even more fierce and terrifying ejaculation. Their pupils shrank suddenly, and their scalps felt numb. Is love crawling from a little devil to a big devil? No, no, that's not the case. The remaining Wang Xian was immediately frightened and crawled back. Don't be afraid. I will set an example and stop kicking. Seeing the fearful expressions of these people, Song Bing hurriedly comforted them kindly. Then under the eyes of everyone, the bone in Song Bing's hand grew and turned into a golf club the size of a mace. He smiled and said, "Compared to playing football, I personally prefer the elegant sport of golf." The hearts of Wang Xian and others who had just been comforted suddenly shrank again. No, no, I don't want it. Everyone's legs and feet were immediately frightened, and they crawled even more violently. But obviously, it was too late. Song Bing turned into an afterimage and landed in front of these people in an instant, holding the golf club high in his hand. Bang! Only a crisp cracking sound was heard, and Wang Xian was the first to be hit by Song Bing's powerful dunk, and he flew into the truck on the spot. Perfect as a whole. Wang Xian also rolled his eyes for a moment and could only breathe. Bang, bang, bang. The others followed closely behind, and every swing Song Bing made was exquisite. Explosive kill. The surviving Sakura elite and traders stared at this scene with wide eyes. Suddenly, they all seemed to crawl towards the AI Xiaoxiu they were originally afraid of. Kick me quickly, it's too late. Come on, kick me, please. I'm in good health, so I can definitely shoot. Quick. While crawling, the survivors looked at AI Xiaoxiu desperately and begged to be kicked. Obviously, in comparison, AI Xiaoxiu is much gentler. Seeing this, AI Xiaoxiu cast an admiring look at Song Bing, and then looked at the endless stream of kickers. Line up, take good poses, don't rush, come one by one. AI Xiaoxiu immediately let go of himself, kicking while maintaining order. Just like that, the master and the apprentice were in broad daylight. One person played football, one person played golf, until nearly 700 Sakura elites and traders were sent into the large black gold truck. Rumble. The moment the truck door closes, it declares that the wait in the Qingchuan tree has failed. Shifu, where did you get this hammer? It looks so cool. After kicking everyone, AI Xiaoxiu looked at the golf club in Song Bing's hand with bright eyes. Like it. Seeing this, Song Bing smiled and immediately used decisive force to separate the condensed supreme bone. An excruciating pain hit him, but Song Bing's expression did not change, and he continued to turn the raw bone into a perfect hammer that also contained poison. Immediately, he threw it towards AI Xiaoxiu without hesitation and said, "Go on." He never gave this girl anything. It's just about time for the bones to come out, so what if I give one as a gift? Although there is pain from broken bones, but it will grow out after a while. AI Xiaoxiu was slightly stunned and subconsciously raised his hand to take it. The moment I took the hammer into my hands, there was an indescribable texture and weight. It seems to be alive. It was incomparable to the so-called black gold weapon she had seen. AI Xiaoxiu immediately couldn't put it down, but he still looked at Song Bing and said, "Master, you gave it to me. What about you?" "It's okay, I still have it." Song Bing smiled, and the moment he raised his hand, another raw bone grew out and turned into a white straight knife. AI Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up, and he picked up the hammer again. After waving it a few times, I couldn't put it down even more. The feel is simply great. Thank you, master. I will use this hammer to blast the enemy from now on. AI Xiaoxiu smiled brightly and held the hammer, which was taller than himself, in his arms. Let's go. Zhuzi and the others are still waiting for us. Song Bing smiled slightly, then took the initiative to get into the car filled with Sakura elites and traders, and headed towards the city. Mainly because he can always keep the people inside alive by driving this car. AI Xiaoxiu picked up the hammer, happily got into the black gold chariot filled with animals and plants, and followed Song Bing. Meanwhile, downtown, inside the stadium, Sheely and everyone in the hospital were still waiting quietly, and they were surprised to find that no poisonous gas had penetrated into the surroundings for a long time. But there was no news about Songbing. No one dared to go out. Sheely narrowed her beautiful eyes and watched, her heart even more touched. Did Songbing really succeed? But how is this possible? The whole city is poisonous. How to purify Song's disease? Gone? Really gone. My prince's son is really gone. At this time, Zhou Xian's excited voice also sounded. He breathed hard all night, and finally determined that the delicious poisonous gas had really left him. Everyone looked at it, and the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch slightly. Click. At this moment, a closed gym door suddenly opened. The bright sunshine shines in. Everyone's first reaction was to be on alert, thinking that poisonous gas had rushed in. It wasn't until I felt the warmth on my body and the blinding sunlight shining through my eyes that I calmed down. Sia and others slowly opened their eyes and looked around. Under the bright sunshine, the figure they had been waiting for several days finally appeared. Seeing Songbing, Zhou Xian immediately shut his mouth. Divine Dr. Song. Boss. Brother. A minor illness. Seeing Songbing's face clearly, everyone became excited. Zhang Taizhu and others hurriedly brought Lu Su and Song in over. Dad, Mom. Songbing immediately checked the two elders' bodies. After making sure they were fine, he looked at Zhang Taizhu and others and said with a smile, "Come outside with me. It's safe outside." With that said, Songbing took the initiative to lead Lu Su and Song into the front. Everyone's hearts moved slightly, but they still chose to believe Songbing and followed him. In the closed gymnasium, everyone in the hospital, led by Songbing, finally walked out one after another. The poisonous atmosphere that enveloped my imagination was no longer there. Instead, bright and warm sunshine shines on everyone. Looking around, there is still a trace of poisonous gas. No, not just gas. It seemed like there wasn't even a zombie left. The entire Anda city was inexplicably quiet. It seemed as if it had been cleaned. Everyone's hearts trembled, looking at this scene in disbelief. Of course, the most shocking one is Sheely. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and she looked at Songbing. The latter looked relaxed and contented, as if all this was just a matter of effort. How is this done? Not only to clean up all the poisonous gas. Have you even cleaned up the zombies? Sheely couldn't calm down and wanted to ask Songbing, but in the end he didn't speak. Brother, how did you do this? Is the poison gas gone? Also, the zombies seem to be gone. Zhang Taizhu opened his mouth and asked what everyone wanted to ask. We will discuss this issue later. Let me give you a surprise first. Songbing smiled slightly and immediately looked towards the black gold battle lane not far away. Little beast, come out. Little beast's sister. Sure enough, Zhang Tieju's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard AI Xiaoshou's name. Where is she, little beast? Is she okay? Lu Su also became concerned. Naturally, she would not forget AI Xiaoshou. Wang Wang Wang. Of course, the most exciting thing is Wang Kai. Before Songbing could call out AI Xiaoshou, it was already looking in the direction of the black gold chariot with its super sense of smell. Ever since, under the expectant eyes of everyone, the door of the black gold chariot opened. A delicate and cute little girl jumped out of the car. Hello, master. Good Taizhu. It's good to make money. Hello, everyone. AI Xiaoshou was very happy to say hello to the big guys. But looking at the cute little girl who was only 1.2 meters in front of them, everyone's expected smiles froze. Because of this apocalyptic mutation, the little beast has also undergone some mutations, but it will recover in the future. Songbing explained from the side, not surprised by everyone's reaction. He was also very surprised when he saw AI Xiaoshou for the first time. At that time, AI Xiaoshou was not so tall. Hey, good boy, come on. Lu Su was the first to react. He didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, he stepped forward and hugged AI Xiaoshou with a distressed look on his face. He said, Go there later. Master will cook your favorite chicken for you. Thank you, Master. AI Xiaoshou was moved and hugged Lu Su tightly. Enjoy this long-lost family affection. Wang Wang Wang. Wang Kai also came running happily at this time, wagging his tail crazily. Ever since AI Xiaoshou left, it hasn't eaten imported chicken bones for a long time. Zhang Taizhu also stepped forward honestly, but felt a little awkward. One more thing. The hospital has been burned down by the Sakura forces. Next, we need to find a place to stay. Anyway, there are no zombies in Anda now. Song Bing continued to speak at this time, informed about the burning of the mental hospital, and planned to settle everyone down first. Then start the construction of Anda Park. After all, the whole city is so big. Even if the labor force is sufficient, it cannot be completed overnight. As expected, when everyone heard this, their hearts sank. Although everyone was mentally prepared, they took all valuable things with them when they left. But after hearing the news that the hospital was burned down, everyone's heart was still heavy. After all, the mental hospital has become the safest harbor when everyone is in greatest danger. Everyone has already considered it home. Now, such a warm family is gone. Those damn bastards. Zhang Taizhu punched the wall hard, hating the forces that came to invade them over and over again. The same is true for everyone else. Go settle down. At this time, Wang Xiaoxiao stood up and suggested, "Well, that's good. An's home is not far from here, so let's go." Song Bing thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The An family serves as the management family of Anghua during peacetime. It happens to be located in the center of Anda City. It would be best to treat it as a temporary settlement and then spread the construction outward little by little. The large army quickly prepared and set off, because they are all in the center of the city, very close to each other. Plus, there are no zombies blocking the way. In less than half an hour, everyone drove a black gold chariot and arrived in front of a palace that resembled an ancient building. The entire Anjia is an ancient building. It occupies a large area and has safety facilities in place. The building materials are of the highest quality, so even if it has been invaded by zombies, it is basically intact. Soon, members of the hospital began to get busy. The main thing is cleaning and moving in. Does the Qingchuan family still need me? While everyone was busy, Shili took the initiative to find Song Bing and asked directly. Song Bing could hear the determination to leave from his tone. Thinking of the existence of Shiman members again, Song Bing did not try to stay. Also asked directly and clearly, "Do you need me to help you reach level 7? Sure enough. Shili's beautiful eyes moved slightly, but she still shook her head and said, "No, I have a feeling that this is not the limit of the source of the disease in my body. I want to break through it myself." "Okay, if you can't break through, you can come to me at any time." After hearing this, Song Bing no longer stopped him. The breakthroughs made by Zhou Xian and the others gave Song Bing some new understanding of disease transformation. Similarly, Shili can be regarded as the alien he transformed. It is still rare to invest in all aspects of renovation. So, maybe we can really break through. As for the specifics, maybe he should study these 3 guys Zhou Xian. Shili nodded and was about to turn around and leave, but stopped again, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I personally experienced the effect Song Bing gave those 7 sets of uniforms." Then she couldn't help but ask for it. If she had these clothes, she would no longer need to be afraid of those zombies, and it would be enough for her to lead Shiman to develop in this troubled world. Hearing this, Song Bing realized that he was planning to give Shili some more candy clothes. Immediately look inside the kidney ruins and collect them. However, seeing that Song Bing remained silent, Shili's beautiful eyes flashed with sadness. But she was not dissatisfied. After all, that kind of clothing was so precious. The 7 sets Song Bing could give her were already priceless. Enough for her to walk sideways in this apocalypse. Now she still wants to develop Shiman, which is a bit selfish. After thinking about this, Shili hurriedly said, "I'm just asking. After all, that kind of clothing is so precious. Goodbye." After saying that, Shili turned around and left. But he was stopped by Song Bing. "Close your eyes." She suddenly panicked. Why is this scene inexplicably familiar? I think I saw it on TV. I'm just asking. If it's not much, don't give it to me. Keep it for the hospital. Those 7 sets are enough for me. Shili hurriedly explained again. I immediately regretted that I had said too much just now. You'll know it when you close your eyes. Seeing Shili's somewhat bewildered expression, Song Bing wanted to laugh, but continued to remain mysterious. Looking at Song Bing's serious eyes, Shili was silent for a moment and closed his eyes, still a little unfamiliar. But she hopes that Song Bing won't be like the TV series. Run and prepare a gift. Because she really couldn't be like a delicate woman, look touched, and take the initiative to kiss and hug. That's it. Just when Shili couldn't help but have random thoughts in his mind, Song Bing's voice sounded. Shili was stunned, because it was less than 3 seconds before she closed her eyes, right? 3 seconds is enough? Even if Song Bing wanted to give her a gift as a surprise, he wouldn't do it so quickly, right? With doubts, Shili quickly opened his eyes and found that Song Bing's hands were still empty. An inexplicable moment of loss flashed through her heart, and she didn't know why. But soon, she noticed Song Bing behind her from the corner of her eye. I don't know when an extra black gold chariot appeared. It's still a very powerful and domineering style, similar to the tank 300 in peacetime. Shili was stunned. When did Song Bing drive a car here? Still no movement at all? Or did she just not notice? This is for you, so it's easier to drive back. Song Bing's voice came at this time. I'm sure it's for me. Shili was dumbfounded. Is love a gift? Is this what is called romance? No, who would give a girl a tank? Drive slowly on the road, and come to me anytime if you have trouble. Ignoring the astonished Shili, leaving the gift behind, Song Bing turned around and left gracefully. Shili stood there for a long time, until he saw Song Bing leaving. Only then did her eyes fall on this domineering and majestic black gold chariot again. This gift is indeed quite special. Not romantic though, but big enough. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward. However, when the car door was opened casually, her movements froze. A pair of cold and beautiful eyes were fixed on the black gold chariot, and they were rarely fluctuating at this moment. I saw that the spacious rear compartment was already filled with a pile of clothes neatly. There are ones to wear all year round. There are various beautiful long skirt uniforms. They are all the right size for her. In addition, there are numerous flags. The whole car was neatly piled. It looks extremely gorgeous and shocking. Shili's pretty face changed. In addition to being shocked, her cold heart trembled violently, as if she was touched by something. She quickly looked in the direction Song Bing left. The latter was found to have long since disappeared. She was lost for a long time. Look at the entire car full of clothes again. These clothes all have that familiar vibe. In other words, they're the kind of clothes that are enough to make zombies fearful. At first, she thought this kind of clothing was too precious, and Song Bing must not have much of it himself. You can understand it even if you don't give it to yourself. In the next second, Song Bing gave her a truckload of money. It's like asking your best friend for a gold bar, and he gives you a whole car. Just asking you if you are surprised or surprised. It turns out that silence does not mean reluctance. But I'm thinking about whether you can pretend or not. Shili stood messy in the wind for a long time. Such a gift was indeed beyond her imagination. After looking again at the direction Song Bing was leaving, she finally got into the chariot and left. Above the sky, a little bird flew in and followed Silly. What Shili couldn't see was that Song Bing was watching her leave on top of a certain building. These clothes were originally prepared by him for Shili. As for why Song Bing wanted Shili to close his eyes, in fact, it's not all about surprises. Just because he would take out the black gold chariot from the kidney ruins later. But Shili didn't know the secret of his kidney ruins. He didn't want Shili to know either, unless they choose to follow themselves. Like AI Xiaoxiao. It wasn't until he saw Shili driving the vehicle out of sight that Song Bing turned around and left. Return to Wanjia. At this moment, under the leadership and arrangements of Xia and Luo Yin, An's house has been cleaned and settled down. Tables of food have even been prepared in the spacious yard. It's just that the ingredients Song Bing left behind are only some shelf-stable foods, such as rice, bread, biscuits, and so on. As for the ingredients that were not easy to store, they had already been consumed by everyone after Song Bing left. If you don't eat them, these ingredients will eventually deteriorate and even become contaminated with viruses. During this period, Xia and others also organized searches in the city, but basically only some food such as rice and bread were left. Many snacks are expired and contaminated, not to mention vegetables and fruits. That is unimaginable. As time goes by in the apocalypse, fruits, vegetables, and snacks are available in the peaceful era. It has almost become a non-renewable resource. A little bit is consumed. Wanting to eat an apple or a pack of snacks has become a luxury. But even so, everyone couldn't help but swallowed when they looked at the dry rice and steamed buns on the table. In these last days, eating something is already a luxury. However, everyone did not move, but were waiting for Song Bing. Dean. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, Xia and Luo Yin took the initiative. Everyone also stood up. Everyone's name for Song Bing also reached unity at this moment. All this was agreed upon by Xia and Luo Yin together with everyone. After all, today's membership is getting bigger and bigger. If you want to survive in such an apocalyptic environment, rules are essential. The first and most important point is the leader's status and title. Song Bing serves as the director of the former mental hospital. Now it is the spiritual belief and reliance in everyone's heart. Therefore, they are collectively called Dean Song, which is completely reasonable. Well, thank you for your hard work. Song Bing calmly glanced at the food on each table and nodded. I highly recognize the management abilities of Xia and Luo Yin. As expected of a CEO, after the construction of Anda Park is completed, he will solve it himself. Don't forget his current identity as a human doctor, veterinarian, and botanist. Dean, everyone has settled here now. If you have any other requests, just ask us, and we will go down and make rectifications immediately. Xia took the initiative. Anjia is just our current residence. My goal next is to expand outward little by little and repair the entire Andu to serve as our future refuge base. Song Bing directly expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, the expressions of Xia and others changed. They can understand whether it is to repair the Anjia or rebuild the psychiatric hospital. Repair the entire city of Andu and use it as a refuge base. It was something they didn't expect. You know, the whole Andu is a real city, an international metropolis in peacetime. With such a small number of people, even if they are strangers, when will they be able to complete their cultivation? Little beast. Seeing everyone's surprise, Song Bing clapped his hands directly and said, Soon, AI Xiaoxiu drove a huge black gold truck into the mine-like compound. Don't worry, everyone. The master has already found the coolies to build the Anda Park. AI Xiaoxiu rolled from the roof to the rear of the car, smiled slightly, jumped down, and opened the door of the car at the same time. Aha! As the two large iron doors opened on their own initiative, a group of Sakura elites and traders who had been kicked into the carriage like dead pigs all crowded out. AI Xiaoxiu even pressed the unloading button. The huge truck carriage rose and dumped out all the Sakura elites and traders. Xia and others looked at this scene in shock, and all of them opened their mouths in surprise. At a glance, there were 700 to 800 people. The originally spacious carriage became inexplicably smaller. The capacity is comparable to that of Indian trains. But looking at these people, everyone quickly thought of something, and their faces suddenly darkened. Especially the one-armed Wang Xian in the crowd. Everyone soon knew who these people were. There is no doubt that this group of people must have been the force that forced them into Anda City. It is even very possible that he was the one who burned down the mental hospital. All deserve to die? Everyone must have guessed that. Yes, these people are the culprits who burned down the mental hospital. I believe you have met some of them. As for the other group, they took the opportunity to invade Ongwa's Sakura forces. Song Bing then opened his mouth to explain. This explanation is necessary. As expected, when Song Bing confirmed it in person, everyone became even more furious. Pillars. Song Bing then struck while the iron was hot and looked at Zhang Taizhu. Here. Zhang Taizhu stood up immediately. Next, you will lead a few caregivers to personally supervise and train them so that they are willing to repair Andu. Song Bing said, Yes, Dean, I promise to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taizhu immediately looked at the group of people with sharp eyes. My hands are already itchy. Since these bastards destroyed the mental hospital, let's repair the city to atone for their sins. Dean, what about Zoe's situation? Wang Xiaoxiao spoke worriedly at this time. After everyone heard this, they immediately looked at Song Bing nervously. Everyone knows that Song Bing's medical skills are superb, and there are almost no diseases that cannot be cured. But in Ruai's situation seems to be different. It seems to have become a plant. Can Song disease be treated in plants? She's fine, don't worry. I'll perform an operation on them later. Before that, just continue to water her and bask in the sun. Seeing everyone's worries, Song Bing said directly. As early as on the way to Anne's home, he immediately checked on Roy's condition. How to say it? It can be cured naturally, but the treatment process may be a bit complicated. That's great. I said the director can definitely treat it. After hearing this, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging for many days, finally settled down. Let's eat first. After dinner, Sister Sia, please follow me out. Seeing that everyone was still standing, Song Bing raised his hand to signal. Sia was slightly stunned, but nodded quickly. Brother, I won't eat anymore. I feel very full when I see these people. I will go and settle them now. As Zhang Taiju spoke, he began to lead several guards who were changing defenses. Then he began to carry all the Cherry Blossom elites and traders into the basement one by one. A group of Cherry Blossom elites and traders were cured by Song Bing. It didn't look like he was seriously injured, but he was extremely weak. There is no doubt that it was all done by Song Bing. Not only did he give away the same level of kidney deficiency one by one, but he also had one of each person's kidneys removed. This will ensure that no one has the power to resist. Bagayalu, I am from the Great Sakura Empire, you Chinese. You are Chiba fuck. Everyone, I am from Manhua, and everyone is from Manhua. Please spare me a way to survive. A man from Manhua? Being the dog of a Sakura man? He should be beaten and cut. Soon, screams came from the basement. When the other caregivers heard this sound, they were itchy and couldn't eat. After a few hard blows, they all took their weapons and rushed into the basement. Seeing this, Song Bing did not stop him. This is what he wants. Those Sakura elites have been brainwashed, and many of them are still brave and ruthless even if they are caught. Although those traitors are soft-hearted, they are too fickle. Therefore, everyone should be trained well. Only in this way can the subsequent repair work be carried out perfectly. Dean, I've finished eating too. Sia didn't know when she came next to her. She also ate in a hurry, and she didn't even have time to wipe off the oil on Cherry's little mouth. Obviously thinking about what Song Bing said just now. Well, let's go then. Seeing this, Song Bing looked at the getting dark sky, nodded, and led Sia out. There really isn't much time left. Luo Yin and others were all confused. I don't know what Song Bing wants to take Sia to, but no one asked much. There must be a reason for Song Bing's arrangement. It is not good to ask too much and interfere. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the streets and alleys of Andu were extremely empty. There was not a soul in sight. But at this moment, a park outside the Andu Fifth Ring Road was filled with people. At a certain moment, these people woke up one after another and got up from the ground. But everyone's face was filled with confusion and panic. Similar memories revived in everyone's mind like a flood. All they remember is that it was a terrible apocalypse. There was a loud noise in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and heavy rain poured down. Then, they felt as if something terrible had invaded their bodies and taken over their bodies, eventually turning them into bloodthirsty zombies. But their consciousness still exists, and they even feel it all personally. Too bad they couldn't stop it. They can only let those terrible zombie viruses parasitize them and shuttle aimlessly through Andu every day. They bite survivors when they see them, until the entire city of Andu was turned into a living city of zombies. And having lost their target of attack, they are like walking zombies, roaming in Andu every day. This life continues. Until one day, the sky was filled with poisonous gas bombs, covering the entire city of Andu. Countless low-level zombies were cannibalized and melted one after another. Their bodies were gradually corroded by the poisonous gas. But they still can only watch, unable to perceive, let alone control. There is only fear. Just when they were all desperate, a handsome figure wearing a white coat appeared like a god. He was not afraid of the effects of these terrible poisonous gases. It even frightens the zombie virus parasitic in their bodies. The figure in the white coat passed over them, and then they completely lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he appeared here. The people around looked at each other, as if reading the answer from each other's eyes. The face of the figure in the white coat gradually became clearer until it was deeply imprinted in their minds. Not only did someone shout, everyone else looked at him. That's right, that figure really looks like Divine Dr. Song from the peaceful era. Have you also met Divine Dr. Song? I've seen it. It's him. He must have cured me. Me too. Before I lost consciousness, it was Divine Dr. Song who appeared. Me too. Same. It seems that it is not a coincidence that everyone is here safe and sound. It was all Dr. Song who saved us. But where has he gone? Everyone's will was unified at this moment, and they all came together. Got a unified answer. No need to look any further. Divine Dr. Song asked me to tell you that he saved you because you are from Manhua. Now that you are awake, please disperse. Find a secret place to hide and don't get infected again. At this moment, a cold female voice sounded, and everyone turned away after hearing it. Only then did he realize that a noble and elegant figure had appeared on a pavilion not far away. The woman was none other than Sia, who came out with Songbing. Compared to Sia's elegant appearance and temperament, what shocked everyone more was what she said. "What about others? Let's disperse. Where should we go?" Everyone was suddenly confused. Almost all of them have been infected and turned into zombies since the beginning of the apocalypse. Although I have witnessed countless horrific scenes, I have not personally experienced the horror of this apocalypse. Now, although they have gained control of their bodies, they are even more confused. It's like being released from prison after decades of imprisonment. The world has long since changed. Where should they go from here? The reason why today's world is like this is due to the secret operations of some evil forces and countless wealthy and high-ranking officials who want immortality. Faced with such an environment, Divine Dr. Song was powerless. The only thing he could do was to risk his life to save you. Sia continued to speak, and the sound of succubus spread invisibly. Can make these people more convinced. Of course, every word she said now was informed by Song Bing in advance. When they heard that this apocalypse was actually man-made, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. My heart trembled even more. Man-made? Why? Why do they do this? I have enjoyed countless wealth and rights for the rest of my life. Isn't that enough? Why do you want to change the world into this for some bullshit immortality? They have killed so many people. Do they really not care about the lives of ordinary people? In order to live longer, they trample on the poor and trample on the world like this? Many people collapsed. They witnessed with their own eyes the painful and desperate deaths of countless people in this apocalypse. Under the influence of succubus, no one had any doubts. Of course, all this is true. It's just that succubus allows them to accept it faster invisibly. Divine Dr. Song has made many efforts to resist these forces, but they have all failed. So much so that the current Divine Dr. Song has become the target of these forces. Now that Divine Dr. Song has saved the entire city of Andu at all costs, he will surely suffer an even more terrifying blow from those forces next. Therefore, if you want to survive, you should leave Andu as soon as possible. Seeing this scene, Siyame's eyes moved slightly, but instead of comforting her, she continued to speak. She seemed to know the purpose of Song Bing sending her here. As expected, as soon as these words came out, many people showed fear and timidity in their eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he hurriedly and embarrassedly fled from here, heading towards the outside of Andu. Soon, there were only less than 100 people left at the scene where there were originally more than 300 people. Among the remaining people, many eyes were full of determination. Know the truth about the world today. They seem to have made some kind of determination in their minds. Why don't you leave yet? Do you think I lied to you? Sia looked at these people, frowning slightly, and asked, "You are from Divine Dr. Song. You should know where Divine Dr. Song is, right?" A middle-aged man stood up and asked, "As I said, Divine Dr. Song has now become the public enemy of those apocalypse forces. It is difficult to protect himself, let alone you." Sia opened her mouth, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by the middle-aged man. "No, I don't want Divine Dr. Song to protect me. I just want to join you and fight against those forces. This world was created by those forces, and their numbers and power are so huge that you can't even imagine them. Long before the end of the world, they had accumulated a large amount of supplies and weapons, and also controlled the secrets of fusing many advanced viruses to become powerful aliens. Let alone you. Even all the survivors now combined cannot be our opponent." Sia continued to stimulate her coolly. But almost every sentence is true, and these words inevitably hit many people again. At that moment, many people left again. There are only 56 people left. The middle-aged man who spoke at the beginning is still there. He looked directly at Sia and said in a choked voice, "My daughter and wife died on that day, and my wife was bitten to death by a group of zombies. The daughter was tortured to death by the raging virus. And because I endured the pain, I became a zombie and survived. My life was given by Divine Dr. Song. Without Divine Dr. Song, I would still be a walking zombie. Therefore, now I just want to follow Divine Dr. Song and fight against those forces. For Blue Star, for Manhua, and even more for my wife and daughter." Sia was touched by the middle-aged man's words. This apocalypse has caused so many tragedies overnight. The worst offenders are ordinary people who have no power. It can be said that prosperity is a hardship for the people, and death is also a hardship for the people. Well said. If no one of us dares to stand up because of the power of those forces, it will only allow those bastards to develop even more rampantly. It will only make the world worse. At worst, it's just a life, but it's not like he never died. Yes, they are the ones who deserve to die, since they like immortality and this kind of apocalypse. Then let them become zombies and let their wives and children be separated. Let them starve and let them watch their relatives die. Yes, I want to join in and make those bastards pay the price. The worst-case scenario is death. The middle-aged man's words instantly ignited the entire audience. The remaining 56 people instantly strengthened their goals and positions. At the same time, Song Bing was quietly watching all this on a big tree hundreds of meters away. These people are the zombies who did not really die during the cleanup of Andu. Song Bing absorbed the disease in them, and they naturally returned to consciousness. Later, Song Bing brought them here together. She also plans to work as a nurse in a hospital. The reason is also very simple: lack of manpower. As of now, apart from Sia and the others, as well as the Fart family army, there are less than 50 nursing staff in the hospital. It's okay to be sent to the hospital for mental illness. Nowadays, if we want to build Andu Park, this number of people alone will definitely not be enough. So he needs manpower. But it can't be a bit casual. It must be loyal and reliable. So he brought Sia, who had the ability to confuse and spy on people's hearts. Looking at the remaining 56 people, Song Bing couldn't help but feel disappointed in his eyes. But it's understandable. Nowadays, the remaining people can be said to have gone through 3 rounds of baptism and elimination, and almost all of them are excellent beings. In the first round, they turned into zombies before the apocalypse began and had not experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse. Belongs to a newbie, easy to train and manage. Secondly, after being covered with poisonous gas, almost all those who survived were infected with zombie diseases of level 4 or above. It shows that the body has good physique, strong adaptability, and can withstand more transformation and training. Thirdly, after Sia's test and succubus spying just now, the 56 people who stayed were at least grateful, not afraid of power, and dared to resist. After 3 rounds, his physical fitness, mind, and will can be said to have met Song Bing's requirements. This is also the reason why Song Bing specially brought Sia to the screening in person. These people really deserve it. As for those who choose to run, Song Bing didn't stop him, and there was no so-called revenge. This is everyone's choice, and there is no reason for him to force these people to stay. Although he could do that too, but he doesn't need to. Seeing that the time was almost up, Song Bing used his brain power to send the final message to Sia. The brains of the two collided and communicated 100 meters apart, just like receiving a phone message. After receiving the message, Sia's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she immediately looked at these people, with a touch of emotion in her beautiful eyes, and asked, "Okay, since you are all willing, I can lead you to find Divine Dr. Song. But before that, I must make it clear to you that following Divine Dr. Song means fighting to the end against those powerful forces, and you may die at any time. In addition, our lives were saved by Divine Dr. Song. So if you join us, you must obey Divine Dr. Song's orders in everything, and you must not commit any acts of betrayal, otherwise you will die." Okay, no problem. Our lives were given by Divine Dr. Song. How could we betray him? I would like that too. Facing the last rule, Sia said, no one objected, and everyone raised their hands and swore their stance. Otherwise they wouldn't have stayed. Okay, that's it. Seeing this, Sia nodded, then moved slightly, stepped aside, bowed slightly in a certain direction, and shouted, "Dean." Everyone looked in the direction where Sia was bowing, and their hearts trembled. I saw a big tree not far away. According to the development of the plot, Song Bing appeared on a tree branch. Seeing Song Bing in a white coat, everyone couldn't hide their excitement. Some people even couldn't help but want to kneel down. Kneel down and thank Song Bing for his life-saving grace. I have seen your choices. If you are willing, then work with me to save this era. From now on, just like her, call me Dean. Song Bing looked at the 56 people and said calmly, but the 56 people were so excited that they cried. Song Bing asked them to change the title of Divine Dr. Song to Dean, which obviously meant to accept them. I met the Dean. I met the Dean. Dean. Everyone immediately spoke in unison, and at this moment, they also declared that they would become a member of the caregivers. Yeah. Song Bing nodded, but continued. In addition, I will also conduct an on-site interview for everyone. Of course, there is no elimination. I just want to understand everyone's previous positions and skills. So, I hope everyone is lining up and telling the truth. Interview. The 56 people were slightly stunned, but after hearing Song Bing say that he just understood and would not be eliminated, they relaxed. You come first. Song Bing looked at the middle-aged man who had stirred up the atmosphere before and said. When the middle-aged man heard this, he hesitated a little, as if his previous position was not good. Don't be afraid. We have no job discrimination. Seeing this, Sia took the initiative to speak. She had a good impression of this middle-aged man who looked fierce on the outside, but was extremely loyal on the inside. After receiving Sia's words, the middle-aged man mustered up the courage to speak. Reporting to the dean, my name is Pan Bugu. Before the apocalypse, I was the owner of a dog training company. I'm not good at anything. I just know the habits of dogs very well, and I can use some unique methods to tame them. Speaking of this, Pan Bugu's heart was already dead. He didn't even dare to see Song Bing anymore. I can already imagine Song Bing's disappointed eyes. In the apocalyptic environment, everyone knows it. The professions most in need are definitely doctors, architects, mechanics, and wilderness survival experts. What's the use of his dog training skills? Where did he get the dog to train him? It seems completely useless. However, what he didn't notice was that Song Bing's eyes brightened after listening to his words. Dog training? He also knows the dog's habits very well. There is even an exclusive secret recipe. Talent. Why not find the talent he is looking for? Unexpectedly, the king exploded at the beginning, and it happened as soon as he came. Divine Dr. Song, please don't drive me away. As long as I can follow you and fight those bastards, I will do anything you want. For fear of being driven away, Pan Bugu even knelt down on the spot and begged. No, your position is very good. We need a dog training expert like you now. Come here. Unexpectedly, Song Bing smiled with satisfaction. Hearing this, Pan Bugu was stunned. Is this comforting? Thank you, Dean. I will definitely work hard, whether it's a janitor or a coolie. Thinking that Song Bing was trying to comfort himself, Pan Bugu stood up gratefully and stepped aside. I am even more grateful for Song Bing. Of course, what he wouldn't know is that Song Bing didn't lie. He was indeed a talent. In the near future, he will also use his dog training talent to the extreme in this apocalyptic world. Hello, Dean. My name is Huoyaozu. Before the end of the world, I was a student in the Department of Clinical Medicine at Andy University, 1 year younger than you. At the same time, I am also an intern at Andadai Hospital. The second thin, dark young man who stood up looked at Song Bing with an expression of excitement and gratitude. On his body was a tattered white coat. Song Bing was also attracted by his identity. A medical student at Andy University. Intern at Dai Hospital. This identity has a lot to do with him. He can be regarded as his alumnus. Also his employees. Dean, I come from a rural area. I was planning to give up my final studies because of family problems. However, because of your influence and university unified student treatment, I successfully outshone a foreign student from Liberia and received a large scholarship. This solved my family situation and graduated smoothly. Because of your influence, I love medicine even more, so I worked hard to get into the internship founded by you. You are my idol, and I want to be like you with all my heart. Huoyaozu continued to speak, confirming why he was excited to see Song Bing. Listening to his story, Song Bing was also stunned. The past passes by like the wind. I didn't expect that my unintentional actions would have such an impact. Then follow me from now on, and you can ask me any medical skills you don't know. Song Bing smiled slightly and patted the other party's shoulder. Thank you, Dean. The Huoyao clan stepped aside respectfully. Dean, my name is Li Kai. I used to be a mechanical engineer. Dean, my name is Jiang Xing. I used to be an architectural designer. Dean, my name is Zhou Xing. I am an IT engineer and a former teacher at Manhua University. I have been committed to network development and research. In the following time, 56 people came forward one after another. Except that Pan Bugga's position at the beginning had some characteristics. Almost everyone else has a position that qualifies them as an elite in the industry. Either an IT guy or a construction and medicine guy. Perhaps this can also explain why they are favored by advanced zombie viruses. Very good. Today's interview is over. I will arrange jobs for you based on your strengths. After interviewing the last former officer, Song Bing nodded, continued to look at Sia, and said, "Take them back. First arrange food and accommodation for them. Change into better clothes, and then bring them to me." "Well, leave it all to me." Sia nodded. Song Bing left, and the selection and first interview came to an end. The rest of the employee recruitment list will naturally have to go through his transformation before it can begin. This is why Song Bing asked these people for interviews about their expertise and their positions. Because of this, he can treat the disease appropriately and better transform these people. Shortly after Song Bing left first, a black gold chariot prepared in advance arrived. Sia then arranged for everyone to go to Anne's house. At this moment, Song Bing had already returned to the An family, and all the way to the basement on the 3rd floor. At this moment, there was only the busy sound and shadow of AI Xiao Xiao. She was following Song Bing's words and moved the mutated animals and plants captured from the Feizhou Prairie and tropical rainforest into each storage room. Of course, the 7th-level mutated ancient tree and the 7th-level white giant python were placed in separate rooms. "Shifu, here you are. Everything has been moved and put away." Seeing Song Bing's arrival, AI Xiao Xiao said with a haggard look, mainly because she moved all these things by herself. "I'm so sleepy. Thank you for your hard work. Come on, have some chicken and make up for it." Song Bing took out a large white chicken and already knew how to handle this girl. Sure enough, AI Xiao Xiao took one bite and instantly became energetic. It's like a small charging motor. While AI Xiao Xiao was eating, he suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the black cloth on the side. Under the iron cage, the 2 mutated pheasants captured by Song Bing were imprisoned. At this moment, under the bellies of the 2 pheasants, there were 9 more chickens waiting to be fed. The 9 chicken cubs seemed to have mutated, with different colors, and they looked very appetizing. Song Bing couldn't help but show surprise, but still said, "You feed me first. I've been a little busy these 2 days. When I finish my work, I will definitely help you with your research." While talking, Wang Xiaoxiao happened to walk down carrying in Roi and Gao Ling who were packed in flower pots. Of course, it was Song Bing who asked him to come. Oh, seeing this, AI Xiaoxiao nodded, knowing that Song Bing didn't lie to her, so he obediently picked up the black gold chicken coop and went upstairs. "Come on, eat more and grow up quickly." In the corridor, AI Xiaoxiao's soft voice came from the feeding. "Dean." Wang Xiaoxiao moved the flower pot to Song Bing at the same time. "Well, let's move them to that room." Song Bing pointed to one of the simply renovated operating rooms. "He will be really busy next time. It is not only necessary to manage and repair the Anda Park. There are also plants and animals that have been carefully transformed. It is also necessary to upgrade all members of the hospital as a whole. During this period, we may also have to deal with the invasion of the Qingchuan family and the Apocalypse Organization. It's just a big head. Therefore, he must speed up the progress in the next time. It is best to repair the first ring of Andu Park before the Qingchuan family arrives." "Yes." Wang Xiaoxiao followed Song Bing's words and carried in Ruoi and Gao Ling into the operating room together with the flower pots. Song Bing put on a clean white coat, put on a mask, and disinfected his hands with alcohol before walking in. "Leave the rest to me. Go out and wait." After turning on the lights above his head, Song Bing then looked at Wang Xiaoxiao. "Okay." Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and went out without any hesitation. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the door for Song Bing. His worried look was very much like the family members waiting for the surgery outside the operating room. In the quiet and bright operating room, everything was ready. Only then did Song Bing look at Ruoi and Gao Ling in the flower pot. The 2 are connected to each other, and the green leaves on their bodies complement each other. Coupled with this potted plant, it is no different from an exquisite plant. Looking through the forbidden eyes, both of them have even grown roots. Can you believe it? This disease is rare enough. With just one glance, Song Bing's eyes were sharp and his desire to absorb was instantly aroused. He immediately used his brain power to lift the 2 of them to the operating table. At the same time, I pulled out the flower pot. Countless densely entangled white roots were immediately revealed. The inside of the root is the feet of the two women. Song Bing acted decisively, but did not treat them. Instead, he first peeled off the green leaves on the two women and examined them. Under the spotlight, it can be seen more clearly that the upper bodies of the two women are not only intertwined with branches and leaves, but also grown together. Then open the roots of the feet and check. Likewise, there is no trace of ankle skin at all, only countless root systems intertwined with each other. Like countless veins, there is no life at all. It's like a plant that is integrated into one. Saw this scene. Song Bing's originally sharp gaze suddenly became serious. Fortunately, I didn't get treatment directly for the disease just now. In fact, at his current level, it would be easy to instantly absorb the diseases on the two women and cure them. But at this moment, the bodies of the two women are almost together. Those growing vine roots are actually their blood vessels and meridians. In other words, if he directly absorbs the two women's diseases, the two women will indeed recover, but in the end they will be directly fused together and become conjoined, because their bodies have grown together. Although, he was able to cut the two women apart later. But don't forget that the person connected with Ruoi is Gao Ling, a vicious woman. This also meant that he wanted to heal Gao Ling along the way. Is this possible? This woman came for him. Without Ruoi, the consequences would be disastrous. So, how could he make it easy for him? Then let's separate first. Seeing Gao Ling's last look of fear before turning into a vegetative state, Song Bing showed a sneer on his face. He let this woman run away before the apocalypse, but unexpectedly, she jumped out again at this time. In fact, he can now directly destroy Gao Ling's body and directly heal Ruoi. This is the fastest and easiest way, but he didn't want to do that. Since this woman missed him so much, he naturally wanted her to know who the real hunter was. It just so happened that he was short of manpower now, so he transformed it into a slave for use. Realize garbage recycling. It can even be used to deal with the Gao family who wake up later. I wonder what Gao Tianqi would think when he saw that his three descendants had all become Song Bing's subordinates. It's fun to think about. Thinking of this, Song Bing immediately raised his hand and started the separation operation on the two women, since they cannot be treated together. Then separate first and then heal. The two women have completely turned into plants at this moment. But don't forget, Song Bing is also an excellent botanist now. Not long ago, a 7-level mutated ancient tree was cured. As Song Bing's fingers fell on the two women's bodies, the raw bones that grew out between his fingers turned into a handful of surgical instruments, such as scalpel, surgical forceps, etc. Song Bing's fingers became particularly flexible at this moment. Very delicately, it penetrated deep into the gap between the two women. Then, using the surgical instruments that grew between his fingers, he easily began to perform the separation surgery on the two women. And every instrument at your fingertips can be switched freely and quickly. With the flexibility of the ghost hand, it can be called the most perfect surgical hand in the world. Even the joints as thin as hair can be separated and sutured by Song Bing. The separation of every part can be said to be perfect. Soon, Song Bing completed the separation of his upper body. Came to the lower body. The separation of the lower body is obviously much more complicated. But obviously Song Bing couldn't be beaten. Once the eyes of Taboo are opened, no matter how complex and profound the problem is, it will be trivial. So within half an hour, Song Bing completed the separation of his lower body again. Finally came the feet. It seems to be more complicated here. It's not that it's complicated, it's just that there are too many separations. Song Bing was like peeling off a cocoon, layer by layer, and he didn't know how many roots were separated. And then he saw the two pairs of feet inside. With Song Bing's last scissor, the two women who had grown up together finally separated at this moment. Song Bing casually kicked Gao Ling aside, and then began to treat Ruoi carefully. From the deep contact just now, Song Bing already understood the reason why the two girls grew up together and became a vegetative state. The reason is also very simple. Ruoi was poisoned by one of the original poisons in Gao Ling's body. This poison is particularly terrifying. It actually contains 6 kinds of toxins at the same time, and each toxin corresponds to the human heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. as well as the promotion organs of men and women. It can eat away at these 6 major organs at the same time. It makes people unable to live and die. The moment colors appear on the surface of human skin, it means that 6 toxins have entered the body, 6 organs have begun to corrode, and death is inevitable. This is the most poisonous level 6 toxin Song Bing has ever seen. Normally, when level 6 reaches this point, death is absolutely certain, and Ruai must have been poisoned to this extent at that time. But she did not die. Instead, the source of the disease in her body was activated, and she chose to sleep for a second time, allowing her body to become a plant. This way she saved her life. To be honest, Song Bing was surprised when he realized this. I didn't expect that the virus and Ruai fused would be so strange. When he first snooped, he even thought it was only level 5. On the other hand, the high spirit was also poisoned by Ruai's original poison. And Ruai's original toxin is also very simple. When the toxin enters the body, it will quickly grow on the poisoned person like the seeds of a plant, instantly turning the poisoned person into a plant. And Ruai, who is the main body, has the ability to assimilate the subplant body. That's why you can see that the bodies of the 2 women are almost growing and merging together. But during the blending process, Gao Ling's toxins continued to take effect, making Ruai, who had turned into a plant body, sick. Therefore, the leaves begin to turn yellow and fall, losing the ability to continue assimilation. Eventually, there were checks and balances. This delicate balance has been achieved. Therefore, Song Bing's separation just now also broke this balance. As if being stimulated, the leaves around Ruai began to turn yellow and fall even more. It's obviously the color poison in his body that's doing something weird. Song Bing's attack immediately fell on Ruai and activated the absorption. Ding successfully absorbed level 6, colorful poison, merit plus 1 million. The moment Song Bing's fingertips touched Ruai, the toxins that swept through his body were quickly absorbed by Song Bing easily. Its leaves and branches, which had started to turn yellow, stopped withering instantly. But there is no sign of turning green. The reason is also very simple: lack of nutrition. Just like real plants need various chemical fertilizers to water them in order to thrive. At this moment, Ruai was in a state of lack of nutrition. Song disease can absorb and cure various diseases, but it cannot cure malnutrition. It's like you're hungry and about to starve to death. I can't let Song Bing touch you and you won't be hungry, right? Song Bing couldn't touch Ruai to give her nutrition. That's too lawless. Therefore, the way to make Ruai turn green and wake up again is very simple. That's the nutrients the plant needs to water it and continue to recover from the sun. Its lack of needed nutrients can be sensed by Song Bing as soon as he explores it. But this is still too slow. At this moment, Ruai was in a vegetative state. You can imagine how difficult it is to recondition and restore a plant that has no nutrients. It's simply impossible without a year and a half. Even if it recovers, subsequent growth will most likely not be as good as before. Therefore, we can only find another way. Ruai was considered his parents' lifesaver, so Song Bing naturally had to be treated with all his strength. Not only must Ruai recover, but she must also take her to the next level. What can I do? Song Bing frowned slightly, his brain working rapidly. Today's Ruai has a plant physique. Therefore, all treatments cannot be treated by animal or human methods. Rather, it should be treated as a plant. Okay, let's take over. Suddenly, Song Bing's eyes lit up, and he instantly thought of a wonderful method. At that moment, Song Bing decisively opened the door of the operating room and rushed out. Dean, if she. Seeing Song Bing come out, Wang Xiao, who was waiting anxiously outside the door, hurriedly asked. The operation was successful. There is only one final step left, and everything will be fine. Song Bing said comfortingly and went directly to the secret rooms where animals and plants were stored. Song Bing opened one of the rooms, which was extremely empty except for a potted sapling lying quietly in the center. There is no doubt that this sapling is the 7th level ancient tree that Song Bing dug up from the tropical rainforest in the southeast. It can be infected with level 7 viruses and survive and mutate. Even if it is peeled off and reduced by Song's disease, it can still grow new shoots in just a few days. It can be seen that its vitality is strong. Isn't this what Ruai needs? Song Bing said nothing, immediately lifted the old tree and walked into the operating room again. Wang Xiaoxiao on the side was stunned. Lift a sapling? What is this for? Could it be that this sapling is a rare Chinese medicinal material? Operating room. Song Bing also carried the ancient tree to the operating table and placed it next to Enruai. Song Bing raised his hand, landed on the ancient tree, and immediately began to transform it. Ding successfully absorbed level 6 plant minor disease. Merit plus 1 million. Ding successfully sent out the 7th level genetic mutation. Merit minus 10 million. The transformation process is also very simple, which is to take back the minor disease and return the previously absorbed small spirit to the ancient tree. Ka. Suddenly, the ancient tree that had lost its restraint began to grow visibly to the naked eye. The flower pots were burst open, but without contact with soil and water, its growth began to slow down a lot. At this moment, Song Bing continued to come to Enruai and absorbed his disease. Ding successfully absorbed level 6 implant disease. Merit plus 1 million. The green plant vines on Enruai's body, who had lost the disease, were rapidly turning yellow and falling again visible to the naked eye, revealing its haggard and dry skin. Its vitality is even visible to the naked eye. Tongxin raised his hand and landed on his chest. While rescuing his life, he began to upgrade Enruai's implant. Ding level 6 implant was successfully upgraded to level 7, merit minus 1 million. After the upgrade was successful, Song Bing directly fused it with the 7th level, small spirit, and some plant diseases that had been absorbed and modified in the rainforest. Just to be perfect. Ding, a new level 7 disease, was successfully integrated. In particular, this disease is the first disease in which the host has been transformed between animals and plants. Those infected by the disease will have an affinity for both animals and plants. With the mental sting of Song's disease, the disease was finally successfully integrated and transformed. Song Bing's slightly haggard and scarlet eyes also showed surprise. A disease between animals and plants? How rare. But sensing Enruai's loss of vitality, Song Bing quickly integrated the disease into his body and began to help it integrate. The moment the disease entered her body, Enruai reacted immediately. He bit his lip with his last breath. Hang in there. Song Bing looked slightly and put his hands down. Start absorbing the side effects for it. Soon, Enruai's vitality was restored in a straight line, and the originally haggard and dry skin soon stopped withering. Oh, but it's still extremely painful. He even hugged and bit Song Bing's hand in pain, just because, at this moment, she was suffering from a 7th level disease. It also has rare animal and plant properties. Song Bing did not break free and allowed it to bite him. At the same time, use all your strength to assist him. If this experiment is successful, will go down in history. Oh, outside the door, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was pacing back and forth, suddenly heard Enruai's voice, and her delicate body trembled. But before she could show her joy, Enruai's painful screams continued. It seemed like he was suffering inhuman torture. She could even clearly feel the pain in Enruai's screams. Wang Xiaoxiao immediately clenched his hands, wishing he could rush in and share the burden for him. But thinking about Song Bing inside, she still held back. Now, she can only believe that Song is sick. Zoe, you can hold on. Operating room. Enruai suddenly calmed down. Don't know why. She released her grip on Song Bing's wrist and fell limply on the operating table. I can no longer feel a trace of life. At this moment, Song Bing looked at the ancient tree whose main trunk had grown to the size of a human body. The ultimate bone in his hand grew and turned into a sharp electric saw. Buzz buzz. Driven by Song Bing, the chainsaw immediately started drilling. Usually a fruit tree is malnourished or does not provide enough nutrients. Those farmers will use a wonderful method to save them. That is grafting. Graft the branches of fruit trees to other trees with strong vitality. Let them eventually grow into one. Each takes what he needs to become a perfect fruit tree. Now, Song Bing is going to have this kind of grafting surgery. Of course, this is completely grafted. It just uses the super vitality of the ancient tree to provide Enruai with the nutrients she needs. As if sensing danger, the ancient tree stopped growing. Its branches and leaves swayed, showing fear of Song Bing. Don't be afraid. I'm just lending you my body, and I'll be fine soon. Song Bing smiled slightly, came to him, and raised his hand to the bone. Buzz, buzz. Song Bing immediately started cutting the ancient tree. The surgery is also very simple. It just requires digging out a space in the main trunk for grafting. Soon, with the ancient tree swaying in pain, Song Bing dug out a space in its trunk that was large enough to accommodate Ruoi. The ultimate bone chainsaw in Song Bing's hand disappeared, and then he came to Rouge, picked him up gently, and placed him in the hollowed-out ancient tree. The hollowed-out space is neither too big nor too small, just right. This was accurately measured by Song Bing's gaze, and it was unmistakable. Ruoi, who possesses the slim spirit attribute virus, is lying in it without any sense of disobedience. Even her pretty face quickly calmed down, no longer showing any sign of pain. It seems to be working. Seeing this, Song Bing smiled with satisfaction, then picked up the pre-cut shell and covered it. Perfect closure. Song Bing then held the incision and healed the ancient tree. The original incision quickly grew new bark, completely sealing Ruoi inside. Under Song Bing's perception, Ruoi's skin began to connect with the ancient tree. Vital signs also began to stabilize. Next, just wait for it to absorb nutrients and recover, and wake up again. As for how he will eventually recover, to be honest, Song Bing is not sure. What he can do is to integrate Ruoi's disease with small spirit. In this way, it can be integrated with the ancient trees. There will be no so-called exclusion. Of course, before that, what is most needed is to find a geomantic treasure land for the ancient tree and plant it. This way, ancient trees can have space to thrive. Only then can Ruoi be provided with nutrition. Crunch. The closed operating door finally opened. Anxious Wang Xiaoxiao immediately looked over. Dean, how's it going? Where's Zoe? Is she okay? When he stepped forward to ask, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to look into the operating room and found that Ruoi was gone. There was only one tree that grew like a giant mushroom and almost burst through the entire operating room. This. Wang Xiaoxiao was immediately dumbfounded. Why is there such a big tree in such a good room? What about Ruoi? Could it be that little tree? Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly thought of the small tree that Song Bing came out to take out just now. But that small tree was only the size of a potted plant. How could it grow so tall all of a sudden? The trunk is almost thicker than a human being. She's in this tree. Song Bing pointed to the ancient tree and told the truth. Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly opened his mouth in shock. In order to resist the toxin of the high spirit, she almost exhausted her energy, and now she is extremely lacking in nutrition. And the nutrients she needs are from plants, so she can only use this ancient tree to provide her with nutrients. You can understand it as grafting. Song Bing continued to explain in detail. Wang Xiaoxiao's outlook was shattered after hearing this. But facing Song Bing, she really couldn't have the slightest doubt. Now, we need to transplant this tree outside. When it grows up, Anri can absorb more nutrients and recover, so that she can wake up faster. Song Bing continued. Hearing this, although his heart continued to be shaken, Wang Xiaoxiao decided to obey Song Bing. So he hurriedly entered the operating room and started moving. However, they discovered that although the trunk of the ancient tree could pass through the door, its growing branches had already filled the ceiling and could not be moved out at all. Dean, do you want to break the wall? Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Song Bing. No, if you can't move it out, just cut off all the branches and leave the main trunk and roots. Song Bing said straightforwardly. Sasha. The moment he finished speaking, those originally strong and lush branches immediately softened like vines. They gathered together and took the initiative to grow out. Seeing this, Song Bing was not surprised at all. At this moment, the ancient tree has lost its restraints and has reintegrated with the small spirit and has long since restored its spirituality. Isn't it easy to control the growth of branches? Just like leather? Song's disease is simple and superficial. As a result, he was sucked by Song Bing once, and now he seems to be very afraid of Song Bing. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was carrying the ancient tree, was stunned again when he saw this shocking scene. Is this tree a spirit? Let's go. Let's plant trees. Song Bing's voice came, and Wang Xiaoxiao came back to his senses and hurriedly followed. Along the way, the branches of the ancient trees consciously avoided obstacles and followed. Soon, Song Bing glanced at the entire Anjia. and then led Wang Xiaoxiao to the garden in the front yard of Anjia carrying the old tree. This is an ancient and lush garden. It is extremely wide, like a small forest. In the center is a large lake. There are mountains, water, lawns, pavilions, and a large tree with several precious trees around. It can be said that it has everything you need, and it can be regarded as the emperor's back garden. Song Bing's eyes were fixed on the vast lawn near the lake. At a glance, it looks like 3,000 to 4,000 square meters. Without artificial cultivation and maintenance, the grass inside has long been so lush that it is taller than people. Planting ancient trees here is definitely the best choice. Let it grow, that's enough. Just plant this. Song Bing looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and said, without waiting for him to speak, with a quick thought, the ancient tree flew out and came directly to the center of the lawn. Click! Under Song Bing's brain power, a piece of lawn cracked. Ancient trees were planted in response. Water from the lake is also used for irrigation. Immediately, the ancient trees, nourished by water and soil, began to unleash their natural growth like wild horses running wild. The main trunk rose all the way up, and the branches and leaves that were originally close together quickly spread out and grew vigorously. No, to be exact, it means restoring it to its original appearance. The weeds that were once full on the lawn began to wither. There is no doubt that they were all deprived of nutrients by the ancient trees. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at this scene and was shocked again. You'd better settle down. From now on, she will be your master, and this forest garden will be your territory. Your job is to provide nutrients to the host in your body. If you dare to do other outrageous things, I won't mind. I will chop you down and burn you. Song Bing looked at the growing ancient trees and gave a warning. Sashisha. The branches and leaves of the ancient trees suddenly swayed, and they were already deeply afraid of Song Bing. For this handsome young man who made himself small and brought him to this strange environment, it has long since lost any temper. My only wish is to live well. Xiao, please guard it from now on. If anything happens, come and tell me at any time. Song Bing then looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and warned him. Wang Xiaoxiao came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Even if Song Bing didn't say it, she would do it. Well, then I'll get to work first. Song Bing nodded and left. Next, he still has a lot of things to do. Back in the basement on the 3rd floor, Song Bing looked again at Gao Ling, who had just been kicked into the corner by him. Without Enroi's restraint, the green buds on her body have begun to grow vigorously, like a potato with sprouts. Moreover, these leaves are already covered with various fluorescent colors. Song Bing stepped forward and squatted down, stretched out his hand and touched it, and a colorful fluorescent light appeared on his hand. Obviously, this is the toxin in Gao Ling's body. She was subconsciously releasing toxins to resist Enroi's implant poison. If anyone else had encountered these colorful poisons just now, they would definitely die. It stands to reason that Gao Ling's colored poison must reach level 6 before it can secrete the 6th toxin and become a real colored poison. Therefore, when she was at level 5, she could not secrete colored poison. After injecting the medicine and forcibly raising it to level 6, it was successfully secreted. But at this moment, the effect of the medicine in his body has expired, but the colorful poison is still there? The reason is also very simple. Just like in Ruoi's self-protection, her body was transformed by Enroi's implant, which also locked her level. In other words, the current Gao Ling is just a plant body whose level is locked. It's a pity that although he can maintain level 6, he is still in a vegetative state. Like a plant body genius with a super powerful brain, nothing works. I know you can feel this right now. Are you surprised? Song Bing suddenly spoke, but he said it to Gao Ling. At this moment, although he is in a vegetative state, he is not a vegetative state in the true sense. She was simply transformed into a plant body. The 5 senses of consciousness are still there. In other words, she was very aware of everything Song Bing had done just now. It's a pity that I can't say a word or make any reaction. But Song Bing's brain power could feel the mental fluctuations of another frequency. At this moment, Gao Ling's mental resistance was particularly fierce and exciting. Even despair. You seem to want to talk? Don't worry, you will have a chance to speak, but only today. Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, flicked it with his backhand, and threw it onto the operating table like a dead dog. Under the spotlight, Song Bing went to the sterilization room nearby and started the preoperative process. Wash hands, disinfect, masks. After doing all this, we walked slowly towards jailing. During the whole process, Gao Ling's mental fluctuations were trembling. Yes, she was afraid. It was as if Song Bing's process had brought him back to the operation before the apocalypse in the past. That was her nightmare. Song's disease made her miserable, even if I still remember it. And Song Bing was helping her remember at the moment. Song Bing generally doesn't like to torture people. It's a pity that this woman owes so much. If he had been a man, Song Bing would have served him with the Dan Payne fist. Are you ready? Miss Gao family, the operation begins now. After reaching Gao Ling's head, Song Bing raised his hands and his voice came like a ghost. Gao Ling's ups and downs became even greater. Under his unknown fear, Song Bing's hand fell. Ding successfully absorbed level 6 implant, merit plus 1 million. Ding successfully absorbed the level 6 gene, special color tail, merit plus 1 million. The first step of the operation is to absorb the disease first. This cannot be wasted. As the disease dissipated, the branches and leaves on Gao Ling's body began to wither and fall rapidly, revealing her smooth and glowing skin. The vegetative body begins to recover, like a colorful butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Her chest began to rise and fall first, and then she suddenly opened her eyes as if she was walking out of an abyss. Just looking up at Song Bing, his scarlet eyes were full of horror. He seemed to realize that he had recovered. Gao Ling's expression suddenly turned cold, and the colorful tail behind him suddenly swung out, about to launch a surprise attack on Song Bing. Song Bing had no intention of avoiding this. Whoops! Sure enough, at the moment when Gao Ling's colorful tail was about to hit Song Bing's throat, he suddenly lost all his strength and fell onto her body. It looked limp, as if it had completely withered. Gao Ling's cold expression turned into horror. She struggled to control her tail. But suddenly I realized that I could no longer feel the presence of the tail. She quickly tried to get up, but found that her whole body was weak. Just as he struggled, he fell back onto the operating table. After feeling it carefully, I found that the source of the disease in my body had long since disappeared. In other words, at this moment she is just an ordinary person before the apocalypse. No, even so weak that he is not as good as an ordinary person. Gradually sensing all this, Gao Ling's expression changed from cold to frightened, and now to frightened and desperate. She finally looked at Song Bing in panic. After losing her pride in the virus, she was like a tiger that had its teeth and claws removed. At this moment, she also lost all the qualifications to be proud. All that's left is fear. You took advantage of my absence to attack the hospital twice, and you even dared to attack my parents. What do you think I should do to you to be worthy of what you have done? Seeing that he understood the situation clearly, Song Bing sneered and spoke, walking around to the other end of the operating table as he spoke. What do you want to do? Gao Ling subconsciously covered his chest and clamped his legs, curling up. At this moment, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Stop covering up. Do you think I would be interested in someone like you? There was a sneer in Song Bing's eyes. What are you thinking about? This invisible critical blow instantly crushed Gao Ling's self-esteem. She simply stopped covering her head and glared at Song Bing fiercely, no longer afraid, and said, Haha, if you want to kill, then kill, isn't it just death? Do you think I will beg you? I'm dreaming. Kill you? That would be too easy for you. You are not qualified to die after what you have done, Song Bing said in a cold voice. In his hands, the most merciful way to deal with enemies is to kill them directly. But obviously, this woman didn't deserve to die directly. Haha, you will regret it if you don't kill me. The day my grandfather and other elders wake up will be your death anniversary. When the time comes, I will trample you under my feet, torture you to death bit by bit, and make you my slave for the rest of your life, and you will never be able to stand up again. Gao Ling continued to sneer and stimulate, just wanting to die, as if he knew what Song Bing was going to do next. Really? Since you like slaves so much, then I will make it happen for you. However, you are my slave. Song Bing sneered. This woman is somewhat perverted. But as long as it's in his hands, nothing can't be cured. Pa, are you worthy of dreaming? Gao Ling smiled disdainfully and asked her to surrender. What are you thinking? Even death is impossible. That's not up to you. Song Bing smiled coldly and raised his hand. Suddenly, on Song Bing's hands, countless knives needed for surgery were transformed. Swear if you want, cry if you want, because after today, Gao Ling will no longer be there, and will be replaced by the slave Gao Ling. Song Bing's voice was like a judgment, confident, calm, and unquestionable. Seeing this horrifying scene, Gao Ling's delicate body trembled violently, and the fear that had disappeared surged up again like a tide. What? What do you think? Song Bing raised the corners of his mouth slightly and lowered his hands at the same time. The operation began. Gao Ling's desperate and painful screams suddenly sounded in the operating room. The sound continues, unbroken. Night is falling. The whole Andu was truly plunged into deathly darkness, with only the lights of Anjiao Manor being slightly lit. It also became the only dawn in the entire city of Andu. It proves that this former capital of Anghua still exists. Inside the manor, Xia had already led 56 people back, and asked several caregivers to arrange food and accommodation for them. Is this what the dean took you to do? Luo Yin was attracted. Well, the director is thoughtful and knows that the hospital is short of manpower, so he took me with him to subdue these people. Xia nodded. But are these people reliable? Luo Yin couldn't help but worry. Having experienced betrayal, she knew how powerful it was. Don't worry. The dean and I have gone through many layers of screening. My succubus is enough to spy on their inner desires, so there won't be any problems. Xia explained. Then her beautiful eyes were slightly cold, and she added, even if there are a few individuals who have dissatisfaction, we can handle it, not to mention the dean is here. Well, that's good. Hearing this, Luo Yin felt relieved. Where are Xinyu and the others? Gao Ling looked around and asked. Xinyu went to produce water and finally settled down. Now the team is continuing to produce water. Tai Zhu and the others want to take care of the group of cherry blossom elites and traders. Luo Yin recalled. But before she could finish speaking, a series of tragic screams came from the basement not far away. Oh. The screams were heart-rending and horrific, and even though there was sound insulation in the basement, they still reached everyone's ears. Xia and Luo Yin looked at each other, unable to hide the waves in their beautiful eyes. From this tragic voice, they could even hear the pain and despair of the speaker, and this voice seemed to be familiar to them, even very memorable. Isn't it the voice of the Gao Ling who invaded in the past? When they first met, Gao Ling's voice was so condescending and aloof. Didn't even look at them twice. However, at this moment, this painful cry was mercilessly chipping away at her pride. What is this aloof eldest lady of the Gao family going through right now? What methods did Song Bing use to make him beg for mercy and death in such pain? No one knows. Could it be? Xia and Luo Yin suddenly looked at each other and thought of something. The two of them immediately ran to the backyard basement where the sound came from. Gao Ling and Ruoyi were originally connected, and now Gao Ling is shouting. That is enough to illustrate a problem. Song Bing must be treating Ruoyi. The two rushed to the backyard, where Gao Ling was still barking. The sound even attracted the attention of several caregivers guarding the backyard. Seeing Xia and Luo Yin arriving at the same time, several caregivers quickly looked away and continued to watch with guilty conscience, like a very few students who were caught deserting. Seeing this, Xia and Luo Yin did not dare to enter rashly, but obediently guarded the entrance. Wait for Song Bing to come out. However, after waiting for 2.5 hours, Gao Ling was still barking, even called dumb. Her arrogance also completely disappeared in the 2.5 hours. Instead, there was a humble wish for Song Bing's death. Xia and others couldn't help but feel their scalps numb. What method was the dean using to make him suffer in despair for 2.5 hours? 3 hours later, Gao Ling's screams finally stopped. That final hoarse sound was more than just a cessation of pain. My throat is still hoarse and I can't scream. Xia and Luo Yin couldn't help but feel a little numb, so they stepped back and waited. Several caregivers on the wall couldn't help but stand up straight. They seemed afraid that their dean would also let them scream. At this moment, in the operating room on the 3rd floor, under the spotlight, Gao Ling had no injuries on his body, but his pretty face was pale, his hair was messy, and he fell even more limply on the operating table. He looked sideways at Song Bing with distracted eyes. At this moment, I just want to die. There is no trace of the aloof temper just now. I don't know what happened during these 3 long hours. You really have a tough mouth, and you still refuse to even say a word of begging for mercy. Song Bing raised his hands, but he had to admire this woman. He still used all means of extreme death torture on him. Every part of the body is used. When it was first used on those Sakura soldiers, none of them begged for mercy in pain after holding on for 3 minutes. But at this moment, this woman held on for 3 full hours. Although I begged to die, but he didn't ask for mercy. There is really nothing to say about this willpower. It is a good material for experiments. Now Song Bing suddenly liked this slave even more. After becoming a slave, this woman will be used for experiments that no one else can bear. It's simply not too convenient. Hearing Song Bing's words, Gao Ling's beautiful eyes wavered. But he didn't dare to retort. I can only try to maintain this last ridiculous self-esteem. Song Bing's torture was billions of times more terrifying than the previous one. Okay, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Since you won't beg for mercy, just kneel down. Seeing this, Song Bing lost his desire to torture and immediately raised his hand again, landing on Gao Ling's eyebrows. Gao Ling's delicate body couldn't help but tremble like a conditioned reflex. I thought Song Bing was coming again. But this time, the pain I imagined didn't come over me. Instead, the disease that originally ravaged the whole body was taken back by Song Bing like it was flowing back. Her body suddenly felt light. It's like recovering from a serious illness, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Gao Ling was shocked by Song Bing's method. What kind of superpower is this? Ding successfully sent out the 7th level, color-tailed corpse puppet, merit minus 10 million. But before she could finish her shock, a wave of electricity hit her again. This is Song Bing's in-depth exploration of Gao Ling's physical constitution and attributes just now in the process of torturing him. A new type of disease transformed by on-site fusion. The most important characteristic of this disease is that it is based on a level 7 zombie virus disease that he absorbed when he was cleaning Andu. This level 7 zombie disease is a rare psychotropic zombie virus, inspired by the zombies' loyalty to candy. Subsequently, Song Bing added several controlled types of mental illnesses. These diseases were all fused by him to temporarily mind control others. Just like the people who controlled those apocalypse organizations in Nandao. The disease is incorporated to lock in its loyal subjects. Let Gao Ling be loyal to him in the end. This mental illness is called corpse puppet. Of course, in order to ensure the final integration and physical strength. Song Bing also added his original, special color tail to it. Only in this way can the degree of fit be increased and help it integrate and mutate. At this point, the disease was named color-tailed corpse puppet. As the name suggests, those infected with the disease will become a walking corpse like a zombie. But the difference is that a zombie is a cold corpse. The zombie virus controls the movement of corpses. The corpse puppet is a person controlled by mental illness. It has the warmth and flexibility of a living person. That is, the emotions are sluggish, the consciousness is controlled, and the mind is only loyal to the spiritual host. This is based on Song Bing's physical attributes and soul attributes, specifically and carefully crafted for its on-site use. This disease is unique in the world. This disease may only be successfully fused with high psychic abilities. Oh, the 7th level disease entered the body, and due to the compatibility of Kai Wei, it quickly began to merge with Gao Ling. But the terrifying level 7 intensity instantly caused Gao Ling's body and soul to twist in pain. This is a disease of both mental and physical nature. Therefore, what it brings is a double torture of mental and physical. Gao Ling gritted his teeth, and cherry-red blood flowed from the corners of his lips. She only felt as if her body and soul were being torn apart by this disease. The limbs of the body are directly twisted together. But before her consciousness collapsed, she still stared at Song Bing and expressed her last stubbornness. Song Bing was surprised. He didn't expect that this woman had such strong self-esteem that she could still say such things. So he also smiled and said, "Let him do it. When the time comes, I will stage a gourd baby beating Grandpa for you. As for now, I think you should care more about yourself." If Gao Tianchi was strong, he wouldn't mind taking one more. Gao Ling's scarlet eyes widened, and she wanted to say something, but the violent impact of pain easily defeated her self-recognized tenacity. After a period of body distortion, Gao Ling fainted in complete pain. Song Bing frowned slightly, but still reluctantly raised his hand to help it fuse. We have reached this point. It would be bad if we failed. With Song Bing's help, Gao Ling's breath soon returned to stability. The degree of disease fusion in his body is also getting higher and higher, compared to the fusion that has been dormant for months. This is a linear spike. As the degree of fusion increased, Gao Ling's body also began to mutate accordingly. First, his originally pale and colorless skin began to shed light. It's like the beautiful colored powder a girl puts on makeup. But this isn't makeup. It's Gao Ling's original colored poison. It will be useless if it is contaminated at all. Immediately afterwards, the most obvious thing was that the colorful tail behind Gao Ling began to lift up a little bit again. If you look closely at the tip of its tail, there are segments that resemble a rattlesnake, but they release a sharp tip. Counting carefully, there are 7 sections in total. The extra tip of the tail spine is a rare purple color. It just synthesizes the toxins with the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and other colors of the other 6 sections. Obviously, this is the variation brought about by the upgrade. That purple section must also be another terrible toxin secreted. Under Song Bing's prying eyes, he found something powerful enough to corrode his brain. It is indeed the original apocalypse force. The fuse provirus is just different. When Song Bing was touched, Gao Ling, who had successfully fused, suddenly opened his eyes. But at this moment, Gao Ling's eyes were no longer angry and unwilling. Instead, it was filled with calmness and dullness. Even looking at his expression, there is a rare trace of clarity. It's like a robot that has been rebooted and wiped out all its original dirty data. Feeling that his disease had almost merged, Song Bing also let go of his hand and took a few steps back. Gao Ling then sat up in confusion, his eyes always fixed on Song Bing. "Come and kneel." Song Bing spoke directly, his voice calm and unquestionable. A magical scene happened. When Gao Ling heard Song Bing's order, she immediately stood up and walked down and came to Song Bing. This time, she was proud and knelt at Song Bing's feet without hesitation. Although his movements are a little stiff, it does not affect his loyalty at all. This scene is somewhat in contrast to Gao Ling, who was still shouting about his aloofness just now. From now on, your name is Number 4, and your code name is Color Puppet. I am your master, and everything you have is given to you by me. The only meaning of your existence in the world is to obey my orders unconditionally. You must do whatever I ask you to do you understand? Song Bing then issued an overbearing order to restart his computer. "Yes, master." Gao Ling heard this and kowtowed to Song Bing devoutly. "Well, slap yourself." Song Bing continued to order tests. "Yes, master." Pa bang bang. Gao Ling nodded stiffly and immediately started fanning with both hands without hesitation. The sound of the loud slap was clear and sweet, without mercy. She had no extra thoughts. Everything in her subconscious was telling her to obey Song Bing's orders. Everything, even if Song Bing wants her to die now. She will also execute without hesitation. Pa bang bang. Soon, 2 eye-catching bright red palm prints appeared on Gao Ling's originally fair cheek. Still very neat. Not a little crooked. Kill yourself with your tail. Song Bing frowned and then increased the difficulty. TSSSSSSSSSSSSSS. Gao Ling's face was expressionless, and the upgraded colorful tail suddenly shot out from behind, and then unceremoniously shot into his body. It penetrates directly from the back to the chest, and then penetrates all parts of the body until it is shot unceremoniously between the eyebrows. That's enough. At the last second, Song Bing spoke. The tail also stopped abruptly in an instant, but its purple tail spines had already penetrated the center of the eyebrows. Directly without any hesitation, Song Bing's eyes flashed, and the wounds on his body healed one after another. "Okay, put on your clothes, clean up this place, and come back to me." After healing his wounds, Song Bing threw down a set of clothes before leaving. Clearly, the experiment was a success. This woman's transformation went smoothly. From now on, he has one more experimental subject. "Yes, master." Gao Ling also put away his tail and started to stand up, neatly cleaning up everything around him. This is the difference from zombies. Can you control zombies like this? Obviously not. While he was cleaning up, Song Bing got up and came to the secret room where the mutated plants were piled. Look at these plants filling the secret room. There are flowers, plants, and trees. Among the trees, except for the ancient tree that has been planted, most of them are fruit trees with fruit. Song Bing naturally expected that fruits and vegetables in the past might become extinct. Therefore, the Lord dug up these fruit trees and brought them back to solve the fruit problem. Although most of these fruits are mutated and poisonous, but this is too simple for the current status of Song Bing botanist. They can mutate from normal fruits to poisonous fruit trees. Song Bing can naturally eliminate their toxicity and make them more delicious. If this doesn't work, people in the hospital can be made immune to this toxin. There are even other mutant plants. Through hybridization and other means, a large vegetable garden can be directly created to meet all the fruits and vegetables needs of the hospital in the future. Now, the most important thing is to transform these plants first. It's okay to feed the animals every day. It's not good to have plants piled up like this. Master, the cleaning has been done. Gao Ling's figure had already obediently arrived behind Song Bing. She had also put on the clothes Song Bing had left behind. This was a tight-fitting black leather jacket. Of course, Song Bing wore it not to outline his figure, but to make it look more like a robot. Take these plants and follow me. Song Bing left a word and went out first. Yes. Gao Ling bowed and gave way, and the tails behind him grew out at the same time, wrapping around all the plants one by one. Then he respectfully followed Song Bing, perfectly interpreting the role of a servant. I wonder what the real Gao Ling would think when he saw his appearance at this moment. She thought deeply about turning Song Bing into her slave. As a result, fate played a trick, and in the end, he became Song Bing's slave. How can I put it? This effect is definitely very good. It's just that the role is wrong. As soon as Song Bing walked out of the basement, he saw Xia and Luo Yin, who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. What happened? Song Bing's questioning voice instantly attracted the waiting two people. Ah, Dean, how's the situation? The two women felt inexplicably cold when they saw Song Bing, but after he recovered, they still asked with concern. Wait for Zoe. She is fine now. She will wake up after sleeping for a while. I happen to be going there too, so I'll take you to see her together. Hearing this, Song Bing nodded. While he was talking, Gao Ling just happened to bring all the plants and follow him out. Seeing Gao Ling, Xia and Luo Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and they became alert. Don't be afraid. She has now been transformed into an experimental body by me and will no longer be conscious. Song Bing said. The two of them stared at Gao Ling's clear and innocent eyes, and then gradually believed Song Bing's words. But even so, looking at Gao Ling today, it's still a little difficult to adapt. Let's go. I'll take you to see Zoe and plant some fruit trees on the way to provide food for the hospital in the future. Song Bing interrupted their thinking and took Gao Ling away first. Don't say it's hard for them to adapt. He couldn't adapt to it for a while, but we can only do it slowly. The two women looked at each other and followed. Compared to Gao Ling at this moment, they were more concerned about Ruai's situation. Now Gao Ling is already like this. Then Ruai must have woken up, right? Under the leadership of Song Bing, several people came to the garden where ancient trees were planted. At this moment, the entire garden has already undergone earth-shaking changes. I saw that I had lost the shackles of the disease. Shortly after Song Bing left, the ancient trees began to grow back and scrupulously. It is like an ancient tree dripping with growth potion, frantically absorbing nutrients from the surrounding grassland vegetation, and its main trunk rises directly from the ground. The branches and leaves also bloomed instantly. Keep expanding. In just half a day, the diameter of the main trunk reached 2 or 3 meters, and the height also reached 30 or 40 meters. It has become the tallest tree in the entire garden, and this is far less than 1/10 of what it used to be in the rainforest. At that time, it was a forest of single trees, as high as the sky. But even so, the guard Wang Xiaoxiao was stunned when he saw the crazy growth of the ancient tree. Is this still a tree? Isn't this fine? Looking at the vegetation around her that was gradually being eroded by occupation, she began to hesitate whether to report Song Bing. At this growth rate, will the entire Anja be occupied? Don't worry, this is normal. Just when Wang Xiaoxiao was a little confused, Song Bing's calm voice came from behind. Wang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and quickly turned back. His face suddenly turned cold. Because she saw the woman she didn't want to see. She has now been transformed into a puppet by me. How to deal with her will be discussed later when Zoe wakes up. Seeing this, Song Bing explained helplessly. Later, when Xia and Luo Yin arrived, they couldn't hide their surprise when they looked up at the ancient tree that could be seen growing with the naked eye. Ruoyi is in this tree. If you don't understand anything, you can ask Xiao Xiao. As Song Bing said this, he took Gao Ling and took the initiative to walk towards the ancient tree. Sasha, as if feeling Song Bing's familiar aura again, the ancient tree began to tremble and sway, and its growth rate also slowed down significantly. Seems to be crying. Is he here again? What are you going to do this time? Song Bing opened the forbidden pupil and took a look at an Ruoyi inside, and found that it was already connected to the ancient tree because it contained small spirit, and has begun to absorb the nutrients of the ancient tree. Seeing this scene, Song Bing was relieved. Then he raised his head with a smile, looked at the ancient tree, and explained his purpose. Don't be afraid. I'm just going to transform you and make you look more colorful. If you don't agree, you can speak. If you don't say anything, you agree. Then I won't be polite. Seeing that the ancient tree agreed, Song Bing's smile became even brighter, and he immediately released his wings of tetanus, ejected directly, and landed on the top of the ancient tree. Gao Ling used climbing methods to bring all the plants with him, jumping from branches to keep up. Under the tree, Xia and the others stared blankly, unable to tell what Song Bing was going to do. On the ancient trees, among the dense and wide branches and leaves, it is like coming to another world. Song Bing looked around and showed a satisfied smile. Then he looked back at Gao Ling, who was following behind him, and said, "Bring those saplings here." "Yes, master." Gao Ling's tail was flexible, and it grew out. He immediately handed all the saplings bundled in batches to Song Bing. Of course, these are not saplings. Instead, various fruit trees were reduced in size by Song disease. Song Bing thought about transforming these fruit trees and planting them individually to form a colorful fruit forest. But the experience of grafting in Ruoyi made him change his mind instantly. Yes, he plans to graft these fruit trees onto ancient trees as well. This is true grafting. With the nutrients provided by fruit trees, a fruit tree can definitely grow. By then, he would only need to specialize in cultivating and transforming ancient trees. Save yourself the hassle of cultivating an orchard. It can also catalyze fruit ripening in advance. When you need to eat fruit, you can directly ask the ancient tree to deliver it to you. Everyone only needs to sit around under the ancient tree, and the ancient tree itself turns into a fruit buffet table. When encountering an inevitable crisis, with the level of an ancient tree, it can still defend itself. When moving, just make it smaller and move it away. Save time and effort. Even with the accompanying growth of an ruoyi and the ancient trees, it might even bring about some unexpected effects. These benefits are thousands of times better than planting an orchard. Just do it. Song Bing raised his hand and took a mutated durian tree, and began to absorb toxins and transform it into a mutant durian tree without toxins. Next comes the upgrade process. After finishing the grafting conditions, Song Bing's other hand immediately turned into a handful of knives needed for grafting. Cut the durian tree diagonally straight from the root. At the same time, he cut off a branch of the old tree and inserted the durian tree into it. Then hold the grafting point with both hands. When I let go again, the grafting site had already grown, connecting callus. A fruit tree was grafted onto the ancient tree so easily. No plastic wrap or chemicals are needed at all. Song Bing then continued to repeat the operation. Detoxification, transformation, cutting and root removal of fruit trees. One thrust, one hold, one release. The fruit trees are grafted. It's that simple and crude. Of course, in order to achieve uniform grafting, Song Bing directly grafted around. Fruit trees have been grafted to every corner of the ancient tree. This will allow them to grow evenly in the future, transformed into a truly beautiful fruit tree. Under the old tree, after waiting for a long time, Xia and the others could not see Song Bing among the branches and leaves at all. All I saw was branches falling from above. "What are you doing, Dean? Pruning this big tree?" Xia couldn't help but look weird. It shouldn't be that simple. After all, there is Zoe in this tree. Wang Xiaoxiao shook his head and said, she had already told the two of them about Enroy's situation in detail. If Song Bing just wanted to simply prune the ancient trees, he could leave it to her. Is it biologically removing the top advantage, allowing nutrients to flow downstream to supply Zoe? Luo Yin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Xia and Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Regarding the top advantage, they naturally know it. It is a very useful way to control plant growth. In order to ensure the growth of side branches, people who plant fruit trees usually cut off all the top buds to allow nutrients to flow downward and help the side buds grow. At this moment, is this helping Enroi recover? I see, the dean is really amazing. He is proficient in everything. He can even treat plants. Thinking of this, the three of them suddenly understood and admired Song Bing even more inexplicably. Finally finished planting. After grafting the last plant among the ancient branches, Song Bing finally straightened up and breathed a long sigh of relief. It feels like several acres of rice seedlings have been planted. Of course, in addition to grafting all the fruit trees, he also grafted many plants that could be grafted after upgrading and transformation, such as the several glowing poison ivy plants harvested before, a thorn tree that shoots poisonous stingers, a poisonous tree capable of erupting poisonous powder. There are also some explosive poisonous mushrooms. They were all planted together. These are some deadly weapons given to ancient trees. In this way, when the ancient tree fully grows, it can eat, attack, and defend. It's simply a killer. It might even become Anda's national protecting sacred tree. Absolutely perfect. Song Bing looked around and felt even more satisfied when he saw another masterpiece of his. From now on, you will be my experimental subject number 5, codenamed Bagua. Next, your responsibility is to grow up well and strive to blossom and bear fruit as soon as possible. Song Bing smiled and said to the ancient tree, Sashisha. The branches of the ancient tree swayed, and I don't know whether it was gratitude or crying. Therefore, Song Bing directly regarded it as gratitude. You're welcome, let's go. Come back when you have time. Under the ancient tree, Xia and the three people suddenly realized what they were waiting for a long time. Finally, I saw Song Bing and Gao Ling coming down. Dean, are you removing the top advantage of this mutated tree to provide nutrition for Zoe? Just leave this kind of thing to us from now on. No need to trouble you. The three of them hurriedly stepped forward. Top advantage? Provide nutrition? Seeing the serious eyes of the three women, Song Bing was stunned. No, I am doing the grafting, and I will let it grow from now on. You must not mess around, you know. Song Bing, realizing the seriousness of the matter, hurriedly said. Otherwise, when he is gone, the three of them will cut off all the fruit trees he finally grafted, and their work will be in vain. Grafting? The three women froze at that moment and looked at each other, feeling awkward. Yes, I grafted some improved fruit trees onto this ancient tree, so if nothing happens in the future, we should have fruit to eat. Song Bing smiled and said, it was not because of this incident. It also gives everyone something to look forward to. Fruit. Sure enough, the beautiful eyes of the three women suddenly shone when they heard this. It's been a long time since they've eaten fruit. I can't think clearly anymore. Don't talk about fruit. Even fresh vegetables have not been tasted for a long time. In some suburban vegetable gardens and orchards, you can still vaguely find some vegetables and fruits. But no one dare to pick it, not to mention eating it, because it is very likely that you have been infected with the virus. Like exposed water, those who drank turned into zombies. Now Song Bing told them that the fruit trees were grafted and they could still eat them. How could this not excite them? It's been so long since I've tasted the sweetness of fruit. They were so eager. Of course, by the way, there are still these. You find time to find a good place, plant them all, and take good care of them. Song Bing nodded, then thought of something, and called Gao Ling behind him to bring over the remaining grafted plants. Grafting almost uses up most of the plants. Of course, they are mainly fruit trees, but it also leaves the roots of many fruit trees. The rest are just mini herbs. These are, looking at these mutated plants that were indistinguishable from each other, Xia and the others were at a loss. As presidents, they know all about business and economics, and they really can't tell the difference between these plants, especially the ones that have mutated. Don't say it's them. Calling a botanist is probably too much trouble. So Song Bing pointed to these plants and introduced them one by one in detail. These are some debranched fruit trees for you to plant around the manor. These mutated herbs with medicinal value will be useful after planting. These are some edible vegetables that I modified and cultivated. You can find a piece of land and plant them in categories. Song Bing introduced them one by one. In addition to collecting these plants from the tropical rainforest in the southeast, there were also specially collected plants from some villages and fields along the way. After adding detoxification and improvements, it became what it is now. Song Bing focused on the last few plants with seeds and continued. These are staple food plants. This one is a mutated third-level rice plant. I have undergone detoxification and improvement. The three women looked at it, their hearts trembling. I found that this was a rice plant that was taller than sorghum. Its ears were like brooms, and the golden seeds on them were as plump as peanuts. In addition, there are potatoes, sweet potatoes, wheat, peppers, garlic. Song Bing then pointed to these plants one by one and introduced them one by one. The main reason is that these plants are basically herbs and cannot be grafted with ancient trees at all. Otherwise, everything will be grafted on ancient trees. Simple and convenient. Sia and the others' hearts beat faster when they heard this. Looking at the plants, their eyes suddenly lit up, then lit up again. They were still in shock until Song Bing finished his brief introduction. Everything is like a dream. Are these all modified by Song Bing? But isn't Song Bing a doctor? When did you understand these plants again? No, this doesn't mean understanding. This simply means mastering. Why are you looking at me? I have other things to do next. I can only leave all the vegetable planting to you. Seeing the three girls' stunned expressions, Song Bing couldn't help laughing and joking. The three women reacted and hurried forward, trembling and tidying up. Although I was shocked by the plants Song Bing brought out. But now, they are more excited about the existence of these plants. There is no doubt that with these plants, wouldn't they be able to achieve self-sufficiency? Fruits, vegetables, and rice will be able to be produced and consumed by oneself. In these last days, there is no need to worry about food anymore. The three women moved cautiously, as if they were at an archaeological site, for fear of hurting a plant. Now, to them, these plants are equivalent to growing food at the civilization level. You don't have to be so careful. These plants have been improved and upgraded by me. They are very tenacious. All you need to do is find a piece of land and water them. Seeing this, Song Bing couldn't help but laugh. The three girls' pretty faces froze slightly, but they still obeyed Song Bing's words and sped up. According to Song Bing's words, the plants were classified. There are mainly 4 categories: fruits, medicinal materials, vegetables, and most importantly, rice and other staple foods. In addition, after the implantation is completed, find a time tomorrow to gather everyone and all the nurses in the former hospital, and I will do a physical examination for you. Song Bing thought of something and continued to add. Of course, what he calls a physical examination is actually an upgrade for everyone. This is the main thing. Only later did he consider transforming those animals and the 56 people. Sia and the 3 people who got up felt their hearts tremble when they heard this. Their powers were given by Song Bing. So what does Song Bing mean by this? They had already vaguely guessed something. But the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded to Song Bing gratefully and expectantly. Yes, Dean. Dean. However, as soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, a caregiver hurried over. What's the matter? Song Bing looked at the nurse with an injury on his face and had already vaguely guessed something. Dean, it's that group of Sakura people. There are several awakened guys. They refuse to cooperate. They just throw away the food they are given, and they even keep making trouble. Especially that guy named Qingchuan Yuri. He is the leader, and he wants to find you by name. The nurse looked angry. The injuries on his face were caused by being thrown by Qingchuan Yuri. If he didn't need to tame these people to do hard work, he really wanted to kill these Sakura people. Yeah, let's go and have a look. Hearing this, Song Bing raised his lips slightly and immediately went with the nurse. He also plans to upgrade the people in the hospital and transform the animals first. Let's go and deal with these guys. Since he was in such a hurry, he had to wait in line for them first. Soon, Song Bing followed the nurse to the first floor of a basement. Bagaya Road. You dare to abuse the prisoners? I will sue you. What is the food and shelter for us? This is for human consumption. Do you think we are beasts? You bunch of Xena pigs, just wait. When all the divisions and armies of our great Sakura Empire gather and arrive, it will be your death. Song Bing, come out here for me. If you can, get out of here. It's useless to hide, you grandson. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Song Bing entered the basement, He heard the angry curses of a group of Sakura soldiers. You dare to scold my brother? I will kill you. Zhang Taizhu finally couldn't bear it anymore. He picked up the black gold sword beside him and rushed in to kill Qingchuan Yuri. Are you a piece of shit? Just because you're not worthy of talking to me. If you have the ability, come and do it. Do you dare? Qingchuan Yuri went straight to the black gold iron gate, completely unafraid, and his eyes were full of disdain for Zhang Taizhu. Zhang Taizhu was so angry that he wanted to swing his knife, only to find that Song Bing had arrived behind him at some point. In an instant, everything in the surrounding iron prison became quiet, especially those who were brave a second ago. When they saw Song Bing, they immediately retreated to the corner in fear. Only those like Qingchuan Yuri were kicked unconscious by AI Xiaoxiu from the beginning, still glaring at Song Bing fiercely, baring his teeth. He looked like he was going to bite Song Bing to death, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Brother. Seeing Song Bing, Zhang Taizhu put away the knife and couldn't help but explain. This guy insulted you, so I. It's okay, leave it to me. Song Bing raised his hand and interrupted Zhang Taizhu's words. At the same time, he turned his eyes and fell on Qingchuan Yuri. Haha, Song Bing, you are finally willing to come out. I thought you were going to hide in the dark all the time. Finally seeing Song Bing, even though he was in an iron prison, Qingchuan Shuli's eyes were not afraid at all, but full of defiance. It is somewhat similar to Gao Ling, who followed Song Bing. But at this moment, Gao Ling was following him obediently, already extremely well-behaved. You seem to want to see me? Song Bing smiled and looked very kind. Of course, I want to see you so much. If it weren't for that monster girl, do you think you could catch me? You are a fourth-level trash who only hides behind women. Qingchuan Yuri spoke with a ferocious expression. There was no fear of Song Bing in his eyes. Seems to have been kicked silly. His thinking still stayed on Song Bing's combat strength before Tianqi's fourth level, and the evaluation of Tianqi's organization. Of course, it's not just him. Many Tianqi families seem to be like this. Like Jack from the Campbell family, the Gao Ling siblings of the Gao family, etc. But their endings don't seem to be very good. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Song Bing had a weird look on his face. Looking at Qingchuan Yuri, who was only at level 5, he found this request a bit funny. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, do you dare? I will challenge you on behalf of my great Sakura Empire with my current injury. As long as you beat me, I'll do whatever you want. But if you lose, how about letting us go? Seeing that Song Bing had been fooled, Qingchuan Shuli flashed a sharp edge, deliberately gritted his teeth, and said irritatingly, of course, if you don't dare and just want to hide behind a woman, then please kill me. At that time, my father will personally lead the cherry blossom armies of each division of my Qingchuan family to come and personally destroy everything here. You and these people will all die. No one will be left alive. You are worthy of challenging my brother. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. See if I don't destroy you. Zhang Taizhu stood up coldly and had long wanted to kill Qingchuan Yuri with his own hands. The same goes for the rest of the caretakers. I have no favorable impression of these Sakura soldiers at all. Are you worthy? Don't dirty my hands. Qingchuan Yuri still glanced at Zhang Taizhu coldly, and even looked at Song Bing again, and used the topic to say, Song Bing, are you so timid and don't have the courage to face me directly? When will you only let these servants stand up for you? The thunderbolt appeared in Zhang Taizhu's hand, but Song Bing's figure had already arrived in front of him. Zhuzi, Weonghua people generally pay attention to persuading others with virtue, so that we can show our generosity. There is absolutely no need to be angry with animals. Next, I will only teach it once, so you can watch it carefully. After saying that, Song Bing looked at Qingchuan Yuri and said with a smile, okay, since you want to challenge me to a duel, I accept your challenge. But I generally don't like to take advantage of others. So before the duel, I will give you some medicine to heal your injuries. Haha, Song Bing, you finally look like a man, but there is no need. Even if you are injured, it is enough to deal with you. Hearing this, Qingchuan Yuri's eyes flashed, and he sneered, knowing that his plan had been accomplished. Next, he will take the opportunity to hold Song Bing hostage and escape. No. Yes, I usually apply the medicine very quickly. It only takes a few seconds. Song Bing shook his head and insisted on taking the medicine. He is a principled man. Don't like to take advantage of others. Then hurry up. Throw whatever medicine you want, and I'll take it myself. Seeing Song Bing being so stupid, Qingchuan Yuri smiled even brighter. The same goes for the rest of the Sakura soldiers. Why do you feel that Song Bing has changed today? Could it be that he was shocked when he saw Qingchuan Yuri? Zhang Taizhu and several caregivers on the side were equally puzzled. I don't understand why Song Bing was suddenly so polite to a group of Sakura people. The other party is so arrogant. What other medicine should be given to them? Isn't it better to go directly to the props? It's hard to throw away this medicine, so let's come. You've got it, Song Bing said with a smile and put his hand into his white coat. Come. Qingchuan Yuri and others looked confused. Wow. But in the next second, Song Bing pulled out a black gold machine gun with both hands. Song Bing pulled out a black gold machine gun. Along with it was a large bunch of bright black gold ammunition. The moment the black gold machine gun was pulled out of the white coat, the whole basement was quiet. The expressions of Qingchuan Yuri, Zhang Taizhu, and others all changed. The boss fell into a brief state of confusion. Didn't come back to consciousness at all. Take it, this medicine may hurt a little bit. Song Bing held the heavy machine gun in both hands and said with a smile. His smile still looked so kind, but now it was inexplicably different. Think. Qingchuan Yuri finally reacted. His expression changed drastically, and he was so frightened by the machine gun that he stepped back. Not only him, but also the newly awakened Sakura soldiers who were locked up with him. In an instant, the unruly attitude just now disappeared. Ammunition is also medicine. Didn't you ask me to throw it to you? Take it. Don't worry, it will be fine soon. After it is finished, we will have a fair and just duel. Song Bing explained with a serious face. At the same time, he raised his hand to install the string of ammunition on the machine gun, pulled the safety, and loaded the gun. This scene scared Qingchuan Yuri and others out of their wits on the spot. Looking at the dark muzzle of the machine gun, they suddenly seemed to see the cherry blossoms in their hometown blooming. This level of black gold hot weapon can definitely beat them into pieces. Zhang Taizhu and others on the side reacted from their confusion. Looking at this large bunch of ammunition, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Wonderful. Wonderful. This medicine is good. This medicine works. Several people looked at Song Bing and were instantly filled with admiration. Is this the dean? Hi, really high. What if someone can be the dean? They couldn't even come up with this kind of prescription that would suit the situation. The dean can easily figure it out. You see, these originally arrogant Sakura devils were mostly cured of their illnesses the moment they saw the prescription and even before taking it. Simply amazing. No, Bagayalu, Song Bing, you are playing tricks on me. You coward, you don't dare to challenge me one-on-one. You only dare to use such despicable methods. If you have the ability, shoot, my father will lead. 2222. Qingchuan Yuri was instantly furious and threw himself in front of the black gold iron gate again. He wanted to continue Qingchuan Jujuan's threat, but unfortunately Song Bing had already decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, a row of thumb-sized black gold bullets burst out, piercing the chest of Harukawa Yuri on the spot. The terrifying impact caused it to fly out on the spot. When the Sakura soldiers in the same ward heard the gunshots for the first time, they were so frightened that Baotou fell to both sides. The piercing sound of gunfire stopped, leaving only smoke coming from both ends. The entire basement fell into dead silence again. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qingchuan Yuri in the corner. Qingchuan Yuri also lowered his head and looked at his chest. Several eye-catching blood holes were still smoking. He is also in good health and is a level 5. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably be broken into several pieces. Qingchuan Yuri's pupils suddenly shrank. The feeling of fear instantly spread throughout the body. The other Sakura soldiers also looked at Song Bing in shock. Among them were Wang Xian and other traders in the distance. Seriously? Zhang Taizhu also looked shocked. Shocked by Song Bing's decisiveness. They thought Song Bing was just using it as a deterrent? Is this the legendary killing of chickens to scare monkeys? Ahem, cough, cough. Yaxi, okay, very good, Song Bing. That's all you can do. If you can, kill me. If you are afraid of death, you are not a warrior of the Sakura Empire. After Qingchuan Yuri was shocked, he suddenly seemed to have opened up the run and do channels and stared at Song Bing again with a fearless look on his face. Master Yuri. Such emotions instantly infected many heroic Sakura soldiers. They immediately stood up and stood in front of Qingchuan Shuli. They looked at Song Bing with anger on their faces and said, "Baga Lu, come if you have the ability. The master of the family will avenge us." Okay, picked up. Hearing this, Song Bing smiled slightly. He had never seen such a request in his life. Song Bing immediately and decisively pulled the trigger, but this time he didn't let go. 22222. In an instant, smoke erupted, and ammunition flew towards the group of Sakura soldiers, 2-2, as if they were free of charge. Bunny tap here, rabbit tap there, like watering flowers, so that both rain and dew can be absorbed. Faced with the indiscriminate fire from the black gold machine gun, all the Sakura soldiers were sprayed with blood and flesh on the spot, and fell down instantly. Qingchuan Yuri's pupils shrank suddenly, looking at the heroic soldiers who fell in front of him one by one. Blood splattered on his face. A chill spread throughout his body. At this moment, he finally knew that Song Bing was serious, not playing hard to get. Finally, everyone in front of him was killed by Song Bing 2-2. The two looked at each other again. Qingchuan Yuri's heart trembled violently, and he quickly spoke in fear. "No, Song Bing. Wait. If you have something to say, please tell me. What? Your mouth hurts." Song Bing seemed to have heard Qingchuan Yuri's plea for help, and immediately raised the muzzle of the machine gun. "Okay, you've taken it." 22222. A round of bullets hit Harukawa Yuri's upper body on the spot. He immediately swept it into a snowman and fell to the ground. This horrific scene shocked the Sakura soldiers and traitors in other cells. And just in time, Song Bing's gun was also pointed at them. "How's it going? Do you want some medicine?" Song Bing asked Hashan. I asked, loading new ammunition. No, we are in good health." All the Sakura soldiers and traitors were so frightened that they quickly shook their heads. "It's okay, just give me some, and use it as a vaccination to prevent punishment." Song Bing smiled slightly, and immediately pulled the trigger regardless of the polite refusals of the Sakura soldiers and traitors. 22222. In an instant, the smoke erupted again, and the screams of Sakura soldiers and traitors could be heard. Song Bing directly held the machine gun and fired in a circle. Everyone in the main cage can come. As a veterinarian, he is fair and impartial. Zhang Taizhu and others looked on blankly, mouth slightly open. Is this killing a chicken to scare the monkey? But were there too many chickens killed? Kill all the chickens? Where is the monkey? 22222. Oh, the ammunition in Song Bing's hand was still being sent out in a steady stream. There is no reluctance at all. As long as it can cure diseases and save lives, what does this little medicine count? In the cell, the screams of the Sakura soldiers and traitors gradually calmed down as the ammunition healed them. I don't know how long I took the medicine, but the movement in the cell finally stopped. Each and every Sakura soldier and traitor fell quietly in a pool of blood, completely peaceful. My waist doesn't hurt. My legs don't hurt anymore. There was only a burst of blood mist left. Obviously, this is the medicine that cures the disease. This. Zhang Taizhu and others were dumbfounded. My mind goes blank. GA? All gone. Killed all the chickens? Are they the monkeys? Several people looked at Song Bing and couldn't help but feel chilled. I'm afraid Song Bing is addicted to killing. Give them a couple shots, too. It was only after Zhang Taizhu swallowed his saliva and made sure that the person in front of him was Song Bing that he dared to summon the courage to step forward and ask, "I'm not killing them. I'm giving them medicine. Do you think this doesn't cure them all?" Song Bing blew on the smoking machine gun and left the machine gun here. At the same time, he also left several bags of ammunition and said, "Next time this condition occurs again, follow this dosage, 3 times a day for each person, 10 shots at a time. Open the door. The medicine is ready. I'm going to challenge him." Song Bing patted his numb hands before continuing. Zhang Taizhu and others were once again stunned on the spot. Several people subconsciously looked at Qingchuan Yuri, who was swept into a sieve. He sat there with his legs spread apart. At least he got a shot. My mouth was so dry. Still want a duel? Can this still be a one-on-one challenge? But a nurse reacted and hurried forward to open the door. Song Bing adjusted his white coat before entering the cage. He walked directly across the group of Sakura soldiers and came to Qingchuan Yuri at the end. "Kinkawa Yuri, the medicine is ready. Get up." Let's have a fair and just duel between real men. Looking down at the tree lying on the ground in Qingchuan, Song Bing put his hands in his pockets and said seriously. Outside the cage, Zhang Taizhu and others just looked at it. The corners of his mouth twitched sharply. This. Cough, cough, cough. However, the next second, something magical happened. Under Song Bing's call, Qingchuan Yuri, who had been almost swept into a sieve, coughed and woke up bit by bit. This scene made Zhang Taizhu and the others outside stare with their eyes wide open. A look of disbelief. No. Can you live with this? Is the health bar so thick? Or did you mention the famous sword Siming? Qingchuan Yuri, who was gradually waking up, was also confused. He looked at the hundreds of bloody holes on his body. But he didn't die? Could it be the talent he possesses due to his powerful abilities? But why does it hurt so much? He endured the pain and slowly raised his head, and what he saw was corpses strewn all over the ground. Almost all of them, like him, were swept into a sieve. The pungent smell of blood filled the brain. The joy that made him survive the disaster instantly turned into fear. He continued to raise his head with difficulty, and at a glance he saw Song Bing, who had entered the iron prison and stood in front of him. Suddenly his pupils shrank. Qingchuan Yuri didn't dare to speak anymore. Because this guy in front of me is serious. He really dared to take the medicine. Do you feel more refreshed? This is the benefit of taking the medicine. This medicine is very expensive. I usually don't give it to others. You are lucky. Seeing Qingchuan Shuli waking up, Song Bing still smiled kindly. He really looks like a loving doctor. But this love made Qingchuan Yuri's blood pressure soar and became extremely heavy. Okay, don't say thank you. Just send me a banner another day when you have time. Aren't you going to challenge me in a fair and just duel? Come on. Since you are a guest, I will give you 3 moves. Song Bing directly acted like a master. This kind of open-mindedness is not something ordinary people can achieve. 3 moves have passed. It's my turn. Song Bing didn't care. He closed his eyes and counted 3, 2, 1 silently. Then he stepped forward and kicked him up. A large sinus fanned out in the air. Bang! Qingchuan Yuri suddenly felt a pain in his balls and rolled his eyes on the spot. Song Bing ignored it and continued to take action. Going all out is the greatest respect for your opponent. Bang, bang, bang. I saw Song Bing going all out and giving Qingchuan Yuri a beating. Every punch delivers a disease. Of course, when it was about to die, it was absorbed and revived. The main one is playing shuttlecock with the Lord of Hell. Outside the iron prison, I watched this bloody scene. Zhang Taizhu and other scalps were numb. No, it's really a one-on-one challenge. What they didn't notice was that in that pool of blood, those Sakura soldiers and traitors were not dead. They also witnessed this scene. Her delicate body was already shaking with fear. No one dared to get up. As for why they didn't die, of course it's not that they are lucky, but Song Bing refused to let them die. Under the cover of brain power, everyone's life is affected by Song Bing's spiritual and mental power. I can't die even if I want to. Just like the Sakura soldier who wanted to commit suicide by taking poison. Song Bing beat him for an unknown amount of time. After letting Qingchuan Yuri experience various tortures, he kicked him into a wall and then stopped. At this moment, Qingchuan Yuri had been beaten to a state of disgrace. It was like a piece of rotten flesh, bleeding and stuck in the wall. Just can't die? Are you still dueling? After wiping the blood on his body, Song Bing looked at the Qingchuan tree hanging on the wall and asked seriously. Qingchuan Yuri held her last breath and answered extremely weakly. Very good. Then what you just said counts, right? If you lose, let me do whatever you want. Song Bing continued to ask with a smile. Very good. Then I'll punish you by challenging me 3 times a day. Song Bing immediately told him how to deal with it. Qingchuan Shuli on the wall trembled. Being tortured by Song's disease, he suddenly felt a little dazed. Seeing that the torture was almost over, Song Bing continued to look at the Sakura soldiers and traitors pretending to be dead and smiled. Taizhu, count them, pull them out alive, add some medicine to the ones that are not alive, beat them to pieces and feed them to the dogs. Zhang Taizhu and others looked around with strange expressions on their faces. None of them are intact. Is there anyone alive here? And I. However, the moment Song Bing finished speaking, a group of Sakura soldiers and traitors who were pretending to be dead immediately fell down trembling in fear. Zhang Taizhu and others were stunned. They were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Why are they all alive? How about playing? Everyone here. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If so, you can line up and come one by one. Seeing that the torture was almost over, Song Bing continued to look at the Sakura soldiers and traitors who were pretending to be dead and smiled. No, I don't want a one-on-one fight. I don't want it either. I love peace. Yes, peace, long live peace. All the Sakura soldiers and traitors shook their heads crazily as they looked at the miserable Qingchuan Yuri, who dared to challenge him alone. That's it. Then next time, if anyone wants to fight one another or apply medicine, call me at any time. I'll be here at your call. Seeing this, Song Bing smiled kindly and then left the iron prison with satisfaction. All the Sakura soldiers and traitors were immediately relieved and did not dare to breathe. Have you learned it? After walking out of the iron prison, Song Bing went to the nearby water pipe to wash himself, while looking at Zhang Taizhu and others and asking, "Brother, I understand. I've realized it too," several people said with sharp eyes. At this moment, looking at these people, they are already swearing. Go to the new housing area and find the man named Pan Bugu. Song Bing thought for a while and continued. It's time to train a capable person. Otherwise, it would be bad if he had to do all these little things himself in the future. Pan Bugu, who is that? Zhang Taizhu was confused for a moment when he heard this unfamiliar name. A guy I hired specifically to train dogs. Song Bing smiled meaningfully. Oh, although Zhang Taizhu didn't understand, he went anyway. A few minutes later, Zhang Taizhu came back and brought Pan Bugu, who was already fed and clothed. Pan Bugu looked worried. Why did Song Bing call him alone in the middle of the night? You still have to fire him, right? You said you're good at dog training? Song Bing looked at this talent with a smile. Yes. Pan Bugu nodded confused. No, let him train the dog. Very good. Do you think these dogs can be trained? Song Bing said, while looking away. Pan Bugu looked around and saw that the iron prison was filled with wailing people lying in various directions. Everyone was still covered in blood. Terrible and terrifying. Pan Bugu was frightened and staggered back a few steps. Don't be afraid. In fact, these people are from those evil organizations. They wanted to use poison gas to destroy Andu, but I happened to catch them. And now, I want you to train them into obedient hard workers and build Andu. Is there any problem? Song Bing explained patiently. Hearing this, Pan Bugu immediately backed away without fear. He looked at these people, clenched his fists subconsciously, and said, "They are the ones who turned the world into this. Yes, half of these people are Sakura people and half are traitors. They want to take advantage of the opportunity to invade and occupy Anghua." Song Bing continued to give Pan Bugu strength. Pan Bugu immediately said with bloodshot eyes, "Although I have only trained dogs, I have never trained people. But what is the difference between these people and animals? Then please, just treat it like a dog and train it." Song Bing said with a smile, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. He was given a level 5 disease that matched his profession very well. Juzi, follow expert Pan and study hard from now on. He is a professional dog trainer. Do you know that? Before leaving, Song Bing did not forget to look at Zhang Taizhu and the others and smiled. Of course, he did not forget to take back the illnesses of several people in Qingchuan Shuli. This is considered preliminary training. Next, it's up to Pan Bugu. Also check it out, by the way. After Song Bing left, Zhang Taizhu and others looked at Qingchuan Shuli and others who were covered in blood in the iron prison, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do next. So they all looked to Pan Bugu for advice in a tacit understanding. Pan Bugu looked at the people in the iron prison and said with a ruthless look in his eyes, "Hungry. The first step in training a dog is to be hungry. Next, you won't give them anything to eat. If they dare to bark, they will be beaten." Zhang Taizhu and others listened carefully to Pan Bugu's professional knowledge. Sometimes it dawns on me. Sometimes I am enlightened. The Qingchuan Shuli people in the iron prison were gradually coming back to life, and their hearts suddenly fell to the bottom when they heard this. Too much bullying. Do you really think of them as dogs? Bagaya Road. Qingchuan Yuri fell from the wall. Seeing that Song Bing was no longer there, he finally couldn't bear it and roared. Pan Bugu saw this, picked up a black gold iron rod, and walked in. Immediately started cardiopulmonary resuscitation. On the other side, Song Bing had already taken Song Shanglong and Wang Kai and rushed to the previous gymnasium overnight. Zhou Xian and a group of Fart family soldiers have been staying here. And when he comes here, it is natural for him to upgrade his 3 combat powers. Song Bing took Song Shenglong and Wang Kai and landed on a building. Looking down at the large gymnasium below, Song Bing shouted directly, "Fart King!" Bang! Not long after he finished speaking, a burst of rich yellow gas shot out from around the gymnasium. It's like the elixir refined by Taishang Laojun comes out of the furnace. The roof of the entire stadium was lifted off like a bottle cap. The next second, Zhou Xian and a group of Fu family troops appeared in the gymnasium, like a dense nest of little black birds breaking out of their shells. See Dean. Seeing Song Bing, Zhou Xian immediately came forward obediently, knelt down, and worshipped. Subconsciously, Song Bing has long been regarded as a god. Greetings, round palm. A group of Pei family soldiers also followed Zhou Xian to worship, although many of them did not know the existence of Song Bing. Seeing this scene, Song Bing couldn't help but look surprised, because he discovered that the number of the Pai family's troops was several times higher than before. At a glance, there were nearly 2,000 people at this moment. Could this be breeding? The forbidden eyes opened, and Song Bing could clearly see some of the new members. We even saw Gao Xingjie, who looked dark in the crowd. But at this moment, Gao Xingjie seemed stupid. He held his fingers in his mouth and followed him to worship with a silly look on his face. It was obvious that he had surrendered to Zhou Xian's killing power. Hey, Dean, this is my king's black concubine. If you like it, I can give it to you. Seeing Song Bing staring at Gao Xingjie, Zhou Xian gritted his teeth and smiled. Song Bing immediately came back to his senses and said with a slight twitch in his mouth, "No, keep it to yourself. I came here this time because you have made great achievements in protecting the hospital this time, and I plan to reward you with an upgrade." Upgrade? What do you mean? Zhou Xian couldn't turn his head around. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly had an idea. Is the dean trying to help me break through to the Dosheng realm? After a moment of silence, Song Bing quickly regained his composure and said in a lunatic language, "That's right. This dean is here to help you break through the Dosage and give you the ability to open up the Dosheng space." Really? That's great. I've been in seclusion these past few days to comprehend, but I still can't touch that barrier. If I can break through the fighting saint, I will definitely be able to comprehend more powerful fighting skills. When Zhou Xian heard this, his eyes flashed. "Well, get ready, I'm starting." Song Bing nodded, released his tetanus wings, and flew towards the gymnasium. At the same time, the brain power is released to isolate the eroding gas. "Come on." Zhou Xian hurriedly sat cross-legged and couldn't wait to see what he would look like after breaking through the Dosheng. In the stadium shrouded in yellow air. When Song Bing stepped into it, the surrounding yellow air was isolated. "Look away." Zhou Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly rose up. The little black people around looked at him with their big black eyes. Little did they know that Song Bing's brain power was also covering them invisibly. At the same time, several fused toxins accumulated in Song Bing's kidney slowly turned into gas and flowed out. 90% gathered towards Zhou Xian. 10% gathered around a group of little black people. These toxins were all exposed and collected by Song Bing, such as the antipoison gas he just absorbed not long ago, color poison from jailing, a highly toxic miasma absorbed by the southeastern rainforests. At this moment, Song Bing gathered all the poisonous gas together and delivered it to Zhou Xian and others. The inspiration comes from Zhou Xian's enjoyment of poisonous gas. So Song Bing planned to renovate it while it was being upgraded. See if you can add some poison to their farts. This will definitely increase the lethality by more than a tiny bit. The poisonous gas gathered, and Zhou Xian immediately showed an intoxicated expression. They even took the initiative to recruit you to believe it. Even the body was poisoned and began to deform and rot. He didn't even feel it. Upon seeing this, Song Bing immediately cured him and gave him a rank. Feeling that this was really a level 5 Xuantian, Song Bing couldn't hide his surprise. He really upgraded himself. But why is this? Once a virus is born, its level is fixed, just like human genes. How can I change myself? Could it be that I upgraded them and their disease genes were modified by me, so they have the possibility to upgrade beyond their limits? Song Bing thought to himself. Considering the situation of Zhou Xian and the others, this possibility makes sense at present. But it is obvious that such a breakthrough requires harsh conditions. Zhou Xian and the others were almost treated as experimental subjects by Song Bing, and they underwent whole-body transformation regardless of life or death. Zhou Xian has been tortured by Song Bing in various ways since before the apocalypse. Song Shenglong was also tortured by the Gao family in various experiments before the apocalypse, which itself was abnormal. As for prosperity, it seems normal, but when Song's disease was discovered, it was not riddled with holes. It could only carry out comprehensive healing and transformation, and give Song Shenglong some of his tenacious life genes. Therefore, these three are simply abnormal existences. The diseases given are beyond the reach of normal people. For example, Zhou Xian's Xuantian is so incredible, why not give it all to all the other little black people? Wouldn't there be many powerful Zhou Xian in this way? The reason is simple. These little black people simply can't bear it. If you give it away, you will die. Although they have gradually been infected by Zhou Xian, the two sides are not on the same level at all. If Zhou Xian is at the atmospheric level, so these little black men are entry-level at best. You can clearly feel it from the color and lethality of both sides' farts. This is also the reason why Song Bing singled out the three Zhou Xian brothers as experimental subjects. Therefore, before facing a desperate situation, the three Zhou Xian brothers broke through the limits of human beings themselves, and then they seized this opportunity for breakthrough. On the other hand, Xia and others, what Song Bing gave them were diseases that normal people could bear. He even patiently assisted in its integration. That's why they are not like the three Zhou Xian brothers. Otherwise, Xia and others were all transformed by Song Bing, and they would have made a breakthrough long ago. Overall, the reason why the three Zhou Xian brothers were able to make incredible breakthroughs, it's all about their disease and their own strength. Look, Zhou Xian is still enjoying absorbing these poisonous gases that are enough to poison level 6. Even if the intestines are pierced and the belly is rotten. Which level 6 dares to play like this? Ah! The surrounding little black men were wailing in pain. Nearly 2,000 people cannot bear this 10% dilution. Zhou Xian drank 90% of the alcohol alone. This is the gap. Seeing this, Song Bing could only increase his brain power and cure these people crazily. Once lost his cure, a whole bunch of soldiers will also burp under these terrible toxins. Ding successfully upgraded and fused Xuantian to level 6, merit -1 million. Systematic naming of a new disease, Saifu Xuantian. Symptoms: farts are poisonous, and patients can produce and release 6 kinds of terrible colorful fart poisons. Each type of colored fart has different toxicity and color, and can be used in combination. Soon, after Song Bing's upgrade and fusion, countless poisonous gases came in, and Zhou Xian's Xuantian was finally upgraded into colorful fart Xuantian. Oh! In an instant, Zhou Xian, who was originally exuding black energy, became as powerful as a rainbow, and 6 farts of different colors shot into the sky from his body. Like a rainbow. Then they dispersed. Like a light show. Every fart exudes deadly pressure. Wow! A group of little black people looked up, out of reach. Brother, this is an upgrade. Wong Wong. On the building, Song Shenglong and Wang Kai looked up at this domineering rainbow fart, their eyes showing their sharpness. However, the next second, the rainbow fart turned into 6 beams of light and dispersed. Suddenly, it was like 6 lights of different colors, and wherever they passed, they were like strong acid, corroding and destroying everything around them. And just in time, a beam of green light came towards the building. Wang Kai and Song Shenglong's pupils shrank, and they were always fierce. After feeling the stench emanating from the green light, he quickly turned into an afterimage and got out of the way. Wow! In an instant, green light flashed across the building, and a corner of the entire building was cut off. 1 person and 1 dog stared with wide eyes. At the same time, in the gymnasium, Zhou Xian was upgraded to level 6. Song's disease did not stop. Instead, continued to upgrade. He planned to raise this super combat power to level 7 in one go. At the same time, the levels of the surrounding little black men were also rising. Their farts are also colored, but they are all very light, and each person only has 1 or 2 colors. Either green, either red, or black and red. This means that they only have a few toxins attached to them. Of course, There are several other elder levels, as well as the 5th level Gao Xingjie and Yao Mian, who have received special care from Songbing. As a result, the atmosphere in the venue began to become chaotic. The entire stadium began to shake, too, bearing more than it could bear. Ding successfully upgraded Colorful Fart Xuantian to level 7, merit minus 10 million. I don't know how long it took before the sound of a successful upgrade sounded again. Boom. Under Zhou Xian, the 7th yellow poisonous light was released again. His body shape soared into the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun. Straight into the sky. Rumble. In an instant, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and 7 colorful farts swept across the sky, as if thunder had fallen from the sky. This breath. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai looked up at the sky and were stunned again. One person and one dog felt the terrible smell carefully and vomited on the spot. Wang smells. Ha ha. I am successful. I have finally broken through to the realm of Fighting Saint. Above the void, farts of 7 colors enveloped the sky and rolled continuously, as if they could kill everything in the world. Zhou Xian's domineering laughter came from the sky, and with his smile, the 7 butts began to gather together and change into various shapes, as if under his control. Finally, it turned into a devilish smiling face, and then started laughing ferociously. It seems like he can easily destroy the world with just one smile. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai below were stunned. In the gymnasium, Song Bing glanced up and continued to look at the group of soldiers who were getting upgraded. Compared to the big boss Zhou Xian, these fart soldiers are obviously much easier to transform. Under the influence of thoughts, everyone can be easily upgraded. Soon, those elders, as well as Gao Xingjie and Yao Mian, who originally had level 5 combat power, were all promoted to level 6 by Song Bing. As for the rest of the Pai family's army, they have all been upgraded to level 5. Everyone is fused with at least one kind of poisonous gas. Of course, it's not that Song Bing doesn't want them to be promoted to a higher level, but this is already the limit of what they can bear. If they continue to upgrade, it may directly kill them. After all, they are not Zhou Xian. Nai Zhao. Take it. At the same time, in the sky, Zhou Xian shouted loudly, and the colorful farts around him suddenly began to shrink. Soon they were all taken back by Zhou Xian's 9 apertures. Zhou Xian's true identity finally appeared in front of everyone. He looked darker. There is a little oily light in the black. The aura on his body was even more horrifying. Even if he didn't release it, black smoke was emitting from his body, as if it was distorting the surrounding space. I saw his figure slowly falling back to the ground. TSK Lala. The moment a pair of big black feet landed on a piece of newly grown grass, the grass instantly smoked and carbonized. Everywhere he passed, there was no grass growing, like a zombie that had become a spirit. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, see you, Your Majesty. The king is so handsome. When the upgraded Fu family troops saw Zhou Xian, they immediately knelt down respectfully to greet him. Si Dean, thank you for helping me break through the Dosheng. Zhou Xian took one step at a time, ran toward Song Bing, knelt down, and glared at the soldiers. Damn it! Why are you paying homage to me? Didn't you see that the dean is still here? Pay homage to the dean. At this moment, Zhou Xian was extremely shrewd. A group of fart soldiers quickly changed direction. No need to bow down. King Fart, you are my #1 experimental subject, and today I will not hesitate to sacrifice my cultivation to help you break through to the Dosheng realm. In the near future, more powerful enemies will arrive. Next, you should cultivate your understanding and adapt to this power as soon as possible, and train the Pei family army well, so that we can fight to protect the hospital next. I hope you will not disappoint this dean. Song Bing looked at Zhou Xian and said seriously. When Zhou Xian heard this, he immediately raised his head, his eyes glowing yellow, and he immediately said gratefully and solemnly, Please rest assured, Dean, I will never let you down. Now that I have broken through to the realm of Fighting Saint, as long as there are enemies who dare to come, I will definitely let them taste the power of my heaven-level fighting. I swear to follow the king to the death, protect my family and country, and defeat the enemy. Phew! A group of fart soldiers also shouted. A fart that shook the sky. Today's Pai family army is at its 5th level at its weakest. It is no longer what it used to be. Well, very good. You can continue to practice and comprehend here, and food will be delivered to you every day. When I need you, I will call you." Seeing this, Song Bing nodded with satisfaction, then quickly flew up and left this place of right and wrong. "Congratulations, Dean, and welcome to visit us next time." "Congratulations to Yuan Chong. Welcome to visit us next time." Zhou Xian paid his respects and was followed by a group of soldiers from the Pai family. Bang! In order to prevent Zhou Xian and others' farts from spreading out, the moment Song Bing flew out of the gymnasium, he raised his hand and covered the overturned roof of the gymnasium again. Song Bing continued to release a lot of black gold materials to fill the surrounding gaps. Don't let it out. Today's Zhou Xian and Pai Jiejun are no joke. Let's put it this way. Today, Zhou Xian and his entire army are comparable to Song Bing's nuclear weapons. Once a leak occurs, it is equivalent to a nuclear leak. Let's go? Don't be envious. I will also upgrade you too well. I will never be worse than your eldest brother. After doing all this, Song Bing looked at Song Shenglong and Wang Kai with envious expressions on the building. Wang Wang. Song Shenglong and Wang Kai immediately followed him excitedly. In the closed gymnasium, after Song Bing left, Zhou Xian stood up from the ground. Immediately restore the majestic and domineering look of the emperor. This wheelchair can be said to have witnessed Zhou Xian's journey to becoming a god. Zhou Xian pouted his hips and sat on the wheelchair. After clearing his throat and picking his nose, he said, "Everyone must have heard what the dean just said. The enemy is coming again." "I heard it, Your Majesty. Great. We can show off our power again this time. I feel like I'm terribly strong now. I'm going to fight 10 of them this time. I'm 20. My second stroke." When they heard that there were still enemies, the entire army of soldiers were excited and couldn't hold it any longer. Calm down, calm down." Zhou Xian hurriedly scolded him again, looked at the crowd, and criticized seriously. "You have such an attitude. You are so excited, like a hungry wolf. What should you do if you scare the enemy away? What if the enemy doesn't come next time? We have to learn to be reserved and show weakness, so that we can attract more enemies, you know?" "Yes, Your Majesty, we know we were wrong." He was taught a lesson by Zhou Xian. Only then did all the Fart family soldiers suppress the restlessness in their hearts. "Next, let me practice well. I will also practice in seclusion. While consolidating my cultivation, I will continue to create fart techniques and wait for the dean's call." Seeing this, Zhou Xian stood up with satisfaction, then looked at Yao Mian and Gao Shungjia and said, "Demon concubine, Haika concubine, come with me. I have thought of a double fart fight. Let's try it out. Used against enemies." Here comes the king." "Your Majesty, I'll come first." "Go away, you slut. You are so arrogant all the time. I am the king's favorite if you have some positive energy. I am the one. Swordman, I will strangle you to death." When Yao Mian and Gao Xingjia heard Zhou Xian's call, they immediately ran over excitedly, but they started fighting over each other's favor and began to fight each other. "Stop fighting, let's come together. This time we are practicing fusion fighting skills, you know?" Seeing this, Zhou Xian frowned and scolded. The two of them stopped pinching each other. One of them held Zhou Xian's arm and entered the basement. Several kinds of terrible fart fights will also be born.